What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Goodbye Zhang Pian. Number 686, Zhang Yu. As the number was called, Zhang Yu stood up and walked towards the interview room. Although all his scores met the admission requirements of Wanfa University and he had signed the admission agreement in advance, the interview process was still unavoidable. When Zhang Yu walked into the interview classroom, he smiled casually at the three examiners and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Yu from Songyang Senior Xiandao Middle School in Songyang City on the first floor." The chief examiner looked at him and asked, "Why do you want to apply to Wanfa University?" Zhang Yu said lightly, "Because Wanfa University is one of the best universities. I want to break through the Jinden, break through the Yuanying, and enter a sect, so naturally I have to choose the best university." The three interviewers smiled slightly, and one of them asked, "How do you arrange your study and rest time?" Zhang Yu said lightly, "I don't rest." Another examiner asked, "How many college courses have you completed so far?" Zhang Yu said, "As you can see, I am already a foundation building cultivator, and all the common courses in the key refining realm have been completed. I also taught myself the excavation palm, crane claw, sports car leg, and elevator vertical of the civil engineering department, and all of them have reached level 10, as the examiners looked at the information in the resume. They looked at Zhang Yu with more and more satisfaction. The examiner said, "Student Zhang Yu, as far as I know, you have not been sterilized. What do you think about sterilization in college? Do you think it is necessary for college students to be sterilized?" Zhang Yu said calmly, "Sterilization is an escape for the weak. For me, just some body hormones can be suppressed by willpower. These things are not obstacles on the road to immortality for me, but a kind of production tool that can be transformed into a helper for my practice. There is a transaction certificate of my selling seeds on the first floor in my resume. With such high frequency and high quality transaction data, I think it is enough to prove the firmness of my Tao heart." The three interviewers looked at each other, and their eyes showed admiration. Finally, they stood up together and stretched out their palms to Zhang Yu. "Student Zhang Yu, welcome to join Wanfa University." As soon as Zhang Yu walked out of the interview classroom, he saw Yu Xinghan and Li Milan, who had already participated in the interview. Yu Xinghan said, "Let's go, Zhang Yu, go register, and then we have to choose a dormitory." At this time, a female voice came. "Zhang Yu, long time no see." Zhang Yu and the other two turned their heads at the same time and saw Zhang Pian walking slowly. After 2 years of not seeing each other, Zhang Pian was still as graceful as ever, and her heroic spirit was even stronger than before. Her appearance did not seem to have changed much, except that her eyes had turned amber, which was obviously some kind of eye-related dharmabhati. The mark on her head, 49th in the foundation establishment realm of the talisman department of Wanfa University, and the halo behind her head attracted the attention of many people around her, and she became the focus of everyone in an instant. Zhang Yu was about to blurt out "sister," but suddenly reacted and finally shouted, "Senior sister, you are here." Zhang Pian smiled slightly and said, "You have grown taller. Let's go. I'll take you to register first, and then treat you to a meal." So under the leadership of Zhang Pian, Zhang Yu and the other two signed up, registered, and paid tuition together. Although they brought enough tuition, during the payment of tuition, Zhang Yu and the other two took out student loans under Zhang Pian's encouragement, and took on the first loan after coming to the second floor. The tuition fee for the first year is 0.5 Ligbi. From the second year onwards, you will have to pay interest, 0.005 Ligbi per month, until you graduate from university and then pay back the 0.5 Ligbi in one go. Zhang Pian said, "Don't be afraid. Now that you have come to the second floor, how can you make progress if you don't fully release your potential in the immortal way? Instead of paying the tuition fee of 0.5 Ligbi now, why not use it on your own studies first?" Looking at Zhang Pian's name on the recommendation form, Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, "Sister, senior, is this your achievement?" Zhang Pian said, "Since we have to do it anyway, why don't I help you do it? Let's go and choose a dormitory." Zhang Yu could feel a feature of the Wanfa University city when he was moving all the way here. Because the entire university city is concentrated in a three-dimensional building with a length and width of more than 3 kilometers and a height of no more than 10 kilometers. Therefore, the internal space utilization rate of the entire university city is extremely high. Or in other words, the space is very cramped. When he saw their next dormitory, Zhang Yu was more certain of this idea. The lower-class dormitory has 20 people in a room, which is 20 square meters in size. There are 2 toilets and 6 bathrooms shared on each floor. Zhang Yu was speechless. What the hell? Even a chicken farm is more spacious than this, Yu Zhenghan said on the side. The upper-class luxury suite is 15 square meters with 1 living room, 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Zhang Yu frowned and said, "You have the nerve to call it a luxury suite when it's only 15 square meters? And it charges such an expensive rent of 1 spirit coin a month." Zhang Yu only had 9.94 spirit coins on him at the moment, including the 5 spirit coins given by Bai Zhenzhen, which was only enough for 9 months of rent. Hearing what Zhang Yu said, the middle-aged woman who was handling dormitory affairs in front of him snorted coldly, looked at him sideways and said, "You came up from downstairs, right? The land on the second floor is very expensive. How can it be compared with the rural places below you? If you want to rent, hurry up. So many people are waiting," Yu Zhenghan said. "Why don't we rent it together?" Li Milan also nodded on the side. "If 3 people share it equally," Zhang Pianpian said. "4 people share it?" She smiled slightly and said, "If the 4 of us share the rent, we can save a lot of money, but there is no need to pay so much for the upper dormitory luxury suite. Just rent a 5 square meter middle dormitory." Zhang Pianpian pointed to the price and said, 0.2 spirit coins a month. "If the 4 of us share it equally, it will be 0.05 spirit coins per person per month." Zhang Pianpian thought to himself, compared to my current classmates, Zhang Yu and the others are more trustworthy. Living together will save me some trouble. Zhang Yu looked at his sister and thought to himself. Sister has climbed to the 49th place in the talisman department. Is your financial situation still so tight? Fuji said, "The second floor is very expensive. No matter how good you are, you have to learn to save money on rent. Instead of spending more money to rent a better house, it's better to invest more money in your studies." Zhang Yu sighed softly when he heard this, and looked at the conditions of the middle dormitory and said, 4 people living in 5 square meters? Can it fit? Zhang Pianpian said, "Although it's only 5 square meters, it's 4 meters high and can be divided into 2 floors. The main thing is that the dormitory has extra spiritual energy supply, which is convenient for meditation and breathing. In addition, it is used to store things, take a shower, and charge at most. How much more space is needed? It's enough for the 4 of us, and although the house space is not large, people can shrink and can actively adapt." Seeing that Yu Zhenghan and Li Milan agreed, Zhang Yu also nodded, and the 4 of them rented an ordinary middle dormitory together. Wanfa University City, 125th floor, dormitory area. The entire 125th floor is only 4 meters high, and rows of middle dormitory rooms are lined up on both sides of the passage like coffins. Zhang Yu looked at the arrows and walking routes floating in the air. They were the route navigation projected by the eye. After a while, as Zhang Yu opened the door, a small 5 square meter dormitory appeared in front of everyone. Li Milan couldn't help but say, "It's really small." It was the first time in her life that she lived in such a small room. Zhang Pianpian said, "The door is too narrow. Only one person can go in and out at a time. You take turns to go in and put your luggage away, and then I will take you to dinner. After dinner, you should still attend the first class meeting in the evening, right? By the way, remember to shrink your body when you enter the dormitory." This is also a necessary skill to save money in the university town. When Zhang Yu carried his luggage into the dormitory, he tried his best to shrink his muscles and bone joints, and became a thin man of about 1.7 meters. Although this made it easier to move around in the room, the whole dormitory still seemed very small to him, and shrinking his body gave him a feeling of suffocation as if he was bending over and curling up all the time. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "No wonder I always felt that the people in the university town were not very tall. It seems that the people here are used to shrinking their bodies, which is completely different from the situation on the first floor where the immortal cultivators show off their tall bodies." The 3 of them packed their luggage and then, led by Zhang Pianpian, came to a pharmacy on the 128th floor. They said they were eating, but in fact they were taking medicine. Yu Zhenghan looked at the pills in his hand and couldn't help but said, "I'd better soak some of the synthetic food I brought." Looking at Yu Xinghan and Zhang Yu, who were soaking the synthetic food, Zhang Pianpian said lightly, "The synthetic food you brought will run out sooner or later, so you should get used to eating on the second floor as soon as possible. Although it doesn't taste good, the various nutrients in the medicine are very sufficient, and the time spent on eating is also very short. The only two problems with taking medicine are that it is difficult to solve the feeling of fullness, and the second is that the practitioners have too strong digestive ability. If they don't eat for a long time, it will damage the gastrointestinal tract." As he spoke, Zhang Pianpian had already taken out a piece of cement, so people here usually take some cement with medicine. Even Zhang Yu, who had been accustomed to the wind and waves on the first floor of Kung Su, was a little surprised to see Zhang Pianpian swallow a small piece of cement. "Zhang Yu, eat cement. Is there nothing else to eat?" Zhang Pianpian smiled. "Cement is cheap enough. In this Wanfa University city, there is only cement everywhere. You can just knock off a piece and fill your stomach temporarily. It not only gives you a sense of fullness, but also suppresses the digestive fluid in the stomach and intestines to avoid hurting the stomach and intestines. So the catering market on the second floor is not squeezed out by pharmaceutical companies alone, but by pharmaceutical companies and civil engineering companies together, especially after civil engineering companies launched edible cement. Cement combined with medicine can fill the stomach and provide enough nutrition, and the catering industry has collapsed completely." Zhang Yu still found it hard to believe when he heard this information. Can a civil engineering major rise in the catering industry? Zhang Pianpian then reminded, "Also, remember not to dig cement under surveillance, you will be fined if caught. By the way, you two are from the civil engineering department, right? When you go to the construction site in the future, you will be provided with food, and you can directly fill your stomach with cement from the construction site." Yu Xinghan couldn't help asking, "Can you grow something yourself?" Zhang Pianpian glanced at him and said, "You want to join the dark farming world. I don't object to you getting involved in one or two gangs in your future university, but the dark farming world is too dangerous. Maybe you don't understand, but in this university town, planting any plants privately is a serious violation of school rules and laws, and is a felony that is enough to be expelled. Planting is something that only universities and companies can do." After dinner, Zhang Yu said goodbye to Li Mulan and Zhang Pianpian, and then attended the first class meeting of the Civil Engineering Department's foundation building class with Yu Xinghan. Arriving at the teaching area on the 130th floor, the two had just walked into the agreed classroom when they felt several eyes scanning over. "You two, show us your college entrance exam scores and basic data. We are doing a class ranking and see where you rank in this class." Chapter 277 Foundation Building Class. Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan had already heard Zhang Pianpian's introduction when they were having dinner, and had a better understanding of the foundation building class at Wanfa University. In each major of Wanfa University, a new foundation building class is opened every year. In addition to students who have completed foundation building in high school, there are also college students who have obtained foundation building certificates in their own school and completed foundation building in this year. Fuji explained, for example, if there are key refining college students in civil engineering at Wanfa University who have successfully built their foundation in the past year, they will enter the civil engineering foundation building class of your class, and these foundation building students born in our school are generally the majority in the foundation building class. Yu and Yu Xinghan, who built their foundation in high school and joined the foundation building class as soon as they entered university, must be a minority in the class, but you don't have to worry, those students from our school, after all, they are guys who have built their foundation within a year. They are stuck in the key refining realm for a few more years than you, and they won't become more powerful. It only shows that their talents and potential in the immortal way are insufficient." At this moment, when Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan came to the classroom, 3 students had already arrived. One of them was tall, not only maintaining a height of 3 meters, but also with surging muscles all over his body, showing no sign of restraint. His eyes were even more eye-catching. In the pure black eyeballs, white marks appeared, with the words "Heavenly Eye" on them. In addition, on his back, which was exposed sideways, he could see a bare spine, which was covered with flowing golden spells. Zhang Yu asked in his heart, "Is this the eye skeleton? And the spine's dharma skeleton? But why does it feel a bit ostentatious?" Fuji chuckled and said, "You're right. The white mark in the eye and the golden spell on the spine are all brand logos. One is the Sky Eye Company's flagship high-end eye skeleton Sky Eye, and the other is the top-notch spine dharma skeleton of the brand King Kong Zhuanzhao. Both are top-notch stuff, but it's still a bit worse than your time remnant demon pupil. After all, this thing is a good thing bought by Wang Yin. It's the top-notch eye skeleton in the foundation building period. It's low-key, luxurious and high-end. Fuji talked eloquently and said, as for showing off famous brands and high-end goods, this is very common in universities above. If you have strength, you must show it off. Otherwise, how do others know you are rich? How can they respect you? What's more, famous brand Dharma skeletons are more powerful and more powerful when used. When I was doing business in college, I cheated a lot of students who wanted to borrow money to buy famous brands. Just as Fuji was introducing, Zhang Yu's mind moved, and the information of the 3 foundation building fields that had just been ignored also emerged. Guangshujin, a foundation building monk from the 4th floor of Kungsu, has entered within 10 meters of you. Strangers should not add friends. Yingzhen, a foundation building monk from the 2nd floor, has entered within 10 meters of you. 6th generation civil engineer reports. Li Xiao, a foundation building monk, has entered within 10 meters of you. Please give me your advice. The 3 foundation building fields only maintained a range of 10 meters. Zhang Yu knew that this was because the space in the university town was limited, and many people took the initiative to shrink the range. Huh? There is a 4th floor master. Zhang Yu looked at the 3-meter tall man who showed the Fahai brand, and thought to himself, it seems that he should be this Guangshujin. At the same time, Guangshujin and the other 2 also saw Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan. One of the sturdy women said, "You 2, show us your college entrance examination scores and basic data. We are doing a class ranking and see where you can rank in this class." The sturdy woman added, "By the way, my name is Yingzhen, and we are both freshmen. You 2 look like you are also freshmen this year, right?" Yu Xinghan knew that this was an unspoken rule of the university, but she didn't mind it, so she said immediately, "Well, we are freshmen this year. My name is Yu Xinghan, and my college entrance examination score is 692. My Taoism heart is level 10, my magic power is 220.21, and my physical strength is level 10.25. Looking at the looks of the 3 people, Zhang Yu knew that there was nothing to hide, so he said directly, "Zhang Yu, college entrance examination score is 670, my Taoism heart is level 11, my magic power is 276.9, and my physical strength is level 10.94. Although he scored almost full marks in other items of the college entrance examination, he only scored 71 points in Taoism. After all, this thing is too expensive, and with a foundation building certificate, he can apply for the top 10 as long as he scores more than 600 points in the college entrance examination. He is not very concerned about Taoism, and has never thought about improving his score. When she heard Zhang Yu's college entrance examination score, Yingzhen frowned slightly, as if she didn't expect to meet a player with 670 points in Wanfa University. It was not until she heard Zhang Yu's Tao heart, magic power and physical strength that she nodded slightly, which was considered to be an acknowledgement of his level. Yingzhen asked again, "By the way, which floor are you from?" Hearing the answers of Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan Kungsa 1st floor, Yingzhen's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible contempt, and Guangshujin beside him turned his eyes away from the 2. Then Yingzhen also reported her own data, and then introduced Guangshujin beside him. Zhang Yu secretly compared it in his heart. Yingzhen, who is on the 2nd floor, scored 695 points in the college entrance examination, and all basic data were slightly higher than his. Guangshujin on the 4th floor not only scored 700 points in the college entrance examination, but also had a Tao heart of level 12, and his magic power and physical strength were more than 20% higher than his. Finally, there was Li Xiao, who seemed the most low-key among the 3. Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with a message sent by Yu Xinghan. "Do you remember this Li Xiao? He's from Xiandu, and he passed the foundation building qualification certificate in the same class as me." Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. He was focused on his own practice at that time, but he didn't care about the other foundation building qualification certificate winners in Yu Xinghan's last class. At the same time, Li Xiao said his college entrance examination score of 693 and his basic data slightly lower than Zhang Yu's, and then he didn't say anything. He didn't seem to have any intention of getting close to the 2 first-level fellows. Instead, he kept circling around Guangshujin and Yingzhen affectionately. After Guangshujin glanced at Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan, he said lightly, "Among the 5 of us, Zhang Yu is currently ranked 3rd and Yu Xinghan is ranked 5th. As for the 1st and 2nd place, they were naturally Guangshujin and Yingzhen, and Li Xiao from Xiandu was ranked 4th. At this time, more people walked into the classroom one after another, and under the questioning of Gong Shujin and Ying Xin, they took the initiative to report their data. Although the people who came later were all college students who had just established their foundation this year, none of them had data that could rank higher than Gong Shujin. Obviously, as Fuji said, being stuck in the key refining realm for a few more years will not make people stronger after breaking through to the foundation establishment. Instead, it shows that their talents and potential in the immortal way are insufficient. Zhang Yu looked at this level 4 master, examining each classmate like an interviewer, and firmly occupied the first place in the class. Unknowingly, a circle of students had already surrounded Gong Shujin, standing beside him like stars supporting the moon. Gong Shujin thought to himself, the real geniuses usually go to the 3 trump card departments of finance, refining, and Taoism. In the civil engineering department, I should have a chance to compete for the first place in the class. As for Zhang Yu and Yu Jing'an, they stood silently in the corner, and no one cared. As more and more foundation-building students arrived, the rankings of the two continued to decline. Among them, Zhang Yu has been ranked 12th, and Yu Jing'an has dropped to 18th. But neither of them cared. After all, they had rich experience in climbing up from weak to strong, little by little. Yu Jing'an seized the time, silently practicing his mind skills and breathing in his thoughts. In addition to practicing, Zhang Yu was also trying another thing. Just after hearing what Zhang Pianpian said about cement and medicine, he had an idea. After practicing the Can Yu Shi mind and body skill, can the control of my body's activation suppress the digestive ability of the gastrointestinal tract? In this way, I don't have to eat cement, right? At this moment, Zhang Yu was trying to slow down the peristalsis of the stomach and intestines and reduce the secretion of digestive juices. This was the first time he made a similar attempt after he upgraded the Can Yu Shi mind and body skill to level 20 and greatly increased his body's activation. After all, when he was at level 1, he only thought about increasing his digestive ability wildly, but he never thought that there would be such a day when his digestive ability would be excessive. At this moment, Zhang Yu tried it slightly, and he felt that his consciousness went deep into the digestive system. The peristalsis of the gastrointestinal tract gradually slowed down, and the secretion of digestive juices also began to slow down. It really works. Zhang Yu sensed the changes in his body and was delighted. It seems that I don't need to eat cement anymore. Fuji was also a little surprised and said, your crippled ox self-sacrifice technique is quite powerful. And its application range is too wide. At the same time, Li Xiao, a native of Xiandu on the other side, glanced at Zhang Yu and Yu Jing'an who were practicing silently, and said in his heart, You came to the second floor and thought that hard work alone would be useful. Hard practice for several months or years is not as good as what the rich people in the upper class have revealed. Li Xiao had been squeezed next to Gong Shujin. At this moment, seeing several people discussing the Dharma shell, he looked at Gong Shujin's eyes and said with a smile, Gong Shujin, what brand of eye shell are you using? It looks very special, Gong Shujin said lightly. This is the eye shell of Xianayan. Li Xiao's heart moved, and he quickly said, from Xianayan Company? I also use the eye shell of Xianayan Company. Gong Shujin smiled disdainfully, looked at Li Xiao who was trying to integrate here, and did not speak, as if he was too lazy to answer. Ying Xin at the side said with a smile, Gong Shujin, the sky eye you are using is a high-end model, right? I think the cheapest one costs 10 spirit coins, Gong Shujin said lightly. It's about the same. Mine is fully equipped and cost about 12 spirit coins. The students around him all made a sound of surprise and admiration. Li Xiao swallowed his saliva upon hearing this. He looked at Gong Shujin's eyes with envy in his heart, and at the same time, he felt that his eyes were no longer presentable. At this moment, everyone's eyes flashed, and a new foundation-building field had enveloped them. Ji Yuanshu, a foundation-building cultivator from the 6th floor of Kungsu, has entered within 100 meters of you. Please keep quiet. The classroom, which was still talking loudly just now, suddenly became quiet. Even Gong Shujin, who had always had an indifferent expression, slightly focused his eyes and looked at the classroom door like everyone else. Chapter 278 University Rankings. A young man who looked ordinary walked in. Not only was he not tall, but there was no trace of a Dharma body on his body. But no one present dared to look down on him, not only because of the foundation-building field on his body, but also because his whole body was wrapped in a layer of button-like things, shining with the brilliance of a magic weapon. The next moment, The other party's voice appeared directly in everyone's ears. I am Ji Yuanshu, I don't want to contact the air on the second floor. I use the wind-fixing beads to isolate the changes in the surrounding airflow. Please don't get too close to me. Ji Yuanshu, I can hear you talking, and I can also transmit sound to you directly. Everyone looked at Ji Yuanshu at a loss, and finally Gong Shujin stood up, took the initiative to welcome the other party, and then introduced each other. Gong Shujin frowned inwardly. How come the guy from the 6th floor came to the civil engineering department? Tisk, this guy must be the first in the class. Ji Yuanshu looked around and thought, except Gong Shujin, there is no one worth paying attention to. These people and I are not in the same field in the future. As for this Gong Shujin, in order to avoid unnecessary consumption, I should talk to him. Looking at Gong Shujin surrounded by people, Ji Yuanshu directly transmitted his voice. I will transfer to the finance department after I get the first place in the foundation building class for 3 full years in the civil engineering department. Gong Shujin smiled slightly and nodded slightly. He knew that after the other party left, he would be the first in the class, and he would monopolize the rewards for the first place in the class every year. As for the first 3 years, Gong Shujin thought, it's not bad to miss 3 years. At least it guarantees the next 7 years and avoids conflicts with the other party, and after this guy goes to the finance department, maybe he can help me a little. Ji Yuanshu was the first 3 years, and Gong Shujin was the last 7 years. As soon as the two met, it seemed that they had already decided the rewards for the first place in the foundation building class for the next 10 years. As for the other people in the class, they were naturally ignored by them. When Zhang Yu was looking at the 6th level master, he suddenly found that Yu Xinghan patted his shoulder and said in surprise, Zhang Yu. Look, a 6th level foundation building student came in. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and whispered, how long did you delay? You only saw it now. On the other side, just as everyone started chatting again, Li Xiao suggested, after the class meeting today, let's have a dinner together. He really wanted to cultivate feelings with these upper-level students and integrate into their circle. But Yingxin just sneered and said, Wangfa University doesn't have dinner parties. Gong Shujin smiled and took out a pill and said, in addition to taking medicine every day, I only take the fasting pill. Ji Yuanshu said lightly, I can control my body's digestive system. I don't need external assistance and I don't need to eat. Feeling the mocking eyes of the people around him, Li Xiao's face turned slightly red. He knew that he had made a joke again, and he hated his identity as a first-level person more and more in his heart. At this time, along with the coming of a Zhengdan domain, the teacher of the foundation building class arrived. Zhengdan Master Jiao Lei's Henren has entered within 10 meters of you. Please stay still to avoid accidental injury. Like the foundation building domains of the previous few people, this Zhengdan's Henren also took the initiative to shrink the scope of the Zhengdan domain. This is a humanoid figure wrapped in electric light. He just flashed in the classroom and his eyes locked on Ji Yuanshu. The messages of their friends instantly appeared on their eye shells. Zhenren Jiaolei, Yuanshu, long time no see, how is the master? Ji Yuanshu, master has recently increased his lifespan by 100 years and is in a very good mood. Through the connection of the eye shells, the two of them exchanged greetings while looking at each other without anyone knowing. Master Jiaolei then looked at the many students present and said, I am Master Jiaolei, your future class teacher. There are students who have been studying for a few years, and there are freshmen who have just graduated from high school. I will treat everyone as freshmen and say everything I should say. After school starts tomorrow, the next 3 months will be a unified foundation building course. After the 3-month course, you can start to choose courses freely. During the 10 years in school, as long as you complete the credit requirements, you can graduate. But since you have entered the foundation building class, I think graduation is only your minimum requirement. Postgraduate entrance examinations and certification exams should be your first goals, and the first year of foundation building is the most important year. Now you can start planning for the future. Zhang Yu listened carefully to Master Jiaolei's talk about credits, course selection and other things. Then the other party began to talk about the precautions for school rankings. The ranking is a reflection of your academic achievements at school. The ranking is a combination of the credits and grades of the completed courses, as well as extracurricular competitions, projects, and so on. Then according to different realms, starting from the most basic, for example, the class ranking of our foundation building class, then there is the ranking of the entire civil engineering department regardless of grade. From here on, It is generally the domain of senior students, and it will be your turn to compete in a few years. Then there is the overall ranking of the School of Architecture and Civil Engineering, and then the school-wide ranking across departments. Each ranking list will be updated every day, and the ranking will be determined at the end of each academic year, and then awards will be given to the top-ranked students. Everyone is in their first year of foundation building, so don't think about other rankings. They are all the domain of senior students. It mainly depends on class ranking. Every year, the class that ranks first can get a scholarship of 3 spirit coins and a practice method. The practice method is to choose one of the 7 civil engineering wonders of our Wanfa University, Master Jiao Lei said with some pride. The 7 civil engineering wonders are the unique practices of the civil engineering department of our Wanfa University. Each of the 7 wonders is a top-notch expert-level practice method, and if you master 3 of them, you can combine them into one, and turn them into a technique close to military grade, he said encouragingly. And if you can master 7 in a row and pass the military civil engineering certificate, you can combine the 7 energies into one and master the military grade technique, the power of moving mountains by Kunlun. Although Master Jiaolei's words were encouraging, the students he was mainly concerned about were only Ji Yuanshu and Gong Shujin. He thought that Ji Yuanshu should have taken the rewards for the first 3 years, and transferred to another department when he had enough for the 3-in-1. On the contrary, Gong Shujin had a great chance of mastering the 7 civil engineering skills in the remaining 7 years. I just don't know if he will be able to pass the military civil engineering certificate in the future and eventually unite the 7 energies into one. In a corner that Master Jiaolei didn't notice, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. This Yan Kunlun power to move mountains sounds so awesome, Fuji said, but 7 years is too long. Won't it delay your transfer to another department? Unless you complete your undergraduate degree in civil engineering and then take the master's degree in refining equipment, and to get this thing, you have to compete with a 6th level and a 4th level person, Zhang Yu said. When I came to the top 10, didn't I have to compete with these guys? He looked at the black symbol on his palm, which was already half charged, and said to himself, give me some power, Yu Shu, don't let me down. Then Master Jiaolei went on to talk about some routine matters that should be paid attention to in the university town. Whether you know it or not, I have to reiterate that planting is strictly prohibited in the university town. In the past, some students secretly engaged in soilless cultivation in the dormitory and were directly expelled. They were deprived of their university qualifications forever, no matter how much spirit coins they paid, so don't let me find any leaves in your dormitory. No one can save you if I find out. Also, if you take cement with medicine to save money, remember to take it when your stomach is too full. If you feel your stomach is burdened, vomit it out. A piece of cement can maintain your stomach for a month. Don't just eat it without vomiting, and end up defecating cement, which will hurt yourself internally. Don't laugh. Do you think there is no one who has gone bankrupt by defecating cement? Even if you are a key refining student on the 1st level, although you have already established a foundation, you should still take it as a warning and don't make such a joke. After explaining all the precautions, Master Jiaolei said, by the way, the scholarship for high school foundation building freshmen will be credited today or tomorrow. In addition, there is another reward. Zhang Yu's heart moved. The admission conditions he discussed with a representative of Wanfa University included a scholarship of 2.5 spirit coins. Master Jiaolei reported several names. Ji Yuanshu, Gong Shujin, Yingzhen, Li Xiao, and Yu Xinghan were among them. The 5 of them plus Zhang Yu were all the high school students who had completed the foundation building class. Master Jiaolei said, you all passed the foundation building exam in high school. You can enjoy discounts on your skills in the foundation building class. Basic skills are 40% off, advanced skills are 40% off, and expert skills are 80% off. Then there is Zhang Yu. Master Jiaolei only reported this one name. You are very good. You took the foundation building exam in your 1st year of high school and got the foundation building qualification certificate in your 2nd year of high school. You are the first person to pass the foundation building exam in high school. If you go to the library to exchange skills, basic skills are 20% off, advanced skills are 40% off, and expert skills are 40% off. Zhang Yu was delighted when he heard this, thinking that his foundation building exam was not in vain. After all the foundation building skills of Wanfa University are sold with spirit coins. Every extra 10% discount is a huge saving. After hearing what Master Jiaolei said, all the students present looked at Zhang Yu, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Even Guang Shujin, who originally didn't take Zhang Yu seriously, raised his eyebrows. He got the foundation building qualification certificate in the second year of high school? In other words, he beat the students in the third year of high school when he was in the second year of high school, but judging from his basic data, he didn't show the advantage of building a foundation a year earlier than me. Is it because the cultivation conditions of the first level are too poor? Then it seems that buying his life should be quite cheap. People in the first level. In Gong Shujin's impression, they are people who can make the other party grateful and fight for him by just spending some spirit coins. Ji Yuanshu on the other side also looked at Zhang Yu seriously this time, and his eyes swept over the other party's body, and the model of the time remnant demon eye emerged. He actually built his foundation a year earlier than me, but his basic data is about 30% lower than mine. It means that he has insufficient conditions for cultivation, but he is equipped with a top eye skeleton. What a strange guy. Thinking of this, Ji Yuanshu searched for Zhang Yu's information in the spiritual world network, and a moment later he found a historical record of a product being removed from the shelves on an Oasis Group shopping platform. Then Master Jiaolei pointed at Ji Yuanshu and said, Ji Yuanshu, you will be the class monitor in the future. Create a group and pull everyone into the group. Master Jiaolei thought to himself, after all, Ji Yuanshu is a 6th level person. He is steady and can convince everyone. He is not as unreliable as the 1st and 2nd level people. Then he said, there will be no class meetings in the future. Any problems will be solved in the spiritual world network. After that, Master Jiaolei had turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the air. He came and went in a hurry, and he only talked to the students for more than 10 minutes. After the teacher left, the students present were pulled into the group created by Ji Yuanshu. Guang Shujin seemed to suddenly remember something, turned to look at Li Xiao, and asked, you are from the first floor, right? Are you familiar with Zhang Yu? He should be very famous among you, right? Seeing that Gong Shujin seemed to be very interested in Zhang Yu, Li Xiao felt a flash of jealousy in his heart, and hurriedly said, he is from a small place, and he is indeed very famous among us, because he beat up his boss, and that boss gave him hundreds of millions of funds. Li Xiao exaggerated the story of Wang Yin, and Gong Shujin frowned slightly and said, you can't get him familiar with it? Li Xiao hurriedly said, the battle between Wang Yin and him was broadcast live to the upper level. You may be able to find it if you check it out. Chapter 279, Very Poor Talent, Relying on Background. Wang Yin. Gong Shujin always felt that the name Wang Yin was familiar. Suddenly he remembered that he should have seen an advertisement of Oasis Group, and there seemed to be a person named Wang Yin in it. However, he just glanced at it at that time and did not leave a deep impression. When Li Xiao just talked about the matter, he himself was not very clear about many specific information, and spoke vaguely. Gong Shujin decided to check it himself. After a moment, Gong Shujin was surprised to find that he did not find anything. Impossible, I remember seeing the advertisement of Oasis Group. Suddenly, Gong Shujin reacted, by the way, I just came to the 2nd floor recently, and I should have seen that advertisement when I was on the 4th floor. After thinking about it, Gong Shujin became more and more curious about this matter. He simply contacted a company employee on the 4th floor through the number of times the company's dedicated line was used, and asked the other party to help check this matter. Gong Shujin thought to himself, it's a pity that my authority is still not high enough, otherwise why would it be so troublesome? I can directly check the network information of the upper layer through the spiritual world network. After a moment, the other party had news. There is indeed such an advertisement, but now it has basically been removed. Even the related comments, posts, and videos have been blocked, deleted, and taken down one by one. I still spent some spirit coins to find the live video you want. The next moment, a video screen popped up in Gong Shujin's eyes. It was Zhang Yu riding on Wang Yin, hammering him in the face one after another. Gong Shujin's eyes flashed as he watched this scene, and his eyes were thoughtful. Li Xiao looked at Gong Shujin's appearance and knew that the other party must be using the law to search for information. He quickly added, Mr. Wang has been very kind to Zhang Yu, but he was stabbed in the back. Zhang Yu is just a dog that can't be tamed. Well, Gong Shujin nodded, but said, taking it tamed? Why do you want to tame it? You can make friends. Gong Shujin didn't take what Li Xiao said to heart at all. Li Xiao was a poor guy from the 1st floor, his grades were not good, and his ranking was far behind him. To Gong Shujin, is he still a person? It can only be said that he is a dog that barely looks like a human. At most, He can be regarded as a dog companion, not as a human friend. Especially since Li Xiao didn't even know which level Wang Yin came from, let alone the depth of this matter. And Gong Shujin estimated that even if he was on the second level, only some companies that had trade relations with the first level, and some people who paid more attention to the news of the first level, would know that Zhang Yu defeated Wang Yin. Zhang Yu defeated Wang Yin, who had abandoned his cultivation, in the battle, which showed that Zhang Yu had a good fighting power when he first entered the foundation building stage, but for Gong Shujin, this was not important. He watched the video screen, and what he cared about was not the fighting power shown by Zhang Yu, but the final result. In Gong Shujin's opinion, Zhang Yu rode on Wang Yin and knocked him unconscious, and finally he was able to run to the university foundation building class as if nothing had happened, which showed that his background was not ordinary. This is the real style, the real momentum, and the real charm. Which is much more awesome than any unparalleled fighting power or extraordinary talent and amazing talent. On the contrary, no matter how strong Zhang Yu's fighting ability is, or how talented he is, he won't care, he will only estimate a price for him in his mind. I have to find a true god to check, what is Zhang Yu's background? He beat Wang Yin so hard, but he didn't die on the first floor. While thinking about this, Gong Shujin naturally gave up his original plan to accept Zhang Yu for the time being, and instead thought about whether he could make friends with him. What is a friend? For Gong Shujin, it is someone who is either rich, has a background, or has particularly good grades. And this Zhang Yu got the foundation building qualification certificate in his second year of high school, 1 year earlier than me, but his data is 20% lower than mine. It seems that he has very poor talent and relies purely on his background. Gong Shujin certainly didn't expect. After Zhang Yu got the foundation building qualification certificate, he would actually delay for a long time because he had no money to buy spiritual roots. He thought to himself, with this talent, he will not be able to catch up with me in the future, and he will even be further away from me, so he should not pose a threat to me winning the first place in the class. On the contrary, his background may help me. Thinking of this, Gong Shujin felt that Zhang Yu was more and more suitable to be his friend. Li Xiao, who was standing by, didn't know so much, but he could feel Gong Shujin's affection for Zhang Yu from what he said, and he was surprised and jealous. Gong Shujin came directly to Zhang Yu, looked at Zhang Yu and using Han, and then used his usual means of making friends. There was no courtesy, let alone greetings. Gong Shujin decided to show his financial strength directly. This is Gong Shujin's tried and tested rule of making friends since he was a child. Generally speaking, after he shows his financial strength, rich people will accept him, and poor people will flatter him. For Gong Shujin, wealth is like a person's grades and rankings. It is an absolutely effective and absolutely reasonable matching mechanism that can isolate him from ineffective social interactions. Hello, both of you. Gong Shujin showed his back, stroked his back with his hands, and chuckled, look at my Vajrazuanzao spine skeleton. How much does it cost? Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and thought, is this guy here to show off his wealth to me? Seeing Zhang Yu's silence, Li Xiao said, it will cost at least 15 spirit coins. Right, Gong Shujin said indifferently, it cost me 20 spirit coins. After all, the raw material of this spine comes from the master of Vajra University, and it is made from the spine that the master has cultivated hard. It takes a professional bone-selling monk a year to grow a spine of the same model again, which means that there is at least one identical spine skeleton a year. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, what a damn rich man. Looking at Zhang Yu who remained calm, Gong Shujin thought. Doesn't he take Vajrazuanzao seriously? Frowning slightly, Gong Shujin said, both of you, let's add each other as friends. Although he only wanted to find Zhang Yu, seeing that Yu Xing'an was with him, Gong Shujin thought he might as well add him together and test the bottom of both of them at the same time. As his friend passed, Gong Shujin had already used the unique ability of his eye skeleton, and the eye skeleton model of his friend appeared in his eyes. Observing the eye skeleton model of the other party through the friend position is another trick of his to make friends. Time remnant demon eye? Such a top eye skeleton, this Zhang Yu, is a friend. At this moment, Gong Shujin knew that he was not wrong. The Zhang Yu in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. But it seems that my friend doesn't like to talk much, and he doesn't even show his eye skeleton. Is he the same low-key type as Ji Yuanshu? But after knowing my financial resources, he should also understand that we can be friends. Let's add a friend today, and the rest will take a long time. Thinking of this, Gong Shujin nodded to Zhang Yu, and turned back without saying anything. Li Xiao looked at Zhang Yu ignoring him and Gong Shujin turning away, and laughed in his heart. Hey, Zhang Yu is really bad-tempered. This time he has offended Gong Shujin too, right? At this moment, Yuzheng nodded. Okay, let's add him as a friend. Gong Shujin on the other side looked at the friend request that was just approved, and frowned slightly. Jihu? Still such an old-fashioned one. This is not a friend. Before he knew it, Gong Shujin silently deleted Yu Xingheng's friend. Ji Yuanshu on the other side watched the scene coldly and thought to himself, according to my investigation just now, Oasis Group is suspected to have taken action against Zhang Yu. This Zhang Yu may be involved in the struggle between Wanfa and Yaoming, but it has nothing to do with me anyway. Students of the civil engineering department are just passers-by to me after all. It seems that Zhang Yu is far behind me in terms of data alone, and he is no threat to me in ranking. Then don't worry about it, I just need to concentrate on getting first place in the class for 3 years, and then switch to finance in the future, and break into the top 30 in the school. This is what my master has arranged for me. After class, everyone in the classroom dispersed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu patted Yu Xinghan on the shoulder and said, "Where are you going next?" Yu Xinghan said angrily, "Damn. Why did this Gong Shujin delete me?" Zhang Yu recalled Gong Shujin's performance and said, "Look down on us." As the crowd dispersed, Yu Xinghan felt that his eyebones were much smoother, and nodded and said, "It's normal for people in the 4th level to look down on us in the 1st level. I would look down on you too." Yu Xinghan remembered the warning of Master Xinghao and said, "In short, work hard to improve your grades and ranking. There is no way for people in the 1st level to socialize in college. Only grades and rankings are our only confidence. But I have to go and exchange this pitfall eyebones first." "Where are you going?" Zhang Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "I want to go to the Great Library first and exchange some skills to see." Zhang Yu checked the navigation to the Great Library through the eyebones. After checking, he found that the Great Library was not a place, but a website. At the same time, Master Jiaolei, a teacher in the Foundation Building class group, sent a message. "Master Jiaolei, link. This is the latest class ranking, which is arranged according to the basic data when everyone enters the class. In the future, the ranking will be continuously updated according to the comprehensive results. Everyone can first take a look at where their current strength ranks in the class." Class ranking. Zhang Yu clicked in and found that it was the ranking of the entire 2nd floor campus of Wanfa University, from the whole school ranking, the department ranking to the class ranking. The subpage sent by Master Jiaolei was the ranking of their foundation building class. Number 13, Zhang Yu. "Not bad," Zhang Yu nodded. "Next, I will slowly improve." The next moment, as Zhang Yu took the initiative to connect to the Great Library, after confirming his identity and authority, Zhang Yu only felt that the light and shadow in front of him changed, and countless bookshelves suddenly appeared, occupying every corner of his vision. Row after row, endless bookshelves were projected in front of him through the eye skeleton. This is the Great Library of Wanfa University. And as Zhang Yu tapped his finger, rows of bookshelves were arranged in categories according to his requirements. The technique I'm looking for. Long before coming to Wanfa University, Zhang Yu had already made plans for his cultivation after entering university. Especially combined with his cultivation experience in high school, Zhang Yu felt that the first thing he should do after entering university should be to confirm whether there is a university holy body similar to the high school holy body in the chain diagram. The high school holy body is too suitable for development. If I had obtained it earlier, my cultivation in high school would definitely be 2 or 3 times faster. I hope there will be a university holy body in college. The next moment, with Zhang Yu's mind moving, a series of basic level techniques for the foundation building period appeared in front of him. Chapter 280 University Holy Body, Who Dares to Mess With Me? Foundation Building Heart Training Method, Foundation Building Breathing Method, 72 Foundation Building Body Training Methods, Martial Arts Strength Guide. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over the basic level exercises of the foundation building period one by one. As he continued to read the introductions of these basic level exercises, the chain diagram sets they belonged to emerged in his mind. University Holy Body. There is indeed a University Holy Body. Zhang Yu was excited when he saw these 4 words. Then he raised his head and looked at the remaining rows of foundation building exercises, and his eyes were even more ignited with boundless fighting spirit. Compared to the 1st floor of Kung Fu, the foundation building techniques on the 2nd floor are simply too abundant, plus my exchange discount. Zhang Yu looked at the price of the techniques, Basic techniques are relatively cheap, plus I can get a 20% discount when exchanging for basic techniques, so it's even cheaper. For example, this foundation building breathing method, the original price is 0.01 spirit coins, and after the discount, it is 0.002 spirit coins, but Zhang Yu did not immediately make an impulse purchase. He first selected the techniques that could form the university holy body one by one, and then sorted them by price, intending to buy only the cheapest 10. After all, I don't have any income on the second floor, so I can save a little bit. After collecting all the cheapest 10 techniques, Zhang Yu first bought one of them, the 72 foundation building body refining techniques. The next moment, the electronic version of the technique had appeared in front of him, and it flipped back and forth and enlarged with his gestures, showing the details of the content. There were also human figures that appeared directly in front of him, like a technique model, performing the 72 foundation building body refining techniques one by one. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the teaching effect of this eye skeleton combined with the spiritual world network is much better than that of the first level, but for a genius like me, it doesn't make any difference. Just as Zhang Yu was learning the 72 forms of foundation building and body refining, Fuji looked at Zhang Yu's gestures in the air with some boredom. She looked at the classroom with gray walls around her and thought to herself, without the spiritual world network, I'm just a blind man here. Fortunately, I have become a level 2 evil god. I have to ask Zhang Yu to find a time to establish a ceremony so that I can also go online. At the same time, Zhang Yu on the other side has already started practicing the 72 forms of foundation building and body refining. After entering the foundation building stage, as the physical strength continues to increase, Zhang Yu can feel the combination of physical body and mana gradually become closer. According to Master Zhang Yu, the body refining in the foundation building stage cannot be driven by pure physical body like some physical refining techniques in the key refining stage. Instead, it requires the cooperation of mana and physical body to break the original limit step by step. Zhang Yu had already discovered this when he was practicing the foundation building version of the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen. At this moment, when he was practicing the 72 foundation building body refining moves, he could feel that each move needed to be coordinated with a different mana circulation route in order to achieve the body refining effect. Just as Zhang Yu was practicing, the surveillance camera in the classroom turned slightly and was already aimed at Zhang Yu's position. Master Jiao Lei was looking at Zhang Yu through the camera. 72 foundation building body refining moves, how can you exchange for this basic level practice, and why is it so bad at practice? In Master Jiao Lei's opinion, Zhang Yu's practice of the practice was simply nonsense. The various movements were as careless as they could be, and each movement was very inadequate, as if something was urging him from behind, just asking for a quick word. What's the point of just seeking speed? It's better to practice well once than to practice like this 100 times. Master Jiao Lei shook his head, and his voice came from the surveillance camera. Zhang Yu, don't continue practicing in the classroom. The classroom management said that you are occupying the classroom. There are other people who will use it next. Find a place to practice by yourself. Zhang Yu immediately stopped and left the classroom, thinking in his heart, where should I practice? After a while of searching, many practice venues emerged in Zhang Yu's eyes, but they were either full or charged. Finally, he had an idea. Why don't we go back to the dormitory floor and try it? 125th floor, dormitory area. Zhang Yu stood at the door of the dormitory, practicing the 72 basic bodybuilding moves one by one. However, during his practice, not only did his movements often go wrong, but he also didn't use much strength, just pursuing the fastest speed to complete each move and each style. This made his practice process quiet, without any movement, and even less noticeable. Level 1 of the 72 forms of bodybuilding, 3/20. This kind of practice also made Zhang Yu's progress in the 72 forms of bodybuilding very fast. In a blink of an eye, he had practiced a technique several times. The only disadvantage is that my perfunctory practice that only seeks to be completed quickly will not have much effect on the body during the practice, but Zhang Yu didn't care about this. After all, if he really wanted to practice the body, he also had the 20th level expert level body practice, Spring and Autumn Endless Zen. The 72 forms of bodybuilding was relatively weak for him. If I had practiced like this when I was in the rental house, I would not have been scolded if I had made a little noise, but at that time, I needed the bodybuilding effect brought by the technique, so I couldn't practice so lazily. Zhang Yu thought to himself, at present, it seems that no one has come to drive me away from my quiet practice in the dormitory, so in the following time, Zhang Yu pushed the 72 forms of bodybuilding to level 8 in one breath. Yu Xinghan, Li Mulan, and Zhang Pianpian also returned to the dormitory one after another during this period. Seeing Zhang Yu practicing at the door, the three of them didn't care. They greeted him and returned to the dormitory. As soon as Zhang Pianpian returned to the dormitory, she began to breathe in and out a spiritual energy, seizing every second to refine her magic power. As Zhang Pianpian began to breathe in and out, the spiritual energy in the room began to grow. Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan felt a growing spiritual energy in the dormitory and showed surprise. Li Mulan was surprised and said, "The concentration of this spiritual energy feels like it is almost close to the level of spiritual veins. Does every dormitory here have this level?" Yu Xinghan was also curious and asked, "Is the spiritual energy on the second floor so rich?" Zhang Pianpian explained on the side, "You should have seen when you came here that the large tracts of land outside the university town are private property, unlike the first floor, which needs to meet the needs of large-scale urban construction. These private lands are almost all used to grow herbs and maintain spiritual veins, which leads to a particularly high concentration of spiritual energy on the second floor." Yu Xinghan heard this and said, "So because the spiritual energy is too rich, it is provided to so many people at a low price." Zhang Pianpian smiled slightly when he heard this. "Maybe, but the more important reason is that the university and the company hope that everyone can extract more mana." After that, Zhang Pianpian stopped talking and continued to practice with his eyes closed. Li Mulan also hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to breathe in and out a spiritual energy and refine mana. Attending the first class meeting today made Li Mulan feel a lot of pressure. She was originally ranked among the best in the first floor high school, but she suddenly fell to the bottom level when the university started, which made her feel a little anxious. On the other side, Yu Xinghan touched her new eye shell, looked at the world in front of her that finally regained its color, and said to herself, "Oh, I should have bought a better eye shell downstairs. The eye shell upstairs is too expensive." Just then, she felt hungry in her stomach, so she took out the remaining synthetic food and ate it. Calculating that the remaining amount of synthetic food would not last for a few days, Yu Xinghan couldn't help but sigh. Just when he wanted to relax, he looked at Zhang Pianpian and Li Mulan who were still breathing beside him, and he sighed again. "Alice, it's just like what Laodang said, this university is more difficult than high school." At the same time, Zhang Yu, who was practicing the 72-style foundation building and body training outside, saw Bai Zhenzhen's head flashing in front of him, and thought to himself, "It's 2 o'clock in the morning? It's time to contact Zhen." Looking at the unchanged scenery around him, Zhang Yu thought to himself, "In this university town, it's really hard to tell the difference between day and night." As Zhang Yu's mind moved, a flash of light and shadow appeared in front of him, and he saw the energetic Bai Zhenzhen appeared in front of him. Bai Zhenzhen said, "Yuzi, are you ready to report?" Zhang Yu nodded and said, "The first class meeting is over, and I met a 6th-level master and a 4th-level master." Bai Zhenzhen said, "I also saw several 10th-level masters in my class, but they are all very polite. They even elected me as the class monitor." Hearing that Bai Zhenzhen was actually chatting and laughing with a 10th-level master, Zhang Yu couldn't help but show an envious look. Zhang Yu asked again, "How big is the place you live in now?" "My sister, Yu Xinghan, Li Mulan and I share a 5-square-meter dormitory." Bai Zhenzhen was surprised and said, "Ah, Wanfa University is so crowded? I thought my 50-square-meter dormitory was small enough, and you can actually live in a 5-square-meter one." Then the two continued to exchange interesting things. Although they hadn't seen each other for only one day, they seemed to have endless things to say. They each exchanged the new things they encountered on the first day of reporting. Hearing that Zhang Yu was shown off by Gong Shujin, Bai Zhenzhen raised her eyebrows and said, "Gong Shujin, right? He didn't bully you, did he, Yuzi? Remember, if he bullies you, Mom will help you teach him a lesson." "Yes, not just him. If anyone bullies you in the future, report the name of my biological mother, the 7 emotions goddess. If he doesn't accept it, let him add me as a friend, and I will connect with him directly." Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. "Yes, although I am a first-level person, my good brother is a disciple of the god. Then I also have a relationship with the god transformation ancestor." Thinking of this, Zhang Yu only felt that the sky was high and the earth was vast in front of him, and infinite confidence surged in his heart. "Damn, I have such a strong background, but I am so low-key." In the future, if there are any 4th level or 6th level masters who dare to mess with me, I will let Zhang add them as a friend and give them a good scolding. No, I should create a group and watch Zhang teach them a lesson. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but straighten his chest. Chapter 281 University Courses. Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen and said, "Don't worry, Zhang. If anyone dares to mess with me, I will call you in the future." Yeah, Bai Zhenzhen nodded with a smile when she heard that, but then she remembered something and curled her lips and said, "It's a pity that the spirit coins can't be transferred to you today. After my mother, the god of 7 emotions, found out more about the last time I transferred money to you, she scolded me and forbade me to give you spirit coins again. Oh, you're so stingy. It's just 5 spirit coins. Wait for me to think of a way and I'll find a chance to give you the money later." Zhang Yu hurriedly persuaded when he heard that. "Zhang, don't be anxious about this matter. You should consider the god's thoughts more at Xianjian University and don't anger the god," Fuji reminded. "Yes, don't get on the enemy list of the god transformation patriarch because Bai Zhenzhen always gives you money." Zhang Yu nodded. "Zhang, don't mention my name when you transfer money in the future. Just transfer it to Yu Xinghan first." "That's not right." After thinking about it, Zhang Yu said, "You can transfer it to my sister, or Li Mulan. I can just take the money from them and spend it secretly." Bai Zhenzhen said with confidence, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and I will discuss it with you in advance if there are any problems." The two of them then had another lively exchange, and after Bai Zhenzhen turned around several times, she seemed to be urged by someone. Finally, with a feeling of being unsatisfied on her face, she said, "Yuzi, I'm going to breathe." Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. "Go ahead, I'll hang up first." Bai Zhenzhen suddenly turned her head away again, as if she was listening to something, then smiled and said, "It's okay, just keep the call open. Mom said we can keep the communication open, and then practice on our own. This will help cultivate relationships with friends and prepare for the extreme swordsmanship." So next, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen did not turn off the projection communication, but started practicing on their own. Although he did not speak to the other party again, Zhang Yu could see Bai Zhenzhen breathing and meditating beside him while practicing the 72-style foundation building and body refining exercises. It felt like he had returned to the first level, and the other party was still by his side, practicing with him. Although Bai Zhenzhen closed her eyes and breathed, she could not see Zhang Yu, but through the advanced technology of the spiritual world network, she could hear the other party's exercise movements and breathing sounds constantly in her ears, as if they were close at hand. Everything seemed to have returned to the past, and the corners of Bai Zhenzhen's mouth curled up slightly. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Bai Zhenzhen opened her eyes, exhaled a long breath, and said, "Yuzi, I have to go to class. The 72-style foundation building and body refining exercises level 8 level 9." Zhang Yu also stopped moving, nodded, and said, "It's almost time for me to go to class. See you tomorrow night." "See you tomorrow night." After saying goodbye to each other, with a flash of light and shadow, Bai Zhenzhen disappeared from Zhang Yu's sight like a phantom. Then Zhang Yu's mind moved, and the current data consumption emerged in his eyes. A trace of pain appeared on his face. "Although it feels good to have Zhang accompany me to practice, but if so much data is consumed every day, my monthly data will be used up in a few days." Sure enough, on the second floor, it is very expensive to maintain the relationship with good brothers. Just when Zhang Yu was worried, the dormitory door opened, and Yu Xinghan urged, "Zhang Yu, have you eaten? You have to go to class after eating. You can't be late for the first class today." Looking at the expression on Zhang Yu's face, Yu Xinghan asked curiously, "Why do you look so ugly? Did you find that your feelings have faded when you were talking to Bai Zhenzhen? After all, she is a disciple of the God transformation realm. You have to prepare for this early." Zhang Yu said lightly, "Don't talk nonsense. You don't understand the friendship between me and Zhang." Yu Xinghan said, "Hey, what kind of relationship will not deteriorate? Do you think Lao Deng didn't have good brothers and comrades who were willing to die for each other before? Look, after he fell to the first floor, how many people reached out to help him? Emotions are only temporary, but money is real. It can be transformed into your cultivation and strength, and it will stay with you forever. While you can still contact each other, you should ask Bai Zhenzhen for more money, as much as you can. Even if we are no longer friends in the future, at least you have earned something." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes, thinking, "What the hell, you mean by making preparations early is to ask the other party for more money?" Zhang Yu walked into the dormitory, took out a layer of synthetic food he brought with him, and started eating while unfolding the class schedule on his eye skeleton. This class schedule was sent to the group of the foundation building class yesterday, and it marked the course schedule for the next 3 months. These 3 months are unified foundation building courses, and 3 months later, school will start in September, and then you will have to attend the courses you choose to sign up for. Until the end of the school year next year, all the rankings will be finalized, and the ranking and rewards for each student will be determined. Zhang Yu thought to himself, so, I have a year to practice next, but I don't know how high my ranking will be. He looked down at his palm, and the black symbols were already mostly filled. Obviously, the feather book will open a new chapter in the next day or two. In addition to this class schedule, Zhang Yu also received a friend request from a righteous god yesterday. Is it the righteous god who will arrange a teacher for me? After entering the university, you can specify a teacher. This is one of the rewards Zhang Yu received after passing the foundation building exam. After confirming the other party's intention through the other party's friends, Zhang Yu naturally did not specify a teacher. After all, he didn't know many teachers in the entire Wanfa University. The other party obviously knew this and was not in a hurry. He just let Zhang Yu decide slowly and tell him before the end of the freshman year next year at the latest. In addition, a scholarship of 2.5 spirit coins was successfully received, which made Zhang Yu's spirit coin count directly exceed 12. At this time, Yu Xinghan, who was eating at the side, said, "When did the people here start not eating?" Zhang Pianpian talked freely. The second floor of Kungsu used to be the medicine garden of the 10 major sects, and it has been growing herbs for the sects all the time. Later, in order to expand the scale of planting and improve efficiency, they began to recruit mortals to help take care of the herbs and teach some immortal techniques. Later, more and more people came, and gradually schools were established. Eventually, they developed into various universities, and many people here also became the reserve forces of the sects, and in order to sell medicine to the upper level to make more profits, companies and universities continue to expand the area of medicinal material planting and reduce the area of food planting and breeding. Gradually, the food of the locals became more and more expensive, and some people used the scraps of the medicinal materials sold to the upper level to refine them into medicines to replenish physical strength, energy, and satisfy the body's nutrition. Food is expensive, and medicine is cheap, so naturally some people start to take medicine for a living. Then they found that cement is the cheapest to suppress digestion, so some people started to swallow cement. Zhang Yu suddenly asked curiously, "What do the mortals here eat?" If they don't practice immortality, it's not easy to bear the power of medicine and cement, right? Zhang Pianpian smiled when she heard this. The mortals in Wanfa University City are below the 100th floor, and it is also a place where cultivators rarely go down. Their state is hard to describe. I can only say that they are very happy. If you are interested, go and see it yourself when you are free one day. In short, the current situation is a balance reached by universities, companies, sects, all parties, and it is also the efforts made by people to adapt to the environment. After all, if you want to climb up in Kungsu, you need to get used to various different environments. If it is cheaper to take medicine here, then take medicine. When you move to another place in the future, if it is cheaper to eat food, then eat food. Yu Xinghan looked at this senior sister of Bai Long, remembered the teachings of Xinghuo Zhenren, nodded slightly, and said, "You are right, we should also adapt to the environment here." He stretched out his hand and asked, "Give me some cement." Yu Xinghan held the synthetic food in his palm with his other hand, thinking, "I won't eat synthetic food. Isn't it said that food here is expensive? Then I will sell it for money and see if I can make some spirit coins." Li Milan on the side also stretched out his hand and said, "Can you give me some? I also want to adapt to the environment here as soon as possible." Yu Xinghan glanced at Zhang Yu and asked, "Would you like to have some?" Zhang Yu casually said, "I can already control my digestive system and weaken my digestive power with my own will, without relying on external objects to suppress it." Yu Xinghan cursed in his heart, and was fooled by this kid again. He had practiced with him on the first floor for quite a while, and he knew too well how terrifying Zhang Yu's talent was. Zhang Pianpian unexpectedly glanced at Zhang Yu and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, it seems that you have made great progress in the past 2 years." After the group finished breakfast, they each went to the class according to the navigation in their eyes. Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan, with bursts of lightning, quickly shuttled through the Yuan magnetic channel. Yu Xinghan urged, hurry up, there will be a fine for being late here." Zhang Yu said calmly, "The class is on the 200th floor, less than 1 kilometer away from the dormitory area on the 125th floor. We will be there soon, don't worry. Walking into the classroom, Zhang Yu saw that most of the students had arrived, but the teacher was nowhere to be seen. A few seconds before class, the eyes of many students present flashed, and they all saw a projection emerge. It was a phoenix with blazing flames all over its body. The phoenix glanced at everyone coldly, and then a female voice came, "I am your teacher for this class. You can call me Feng Jiu. In the next 3 months, I will teach you the most basic Daoxin course in foundation building. I usually work in the depths of the spirit world, and my physical body is dormant all year round. What you see now is my image in the spirit world," Zhang Yu said in surprise. "Is this considered a class with a virtual image?" Fuji asked curiously. "What? Is the teacher here? Why didn't I see it?" Zhang Yu was about to explain when he heard Yu Xinghun say, "Zhang Yu, look, there's a phoenix." Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. "Why are you delayed again?" Yu Xinghun realized that his newly replaced eyes were fine in places with few people, but there would be a little delay when he came to places with many people. It doesn't matter. After all, this Jihu brand eye cup is cheap enough. The performance is a little bit worse, but it doesn't affect the class. I'll buy a better one when I make money. Chapter 282 Teachings during the Foundation Establishment Period. The 200th floor. Zhang Yu sat in the audience, listening to Feng Jiayu's lecture, and found that this teacher always gave him a feeling of completing tasks quickly. The lecture process was like reading a script, and there was no communication with the students throughout the whole process. Feng Jiayu only said, "The heart of Tao is the foundation of the immortal way. The higher the realm, the more important the heart of Tao is. If the heart of Tao cannot keep up with the cultivation, the power will be out of control at best, and the devil will be possessed at worst, and even the backlash of the body of the law." As she spoke, scenes of cultivators being possessed by the devil appeared one after another. Some had disordered thoughts and killed people, some had their spiritual roots exploded and turned into plants, some had their body of the law attacking themselves, and the magic power exploded, and so on. After stressing the consequences of insufficient Dao heart, Feng Jiayu continued, "After the foundation is established, the upper limit of Dao heart is raised to level 20. During this period, Dao heart will be more useful as it grows. For example, after reaching level 15 Dao heart, you can choose a second mind method and try to use both mind methods in parallel. After that, you can use both mind methods at the same time. However, the greater the conflict between the two mind methods, the worse the effect of running them in parallel will be. You may even go crazy and have your soul split." Zhang Yu knew that going crazy was a general term. It included things like losing control of your magic power and exploding your body, splitting your soul and becoming a madman, and backlash of your body. All of these can be included in it. But listening to what Feng Jiayu said today, he suddenly felt that after entering the foundation building realm, there were more types of going crazy and the risks seemed to be higher. Feng Jiayu continued, "Because the consequences of mind method conflicts are serious, you can make preparations and choices early before your Dao heart reaches level 15. It is best to choose a mind method that complements each other." As he spoke, light and shadows flashed around him, and a website appeared. Feng Jiayu introduced, "Everyone, please write down this website address. This is the spiritual world address of Chuxinju. It can help you take tests in the spiritual world. It only takes 1 spirit coin to help you find the mental method that best suits you. Spend another 1 spirit coin to find the second mental method that best matches you, and after reaching the foundation building stage, the operation of the mental method will reach a higher level. 24-hour operation is just the foundation. The state of semi-instinct or even completely instinctive unity of soul and flesh is the real-time operation. Even if you lose consciousness, you can still keep a trace of spiritual light in your sea of consciousness and always maintain the operation of the mental method. To achieve this, there are other ways besides continuous hard work and grinding it out bit by bit, like the journey of unity of soul and flesh currently launched by Chuxinju. 30 spirit coins are guaranteed to succeed, and if it fails, you can get your money back. Feng Jiayu followed the instructions all the way, neither asking questions nor communicating. She spoke at a constant speed until the first second after class. And the entire Phoenix projection disappeared in front of everyone. Deep in the spirit world, a young girl looked at the returning Phoenix and said, "Not bad, no one recognized you as a weapon spirit, right? You can go to class for me in the future, so as not to affect my work." In the Mana class, As soon as the mana teacher Li Mingbo came to the classroom, he glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Dear students, this is the first time we meet today. Let's get to know each other before the formal class. Compared to cold data, I still prefer face-to-face communication. Teacher, my name is Li Mingbo. In the next 1 or 2 years, I may have to teach you mana classes." Looking at the teacher in front of him with a gentle smile and approachable tone, Zhang Yu was slightly surprised. Is there such a kind teacher in the university town? He even wants to get to know us. Zhang Yu felt that Li Mingbo in front of him was a world apart from Feng Jiayu just now. Li Mingbo looked at Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghong sitting in the first row, and asked with a smile, "Classmates, what are your names? Where are you from?" "My name is Zhang Yu, from Songyang City on the first floor." "His name is Yu Xinghong, also on the first floor," Li Mingbo said indifferently. "You two, sit back, further back, sit 1 row further back, okay, sit there." He turned his head and looked at Gong Shujin on the other side. "Classmate, what about you, Gong Shujin? You stay in the first row. Yingzhen, you can move forward 2 rows. Classmate Ji Yuanshu, you sit in the front. From now on, everyone will sit in this position in my class." With Li Mingbo's adjustment, the seats in the classroom suddenly became orderly. Those with higher floors sat in the front, and those with lower floors sat in the back. Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghong sat in the last row. Damn! Zhang Yu thought to himself, how could he have such a delusion about the people of Kungsu? In the classroom, Li Mingbo talked about it. After building the foundation, the upper limit of mana skyrocketed. With the support of a higher Dao heart, a stronger body, and more skills, there is a difference in quality between mana and mana. The higher the quality of mana, the greater the power and the better the effect. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. When he was in the key refining stage, he could feel that his mana was higher in quality than many people, but the difference was very subtle. After the foundation building stage, the difference in mana quality was even greater, and even a world of difference. The parameters that distinguish the quality of mana, from the lowest quality of 100% to the highest quality of 200% in the foundation building stage, represent the quality of mana. With a difference in quality, a mana of 200% quality can match 2 mana of 100% quality. Li Mingbo's eyebrows seemed to have a flash of water waves, and a round mirror had emerged. Next, let's test the quality of our mana. Everyone blasted a palm towards the round mirror one by one. Ji Yuanshu's mana quality is 133%, Gong Shujin's mana quality is 125%, Yingzhen's mana quality is 111%. After everyone tried, it was finally Zhang Yu's turn. Zhang Yu gently pressed his palm on the round mirror, and as the mana was swallowed and discharged, he saw the number appearing on it. 112%. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I have hardly ever deliberately trained this so-called mana quality. Is it because after I pushed the Biwokigan to level 20, during the practice of the level 20 breathing technique, the mana was naturally tempered and the quality was pushed to 112%? After everyone completed the test, Li Mingbo said lightly, to improve the quality of mana, in addition to practicing, breathing, and tempering every minute and every second, you have to rely on external objects, such as taking medicine, practicing dharma skeletons, high-quality spiritual veins, etc. Li Mingbo looked at the students in the front row, smiled slightly and said, but if you ask me, the most useful way is to directly purchase high-quality mana from the spiritual world network to practice. Being infected by high-quality mana for a long time can more efficiently improve your mana limit and mana quality. Here I recommend a platform to everyone, called Mana Treasure. I have negotiated a discount with Manabeo. As long as you enter my name, you can buy high-quality mana at a 9.8% discount. After talking to the students in the front row, Li Mingbo looked at the students in the back row again, especially his eyes swept over Zhang Yu, Yu Xinghong, Li Zhao and others. Students who can't afford high-quality mana for daily practice don't have to worry. You can also sell your unused mana on the platform to mine coins. As long as you put your mana on the platform and do nothing every day, you can have an income. Zhang Yu nodded secretly in his heart and immediately logged into Manabeo to see how much money he could sell his mana for every day besides using it for the body of law and practice. Li Mingbo looked at Zhang Yu and others in front of him, knowing that these poor students in the first level would not have the opportunity to buy high-quality mana except selling mana. As the students in the front row spent money on practice and the students in the back row used the resources of practice to make money, the gap between the two sides would only get bigger and bigger. He had seen too many similar situations. If the cultivation of immortals is a competition of immortal potential, who has mastered more immortal resources, and who is richer. Then mana is the real money field. So he always uses different teaching methods for students from different levels. He thought to himself, those in the back row should make money to support themselves first, so as not to end up with a lot of debts without any achievements. Li Mingbo's mind was filled with memories of the past. In the end, he was the only one who stayed behind among his classmates in the first level and became a new second-level person. In the physical training class, the wolf-headed teacher grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. This was the physical training teacher of Zhang Yu and his friends, the demon-born monk Lang Yaogong. My course is very free. Everyone can practice freely. You can practice any technique you want. I will guide you one by one. Gong Shujin's Vajra-made spine collided with each other, making a roar. This spine skeleton assisted his whole body muscles and helped Gong Shujin to perform a 20th level expert level technique. Lang Yaogong's eyes flashed, and with the activation of the eye skeleton, it seemed to have penetrated the skin and flesh, and saw clearly the operation of Gong Shujin's mana, muscles, law skeleton and other organs. He nodded slightly. A spine law skeleton that stores a level 20 body refining technique? Not bad, not bad. A promising talent. Lang Yaogong swept his eyes and looked at Ji Yuanshu. Ji Yuanshu was covered by the wind-fixing bead and had no contact with the outside air. His heart was roaring, and a stream of mana and blood had burst out, greatly improving the effect of body refining. Lang Yaogong nodded slightly and thought to himself, is it the Xiangong brand's heart corpse? It's top-notch stuff. Not only can it maintain the medication state at all times, it is also connected to the spiritual world network, using high-quality magic power to cleanse the marrow and meridians. This is like sitting still every day, constantly refining the body and absorbing the medicinal power. Genius. An absolute immortal genius. Using Han, who was far away, watched Lang Yaogong instructing Ji Yuanshu and Gong Shujin for more than 10 minutes, and sighed helplessly, it's like this again, it looks like it's our turn again. In the physical training class, Zhang Yu practiced at 20th level of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen. He wanted to ask the teacher for guidance, but now he sighed, Alice, these teachers' teaching resources are too seriously tilted. It's better not to take this class. After a moment, Lang Yaogong looked at Zhang Yu in front of him and thought to himself, oh? This physical training method is level 20, right? He is also equipped with a time remnant demon eye. He is also a little genius. I only heard Lang Yaogong say, come, you have practiced the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen well, let me give you a hand. Zhang Yu felt the strength from the other party assisting his practice, and instantly felt that his efficiency seemed to have improved. I only heard Lang Yaogong say, after building the foundation, the spiritual root is also a part of the body, and it can also be tempered to further improve the integration of the spiritual root and the body. The integration of your body and spiritual root is less than 70% now. If it can be improved to 100%, the efficiency of breathing, the efficiency of mana collection, and the power of martial arts will be significantly improved, and the key to tempering the spiritual root is that under different spiritual root conditions, the operation of the body refining technique must be adjusted in different subtle ways. You have cultivated the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, but your understanding of your spiritual root is not good. Come on. Activate your eye skeleton. Remember the key points I will teach you next. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the key points of the body refining technique under different spiritual roots? I haven't heard Zhang Zhenren talk about this. Is it that the immortal technology has improved again? Is it a new body refining technique? At the same time, Zhang Yu activated the time remnant demon eye, and the whole world slowed down in his eyes in an instant. He began to remember the next teaching of Lang Yaogong with all his heart. The students around were slightly surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Zhang Yu, who came from this level, would be so valued by Lang Yaogong. Gong Shujin, however, disagreed and thought to himself, how can my friend be bad? After Lang Yaogong spent more than 10 minutes instructing Zhang Yu, he looked at Yu Xinghan beside him and thought to himself, using the Jihu brand eye skeleton, Yu Xinghan said, teacher, I have a little delay, so my reaction may be a little slow. Lang Yaogong thought to himself. Everyone uses the heavenly eye, heavenly work, and demon eye. Those who are a little worse also use locals. You use the Jihu brand? If you don't delay, who will? This immortal potential is not good. Yu Xinghan was about to speak when he heard Lang Yaogong say, classmate, wait a moment, I will instruct other students first. Looking at the other parties departing back, Yu Xinghan cursed in his heart and looked at Zhang Yu beside him. What does this teacher mean? Zhang Yu's mind was still constantly absorbing the guidance just now. Hearing this, he murmured, I can feel the teacher Lang still has the ability to judge people and can teach students according to their aptitude. His teaching order may have deep meaning. Chapter 283, Civil Engineering Has a Future. In the physical training class, Zhang Yu was practicing the 20th level of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, and at the same time, the instructions from Lang Gaogong were playing slowly in his eyes. Relying on the super performance of the time residual demon eye, every moment of Lang Gaogong's instructions was clearly recorded, allowing Zhang Yu to play it repeatedly, understand it repeatedly, and compare his current movements repeatedly. I have to refine my body with the spiritual roots in my body. After breaking through to the foundation building stage, the spiritual roots are part of my body. As Zhang Yu practiced, he felt that the spiritual roots in the sea of qi seemed to jump and become a little more active. It really works. Zhang Yu's Spring and Autumn Endless Zen had already been upgraded to a full 20th level, reaching the limit of the skills that can be achieved in the foundation building stage. He had a very deep understanding of this physical training method in his mind, but he didn't know about the spiritual root refining the body before. Now that he was awakened by the Lang Gaogong, he immediately made rapid progress. It felt that every time he tempered his body and spiritual roots, the spiritual roots in the sea of qi seemed to grow slowly in his body and further merge with the flesh. While Zhang Yu was trying to absorb Lang Gaogong's guidance and constantly temper his body and spiritual roots, Lang Gaogong continued to instruct other students, but until the end of get out of class, using an, Li Xiao and several others did not wait for the guidance of this physical training teacher. Lang Gaogong looked at them and said indifferently, students who have not been instructed should not be anxious. Physical training is not a matter of one day or one night. There is a long way to go. We will continue in the next class. Seeing Lang Gaogong's figure disappear in a flash, Li Xiao sighed in his heart. Given the cultivation conditions and immortal potential of Gong Shujin and Ji Yuanshu, they would not lack his guidance at all, but it is so difficult for us poor people who really need help to get his guidance. It's really hard to get his guidance. If you want to be looked at with respect by these teachers, you must change to a better eye skeleton. Thinking of this, Li Xiao's eye skeleton popped up the address book, and he selected his uncle who climbed to the second floor in his family a few years ago and sent a message to him. Li Xiao, uncle, can you lend me some spiritual coins? Li Xiao, I want to buy an eye skeleton, a real eye of heaven. Uncle, don't you already have an eye skeleton? Li Xiao, everyone uses either high-end eye of heaven or heavenly craftsmanship. My classmates look down on me for using this cheap one, and the teacher ignores me. It affects my study too much? The other party shared a link with you. Borrow and repay at any time, and the account will be credited in 3 minutes. Uncle, just report my name when you enter. No need to thank me. Li Xiao, uncle, the platform interest rate is too high. Can I borrow from you directly? Uncle, you ask me, and I will not ask the platform to borrow from you either. Uncle, besides, you don't even dare to borrow online loans to go to college, so what kind of college are you going to? Go back to the first floor to farm as soon as possible. It's a waste of money to stay. Looking at the other party's answer, Li Xiao sighed softly and thought to himself, yes. If you can't even bear the pressure of online loan interest rates, how can you bravely climb on the road to immortality? Recalling the vague ridicule of Gong Shujin, Yingxin and others, and the obvious or covert disregard of each teacher, Li Xiao made up his mind and clicked on the loan platform given by his uncle. Zhang Yu in the other corner absorbed the teachings of Lang Gaogong while rushing to the next classroom. Time passed quickly in class after class. Zhang Yu enjoyed the pleasure of all kinds of immortal knowledge pouring into his mind, and felt that his immortal cultivation was improving almost all the time. The unity of soul and flesh, the second mental method, the quality of mana, the fusion of spiritual roots. There are also foundation building techniques and the university holy body. Zhang Yu felt that he had endless things to do next and had a huge room for improvement. That night, after returning to the dormitory again, Zhang Yu continued to practice the 72 foundation building body refining styles at the door. Not long after Zhang Yu upgraded the 72 foundation building body refining styles to level 13, Bai Zhenzhen's head flashed in his eyes. Yuzi, Bai Zhenzhen said with a smile, did Gong Shujin bully you again today? No, Zhang Yu shook his head and said, actually, the classmates and teachers are all very friendly, but the customs here are a bit special. Bai Zhenzhen, by the way, I met a guy on the 10th level here, and he also has a friend studying in the Taoism department of Wanfa University. I'll introduce him to you when I have a chance. Are you still planning to switch from civil engineering to refining? Then your mentor must be from the refining department. It may be difficult for you to meet a mentor for refining in the civil engineering department, so don't rush to decide. I'll ask someone to help you find out, and remember to give me your dormitory address. I'll send you something, Zhang Yu said. You won't make the 7 emotions god unhappy, will you? Oh, don't worry. Would I make my mother unhappy? Bai Zhenzhen said. It's just some food. It's normal for friends to send food to each other. It can cultivate feelings, and that's part of practice. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had a chat, but Bai Zhenzhen talked more and Zhang Yu said less. Zhang Yu could clearly feel that this was because Bai Zhenzhen now knew more and had more ways to help him. Zhang Yu was not hypocritical about this. With his friendship with Bai Zhenzhen, they could take turns using one spiritual route. Now that Bai Zhenzhen was rich, she was taking care of him. When he was rich in the future, he would help Bai Zhenzhen. This was normal. However, this time, Bai Zhenzhen took the initiative to hang up the call. No more, no more. I have to concentrate on my cultivation from now on. Yuzi, you should also study hard and practice well. After hanging up the call, Bai Zhenzhen sighed helplessly. At this moment, a female voice sounded in her ears. Huh? Why don't you continue to communicate like yesterday? Well, don't you want to save the other party the internet fee? Hearing the female voice's chuckle, Bai Zhenzhen pursed her lips and said, Yuzi just came to the 2nd floor, and there are not many spirit coins. It's time to spend money. The female voice smiled faintly. After all, isn't it poverty? Good disciple, you can value feelings when you are poor. This is a good talent. I admire it very much. But if this talent is not protected by money, it is doomed to die with the passage of time, because feelings are something that need money to maintain, so the feelings of the poor are destined to be temporary. Your friend is so poor that he even has pressure on the internet fee for communication. He lives like a mouse. What qualifications does he have to talk about feelings? How long can the relationship between you last without deteriorating? Listening to the other party's words, Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, this old den. It turns out that he wants to use the internet fee to pressure Zhang Yu, so he let Yuzi and I communicate. Bai Zhenzhen did not answer the other party's words, because she knew that the other party was right. If Zhang Yu was just an ordinary poor man, it would not take long for the huge gap between the two sides to cause estrangement and their feelings to deteriorate. But Bai Zhenzhen understood that Zhang Yu was not an ordinary poor man, but a super poor man, a peerless poor man, a poor man with extraordinary talent. Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, with Yu Zi's talent and Fuji's assistance, he will not be poor forever. He will definitely catch up with me, but she naturally did not say these thoughts in her mind, as well as the secret about Zhang Yu. Bai Zhenzhen just said lightly, I believe in Zhang Yu. The female voice laughed. Okay, let your friend be your sword sharpening stone, and add more resources for your future achievement of the extreme sword Dao. Wanfa University City, 125th floor, dormitory area. Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen's disappearing figure and thought to himself, Ah Zhen, she seems to be talking a little fast today. She hung up so early. Could she have thought about the internet fee and wanted to save money for me? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu suddenly felt a surge of determination. Fuck, I can't even communicate freely with my good brother. The next moment, Zhang Yu practiced the 72-style foundation building and body refining more vigorously. He saw his body leaving a series of residual images, and he completed this technique over and over again in the simplest, laziest, but fastest way. At this moment, Zhang Yu's heart was filled with endless fighting spirit, and his body burst out with an incomparable hegemony. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to make money. He wanted to be free of internet fees and have no scruples about being able to communicate with Bai Zhenzhen 24 hours a day. With such unprecedented concentration and speed, when the time came to the first class of the next day, Zhang Yu had already pushed the 72-style foundation building and body refining to the 17th level. He thought to himself, so, in about 2 to 3 days, I can practice a basic foundation building technique to level 20, then in a maximum of 1 month, I can completely master the university holy body. Today's first class is called Engineering Formation Drawing, a basic course in the Civil Engineering Department. The classroom for this class is also very large, accommodating hundreds of people. In addition to the foundation building students in Zhang Yu's class, there are also a large number of key refining students. A teacher with a golden body and no trace of flesh and blood can be seen standing on the stage, saying, My name is Tu Lishan, and I am your teacher for this course. This course mainly teaches the drawing and interpretation of engineering formation drawings, looking at the expensive Dharma bones all over the teacher's body. Many students present, especially the key refining students, all showed envy. In Wanfa University, the richer the students, the more potential they have, and the more they are appreciated by teachers. But the same is true in reverse. The richer the teacher, the more authoritative he is, and the more trust and admiration he has from students. Teacher 2 is so rich, how can what he said be wrong? A teacher who can make so much money must be amazing. Civil engineering is really promising. You can actually make so much money. Such thoughts flashed through the minds of countless students in the classroom at this moment, and their learning attitude became more focused and serious. Tu Lishan continued, you will all be the pillars of the civil engineering industry in the future. The school requires you to understand the immortal way, be able to construct, be able to manage, and have a certificate to work. These are the core abilities of our civil engineering department, and if you want to achieve this, if you want to have the ability to construct and inspect quality, if you want to obtain a construction qualification certificate, then you have to study this course with 120% of your energy. After all, building a building starts with building a formation. Whether it is the university town under your feet or the medicinal field outside the city, they all contain exquisite formations. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Feather Book opens. Zhang Yu listened to Tu Lishan's words, his eyes gradually lit up. Formation. He had come into contact with a formation in his daily life as early as high school. Whether it was the spirit gathering formation of Songyang High School, the traction formation of the central building, or the mountain protection formation of the reserve. Zhang Yu had seen and touched them with his own eyes, but he was vague about the inside story and knew nothing about it. After all, this was knowledge that he had never learned in high school. At this moment, the more Zhang Yu listened, the more he felt the profoundness of the formation. This is a method of reproducing nature, changing nature, and even surpassing nature through inspiration, structure, materials, etc. It is the basis for Kungsa to build so many super buildings. In a blink of an eye, the first engineering formation drawing class was over. Just when Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan were about to leave, they saw the golden teacher walked in front of him, attracting the attention of many students. The teacher named Tu Lishan smiled at Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu, today is your first day meeting me, but I have seen you in your foundation building exam. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and remembered the final match of the foundation building exam. There were many upper-class people in the audience, all representatives from various universities. Tu Lishan's head flashed, and in the projection of Zhang Yu's eyes, he had turned into a dog head, and then changed back. That was my image at that time. Tu Lishan smiled and said, when I saw your performance in the exam room at that time, I knew that you were born to be a good material for the civil engineering department, and I strongly recommended you to the school. Study hard for the basic courses in the next 3 months, and when the school officially starts in September, I will take you to the construction site to make money. Zhang Yu was slightly surprised when he heard this. Can I go to the construction site so early? Tu Lishan said, study while working, and make some money. By the way, teacher knows that you are from the first floor and your financial situation is not good. The construction site is the most suitable classroom for you. In our civil engineering industry, as long as you are willing to endure hardships and work hard for a few years, you will definitely make a lot of money. Then he looked at Yu Xinghan beside Zhang Yu and said, Yu Xinghan, you two, come together when the time comes. Looking at Tu Lishan's departing back, Yu Xinghan sighed, there are still good teachers in Wanfa University who can see my talent and specialness. And they can also give us the opportunity to make money. Zhang Yu, let's study hard in the next 3 months, and when we get to the construction site, we will work hard and make more money. Alice, I wish I could earn as much as teacher 2 someday. The movement here has already attracted the attention of many students around. Especially some key refining students, when they heard that Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan would be able to go to the construction site to earn money in 3 months, their eyes showed envy. Li Xiao, who was also in the foundation building class, also saw this scene. After thinking about it, he volunteered to chase all the way out of the classroom, came to Tu Lishan and said, Teacher 2, can you give me a chance too? I also want to go to the construction site. Looking at Li Xiao in front of him, Tu Lishan's eyes moved slightly. Are you also from the first level? Hearing this, Li Xiao's breathing stagnated slightly. He has been treated differently countless times in the past 2 days because of his identity as a first-level person. When Tu Lishan saw the other party nod, he smiled slightly. The first floor is good. Many people look down on you who come from the first floor, but I actually particularly admire students like you who come from the first floor. I have taught many students, but over the years, students like you from the first floor are the most hardworking. As he said that, Tu Lishan patted Li Xiao on the shoulder. Work hard, and I will take you to the construction site in 3 months, but there are limited positions on the construction site, and you and Zhang Yu are in a competitive relationship. You have to work hard in the next 3 months, but to be honest, I am more optimistic about you. Looking at Tu Lishan leaving, Li Xiao's heart was slightly excited, and waves of fighting spirit surged in his body. 3 months later, I must go to the construction site. Walking on the way to the 666th floor, Tu Lishan said to himself, Zhang Yu, Yuzheng and Li Xiao are all good talents. Unlike many teachers who like high-level and rich students, Tu Lishan likes students who are poor but talented. He sighed in his heart, these poor people are the real backbone of our civil engineering industry. Otherwise, if everyone wants to be a manager, who will do the work? Gong Shujin and Ji Yuanshu are 10 times better, but Gong Shujin has money, and Ji Yuanshu has made up his mind to transfer to another department. How could they come to the construction site to work like a slave for a few hard-earned dollars? On the other side, Zhang Yu and Yuzheng walked in the Yuanxi channel, rushing to the classroom for the next class. Suddenly, a call sounded on the way. Zhang Yu's eyes moved, and he looked in the direction of the call, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Is this the Xiandu person? The person who called Zhang Yu was Yunjing, who had participated in the foundation building exam with Zhang Yu and finally lost to Bai Zhenzhen. At this moment, there were 5 key refining students beside Yunjing. Looking at Zhang Yu who was looking at him, one of them said coldly, you are also from the first level? This has nothing to do with you. Get out if you know what's good for you. Zhang Yu, the 13th student in the foundation building class of the civil engineering department, looking at the ranking that appeared on Zhang Yu's head, the man quickly changed his words and said, I should get out. Then he smiled at Yunjing and said, why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew a foundation building student? Yunjing looked at the key refining students who fled in all directions, and then looked at Zhang Yu with a calm face, and felt very complicated in his heart. When he was in the first level, he was the high and mighty Xiandu Lord, and the other party was just a countryman. But a foundation building exam has completely changed the fate of the two. Now he can only look up to this student in the foundation building class. Zhang Yu glanced at Yunjing and said lightly, are you in trouble? He could feel that Yunjing was using his power to scare others away. Yunjing said, it's easier for people on the first floor to be isolated in the weapon refining department. I'm used to it, but today they went too far. Anyway, thank you for what happened today. I'll report back someday. Yunjing bowed to Zhang Yu and left. Zhang Yu sighed as he watched this scene, thinking, it seems that the Yun family is in a bad situation. Zhang Yu thought that the other party was Bai Zhenzhen's former opponent, so he must tell Bai Zhenzhen this gossip, as she must be very interested. A moment later, Zhang Yu came to the classroom. The classroom for this class was larger, enough to accommodate thousands of people. Zhang Yu knew that this was a large class that spanned multiple departments. At this moment, on the podium in the classroom, a group of students were announcing, hello, everyone. We are students of the Department of Taoism, and we provide paid Taoism services. We have the art of clearing the mind, which can help us remember everything we see, the art of returning to the origin, which can speed up the breathing of spiritual energy, and the art of rejuvenation, which can assist in the body refining. These Taoist arts only cost 0.03 spirit coins and can be maintained for 1 hour. There is also the art of Sea of Clouds of the Soul, which can be practiced by 2 people at the same time. The experience accumulated after practicing once is equivalent to practicing twice in the past. It only takes 0.09 spirit coins to enjoy it for 1 hour. There are also seniors who are good at thunder magic and can use the divine thunder wave. They can assist in body refining, improve the degree of integration of spiritual roots, and enhance the 5 senses. The fee is 0.19 spirit coins per hour. Today is the last day of the opening event. You can become a member by clicking on the website. You can enjoy a 30% discount on the above services, in front of Gongshujin, A student of the Department of Taoism was recommending him to become a member. Guan Shujin was somewhat interested and was listening to the projects recommended by the other party. Naturally, there were also students from the Department of Taoism who approached Ji Yuanshu, but this level 6 master just said lightly, "I already have a private Taoism service team, I don't need these." The students from the Department of Taoism who were trying to sell could only leave embarrassedly. Yu Xinghan listened to the promotion of the students from the Department of Taoism with some envy, and sighed, "It's really good to have money." Zhang Yu looked at the introduction of the Soul Cloud Sea technique, and a trace of yearning appeared in his eyes. "I wonder if it will be useful for the feather book. Should I spend spirit coins on it? But 0.09 spirit coins per hour, even if it is 30% off. My current money is only enough for 200 hours, so let's forget it for now. Hey, write down the website first. Don't be in a hurry to spend money. If you are in a hurry, you will easily lose money and become a leak." For the more than 12 spirit coins in his hand, Zhang Yu decided to hold them for the time being and not rush to use them. After all, his understanding of Wanfa University is still too limited, and he doesn't know much about various consumption projects. You should continue to learn about Wanfa University and the Department of Civil Engineering, and make a good plan before spending money on cultivation. A moment later, many students from the Department of Taoism who were promoting their skills left the classroom before class. An old man with white hair and beard slowly walked onto the stage, looked at everyone and said, "Martial arts power learning, as the name suggests, is to teach you the mysteries of various forces, powers, and methods in martial arts techniques, whether it is combat, construction, refining, alchemy, medicine, or other aspects. They are more or less related to a course. If you have to learn fluid power, rock and soil power, and thermal radiation power in your major in the future, then you must study the content I will teach next. I know you are all freshmen of the new class. The basic course will end in 3 months, and you will have a major exam before school starts. If your results in the major exam are not good, don't even think about taking advanced courses. Don't be proud even if you have a good foundation. If you want to compete for rankings, the major exam in 3 months is also crucial." Zhang Yu nodded slightly when he heard this. He knew that the other party was talking about the exam after the basic course ended in 3 months. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if you want to improve your ranking, you can't relax in every exam. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yu worked hard in class during the day, constantly absorbing all kinds of knowledge. When he returned to the dormitory at night, he focused on basic exercises. After pushing the 72-style foundation building body refining method to level 20, he has now pushed the foundation building mind refining method to level 17. "Then I'm hanging up, Yuzi. You do your best. The things I sent you should arrive in a few days. Remember to collect them." After ending the call with Bai Zhenzhen again that day, Zhang Yu continued to practice the foundation building mind refining method in the dormitory. But just over half an hour later, Zhang Yu felt a slight tingling in his palm, and the symbol on the palm had been filled with black. The next moment, with a violent flipping of the feather book, in addition to the prologue and the first chapter of the chain method diagram, a new chapter also appeared in front of him. Zhang Yu looked at it carefully and murmured in his heart, Chapter 2, Dao Seed Spectrum. Chapter 285 Dao Seed Genealogy. The feather book was moving without wind, and the pages on it had already followed Zhang Yu's thoughts and naturally turned to the second chapter of the Dao Seed chart. On the page, a figure with Zhang Yu as the prototype appeared, but the surroundings were blank, without any words, nor any other patterns or symbols. What does this mean? Looking at the simple figure on the page, Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. Just when he turned over and over again, he couldn't figure out how this so-called Dao Seed chart works and what effect it has. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's eyes moved and looked at Yu Xinghan beside him. When Zhang Yu practiced the 72 forms of foundation building and body refining before, because the dormitory room was too small, he had to go outside to practice. But since the 72 forms were pushed to level 20 and he began to practice the foundation building and mind refining method, he stayed in the dormitory with others to practice. And looking at Yu Xinghan beside him at this moment, Zhang Yu found that something he had never seen before appeared on the other person. Three-eyed divine power? What is this? Three-eyed divine power, spiritual root. This line of writing was like a label, attached to Yu Xinghan's chest. When Zhang Yu focused his attention on this label, he felt a mysterious feeling, or information, from it that was difficult to describe in words. Is this the Tao seed? Zhang Yu tried to describe what he felt in his mind, Everyone in the world has different potentials and talents on the path of immortality. The so-called Tao seed can be said to be the essence of the potential contained in the body of a cultivator, symbolizing a person's immortal talent, but it is often not fully stimulated. By helping others develop Tao seeds, the Tao seed chart can copy and record it, and then use it on myself, Zhang Yu thought to himself. In short, Tao seed can be said to be a person's immortal talent. If I help develop it, I can copy one to myself in the end. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu suddenly became excited. While summarizing the role of the Tao seed chart in his mind, he looked at Li Mulan and Zhang Pianpian. All I saw was deep cold Dharma veins, mana, on Li Mulan, but Zhang Pianpian had nothing on her body. No information about Dao seeds could be seen. Zhang Yu thought to himself, with my sister's performance, how could she not have the talent for immortality? No Dao seeds. It should be that in order to see the Dao seeds on the other person, certain conditions must be met, and I have not yet met the requirements to see the Dao seeds on my sister. Zhang Yu was unable to figure out the tricks for a while, so he put it aside for the time being and focused on looking at the Dao seeds on Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan, feeling the mysterious aura contained in them. As he observed this, he gradually comprehended more information from it. There are different types of Tao seeds. Yu Xinghan's three-eyed supernatural power is a spiritual root type Tao seed, and Li Mulan's deep cold magic vein is a magic power type Tao seed, and only one Tao seed of the same type can be effective at the same time. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu smiled, but that is to say, multiple Tao seeds of different types can be effective at the same time. Zhang Yu continued to feel the mysterious aura coming from the Tao seeds of the two people, and realized Yu Xinghan's three-eyed supernatural power needs to help him improve the fusion degree of his spiritual roots, and increase the fusion degree to at least 90% before it can be developed. Li Mulan's deep cold magic vein, on her side, breathes in and out spiritual energy with her, circulates magic power into her body, and uses high-quality mana to help her improve the quality of her mana. Zhang Yu recalled the instructions in the mana class, and estimated that his own mana quality must be high enough before he can inject it into Li Mulan's body. If you raise the quality of her mana to more than 150%, you can develop this deep cold vein. However, although he knew this, Zhang Yu did not rush to find Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan to practice. Instead, he closed his eyes and calmed down his agitated emotions. The Dao seed chart is equivalent to adding a new dimension of strength for me, allowing me to collect many immortal talents for myself. When he thought of this, Zhang Yu felt indescribable excitement. He seemed to see his immortal path becoming wider and wider, and his figure constantly climbing to the top. But, don't be anxious, Zhang Yu. In fact, in the process of understanding the Dao seed chart, Zhang Yu's heart kept surging with impulses, and he wanted to start the experiment on the spot, and it would be best if he could immediately develop the Dao seeds of Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan, and then copy them to himself. But you can't be anxious about practicing. Besides, with my current skills, I don't have the ability to develop their Dao seeds. Zhang Yu gradually calmed down the excitement and impulse in his heart, and his mind also regained calmness and rationality. In the current situation, my top priority is to practice the basic skills first, master the university holy body, and improve my subsequent practice efficiency. From then on, everything I do will be twice as effective with half the effort. When Zhang Yu first obtained the high school holy body, his biggest regret was that the holy body came too late. So he will never repeat the same mistake this time. He must first master the university holy body, improve the efficiency of practice, and then start practicing in all aspects. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. With his mind made up, Zhang Yu suppressed his distracting thoughts and practiced a foundation-building and mind-refining method again with all his heart. So in the following time, except for the class time every day, Zhang Yu practiced the basic skills of the foundation-building period with all his heart. And Zhang Yu's daily food was gradually replaced with second-level medicine because the synthetic food he brought was gradually eaten up. It was time for dinner again. Yu Xinghan asked, "Who has a discount today?" Li Mulan said, "I got a coupon. If you pay in installments for 3 months, you can waive the handling fee." Shops appeared in Yu Xinghan's eyes one by one. "Which one should I order?" Zhang Pianpian said, "Let's go to the capsules of betting on a pharmacist. The medicines in this shop are all produced by the original factory. They are not processed again after entering the store. They are not handmade medicines, so the quality is guaranteed." A moment later, accompanied by a knock on the door, the takeaway man shouted outside, "The medicine has arrived." Yu Xinghan hurriedly opened the door to get the takeaway. and saw the takeaway man with a lightning-fast figure throwing the medicine in the doorways of the surrounding dormitories. He didn't care about it. After all, the medicine paid in installments was really cheap. Yu Xinghan thought to himself, as a college student, it's the age to use your body to exchange for money and eat a lot of medicine. He opened the takeaway packaging, first took out the edible cement given by the collection store, and then he began to distribute the medicine. Zhang Yu took a handful of physical capsules, nutritional capsules, and energy capsules and swallowed them all in one gulp. Among them, physical capsules restore the physical strength consumed by cultivation, nutritional capsules meet the various nutrients needed by the body, and energy capsules are more comprehensive than nerve fillers. While restoring energy, it also completely eliminates the need for practitioners to sleep. After swallowing the medicine, Zhang Yu sighed, it's really cheap. Even if the body consumes a lot of energy every day, it takes 6 meals to take medicine. It's only about 0.02 spirit coins a month, and 0.24 spirit coins a year. On the other side, Yu Xinghan took the medicine and felt the medicine power in his stomach gradually dissolve, bringing a stream of warm currents to his limbs. But in the process, Yu Xinghan felt that his gastrointestinal digestion intensified, just like a vicious beast, greedily digesting everything in it, and even because of lack of food, digesting the stomach itself. Yu Xinghan quickly stuffed a piece of cement into his mouth, frowned and swallowed it, and then felt that his gastrointestinal tract gradually calmed down. After doing all this, he felt the cement pressing in his stomach, and looked at Zhang Yu beside him with some envy. This kid is really happy not to have to eat cement. Li Milan on the other side heard Zhang Yu's sigh about the cheapness, but reminded, but eating these for a long time will increase the burden on the internal organs, easily cause liver and kidney damage, immune system suppression, and cardiovascular problems. The key is that the longer you eat it, the more likely it is to induce cancer. The money saved by then will be lost on medical expenses. Li Milan knew that this had nothing to do with drug poisoning or erysipelas. It was just the side effects of long-term medication. This was told to her by the elders of the Li family on the second floor. Zhang Pianpian nodded. Remember, you should take it for 5 years at most, then you should change to the Bigu pill, otherwise the risk will start to be higher than the benefit. Fuji heard this and said, if you can't make enough money to afford the Bigu pill when you are young, you will gradually have a lot of problems. The money you save is used for medical treatment, and in order to treat the disease, you have to save money to continue to take medicine. These pharmaceutical companies on the second floor are really eating 2 meals a day, so there are no people on the first floor, she said to Zhang Yu. After you have achieved success in your practice, you still have to make money quickly and try to eat the Bigu pill as soon as possible. After taking the medicine, Zhang Yu continued to practice without stopping. A few days later, in addition to upgrading the foundation building and refining mind method to level 20, he also upgraded the foundation building breathing method to level 20. And pushed the martial arts strength guide to level 12. Zhang Yu thought to himself, after I complete this martial arts strength guide, there will be 4 exercises required by the university's holy body, and there are still 6 to go. Seeing Zhang Yu's obsession with basic exercises, Yu Xinghan couldn't help but remind him, it's been more than a week since the class started, why are you still practicing basic exercises? Your data hasn't increased much, your comprehensive score hasn't changed, and your ranking has dropped by 1 place. The so-called comprehensive score is the comprehensive evaluation score of Wanfa University for a student, which is composed of student credits, test scores, competition results, projects, etc., including basic data such as students' Tao heart, magic power, and physical strength. Because the freshmen in the foundation building class have just started school, the basic data temporarily accounts for the majority of the comprehensive score. Zhang Yu looked at his ranking of 14th in the class, but he didn't care and said, don't worry, I know. He thought to himself, if I can't even accept falling behind for a while for the sake of savings, what kind of immortality can I practice? What kind of Tao heart can I cultivate? He was seen standing outside the dormitory door, his hands and feet kept twitching at high speed, bringing up after images, and making twisted and deformed movements. It was as if any trick in his hands would be deformed and out of shape, giving people a feeling of extreme perfunctory and extreme laziness. Very quickly, but this is too careless, Yu Xinghan, who was watching this scene, shook his head secretly, and really couldn't understand what Zhang Yu was doing. The other party was so focused on the basic exercises that he couldn't understand it, and he practiced so perfunctorily that he couldn't understand it even more. Forget it, whatever you want, Zhang Pianpian also saw Zhang Yu's practice, but didn't care about him. She thought to herself, the mysterious talent of my brother should not be underestimated. There must be a reason for his behavior. Zhang Pianpian not only didn't care about Zhang Yu's thoughts, but was curious about what the result of Zhang Yu's practice would be. On the other side, Li Milong had not yet established his foundation, and had no idea about the cultivation arrangements of the foundation building ancestor. And that night, Bai Zhenzhen's package finally arrived. When Zhang Yu opened the package and smelled the strong meaty aroma gushing out of it, he found that Yu Xing'an, Li Milong, and Zhang Pianpian around him all turned their heads. Yu Xing'an said excitedly, Bai Zhenzhen sent you this meat jerky. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, looked at the three people and said, let's eat some together. After taking the meat jerky and swallowing it, a trace of happiness and joy appeared on the faces of the three people. After eating it, Zhang Yu also felt an indescribable joy. That night, when he contacted Bai Zhenzhen again, he curiously asked about the origin of the meat jerky, but Bai Zhenzhen smiled and said, it's delicious, I'll send you more. This is happy meat jerky. Eating it can boost your mood, offset negative emotions, and make you study and practice more actively. This is a good thing. You four can eat it by yourselves, and don't let others see it. In the following time, Zhang Yu continued to indulge in the basic exercises. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the exercises of the University Holy Body finally accumulated to 620 levels. Primary University Holy Body, 6/6, drug load, absorption, and metabolic capacity are improved to the peak of foundation building. Chapter 286 The Ultimate University Eucharist. Seeing the first level of the University Holy Body in the chain method diagram open, Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with joy. He grabbed a handful of medicine and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that as soon as the medicine entered his stomach, it was instantly refined and turned into a stream of warm currents flowing to his limbs. Zhang Yu felt the power of the medicine being absorbed in an instant. Taking medicine was as easy as drinking water. He thought to himself, relying on this University Holy Body, I guess even if I take good medicine every day, I can last for many years. After opening the primary University Holy Body, Zhang Yu was more motivated and continued to practice the seventh basic practice. Wanfa University City, 300th floor, Taoist Department experimental floor. During the time when Zhang Yu was concentrating on practicing basic skills, Li Xiao followed Gong Shujin, Yingxin and others to study and practice everywhere. While working hard to improve his strength, he also kept trying to integrate into the circle of these upper-class people. Yingxin smiled at him and said, Li Xiao, let's go, Shenhen Yanhei together. Li Xiao heard this and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Most of his savings had been spent on the loan to buy the Heavenly Eye Corpse last time. Even if the Soul Cloud C technique was discounted by 30%, it would still cost 0.063 spirit coins per hour, and 0.252 spirit coins for a 4-hour practice. In the past half-month, including several Taoist services, he had also rented a cultivation skeleton, consumed a fasting pill, and purchased the same technique as Yingxin. In total, he had spent more than 1.5 spirit coins. Of course, the benefits were also huge. Li Xiao felt that he had made rapid progress in the past half-month, far exceeding when he was at the first level, and his class ranking was also steadily improving. Seeing Li Xiao's hesitation, Yingxin said impatiently, are you going or not? You drag your feet every time I ask you to go. If you don't want to go, don't come with me in the future. If it weren't for the fact that you and I practice the same bodybuilding technique, do you think I would have asked you? The image of the lending platform appeared in Li Xiao's eyes, and then he laughed and said, let's go. We don't need Taoist magic to assist in cultivation. The efficiency is too slow. 6 hours later, Li Xiao followed Gong Shujin, Yingxin and others out of the Taoist magic service area. Li Xiao laughed loudly and said, there are actually freshmen working as waiters. What kind of university are they going to? Is the university for them to work part-time? How can they improve their rankings with so many jobs? After chatting and laughing with everyone, Li Xiao enviously looked at their backs as they headed to the upper dormitory area, and he walked towards the lower dormitory level. Looking at his account balance, Li Xiao frowned. However, after looking at his ranking, he laughed again. 11th in the class, comprehensive score of 288 points. The comprehensive score is a comprehensive evaluation score for a student, which is composed of the student's credits, test scores, competition results, projects, etc., which also includes the student's basic data such as Tao Heart, Magic Power, and Physical Strength. As the credits increase, the grades get higher, and the content of competitions and projects becomes more and more substantial. The comprehensive score will become higher and higher, even reaching tens of thousands. Because the freshmen in the foundation building class have just started school, the basic data has a major impact on the comprehensive score. Looking at his ranking and comprehensive score, and then at the 498 points of the first place Ji Yuanshu, Li Xiao thought to himself, as long as I keep this progress, I will definitely be in the top 10 of the class when school starts in September, and maybe even in the top 5. He glanced at Zhang Yu, who had dropped to 18th place behind him, and his heart was even more excited. This way, when school starts, I will definitely be far ahead of Zhang Yu, and teacher 2 will choose me to go to the construction site. By then, I can make more money on the construction site, and repaying the online loan will not be a problem. Taking a relaxed step, Li Xiao passed the dormitory area on the 125th floor in a blink of an eye, and heard a slight sound of breaking air in the air. He turned his head and saw Zhang Yu standing at the door of the dormitory, practicing basic exercises. Zhang Yu, seeing the other party's deformed movements and perfunctory moves, Li Xiao smiled. What is this guy doing? He originally shook his head and wanted to leave, but he suddenly turned on the recording function in the Dharma body. Send it to Gong Shujin and the others to see what this clown is doing. A moment later, the video shot by Li Xiao appeared in the group of Gong Shujin and others. Yingzhen, is this Zhang Yu? What is he doing? Dancing? Someone said, it's the basic exercises. Someone has seen him practicing. It seems that he has been practicing the basic exercises for more than half a month. Yingzhen, the basic exercises are so bad? How bad is this guy's martial arts talent? Someone laughed. No wonder he has to practice the basic exercises. Seeing the people in the group laughing at Zhang Yu, Li Xiao became more and more excited, and joined in, feeling that he had become a member of the circle. At the same time, Gong Shujin looked at the content of the video and raised his eyebrows slightly. I originally thought that Zhang Yu, who built his foundation a year earlier than me, was still like this, and his aptitude was already very poor, but I didn't expect it was so bad. He can still study at Wanfa University even if he is so bad. Gong Shujin suddenly felt a little scary. Looking at the comments of other people in the group, he immediately stopped everyone and warned, in my group, no one is allowed to talk about Zhang Yu anymore. Seeing that everyone stopped laughing, Gong Shujin ignored them and thought to himself, no wonder the first level needs to be reformed. Zhang Yu can be promoted. I think the selection system of the first level is already useless, but Zhang Yu's qualifications are simply pitfalls. No matter how rich the family is, they should give up. Who is training him? Li Xiao on the other side looked at Gong Shujin's message, clenched his fist slightly, and a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. Obviously, he has made rapid progress in the past half-month, far surpassing Zhang Yu, but Gong Shujin's attitude towards Zhang Yu and him is completely different. Wait, I will continue to improve and leave Zhang Yu far behind. In the next few days, Li Xiao continued to practice with Gong Shujin and others, and the spirit coins in his account were constantly spent, and his strength also rose. And when the list was updated in the early morning every day, Li Xiao would refresh it as soon as possible. On this day, he saw that his ranking had risen to 10th place, and he breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing an excited look. When he flipped down and saw that Zhang Yu had dropped to 19th place, he couldn't help but laugh. 125th floor, outside the dormitory door. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his chain diagram. Advanced University Holy Body, 8/8, the ability to digest, absorb, and metabolize food has been improved to the peak of foundation building. Zhang Yu thought to himself, 8 basic skills, the University Holy Body has finally opened the second level, but in this broken university town, this ability to digest food is useless for the time being, except for eating some dried meat sent by Zhen. Zhang Yu shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he turned around and practiced the 9th basic skill again. As for the ranking, he is now focusing on practicing basic skills, and his data has basically not increased. After all, he only practices basic skills for speed rather than quality, and the effects of the 10th and 20th levels of basic skills are also minimal. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this ranking will definitely plummet. What's so good about it? So for the next 4 days, Zhang Yu worked hard to practice, and pushed the last 2 basic exercises to level 20 in one go. At this point, The university holy body was finally completed. More than 20 days had passed since the first class at Wanfa University. Ultimate University Holy Body, 10/10, for all foundation building exercises, the practice efficiency is increased by 2 times, and the practice effect is increased by 2 times. Seeing the effect of this Ultimate University Holy Body, Zhang Yu took a deep breath and was excited. He thought to himself, sure enough, just like the previous high school holy body, the university holy body can also improve the practice efficiency and practice effect of the foundation building period exercises. With this university holy body in hand, how fast will my development speed in college be? How terrifying! At this moment, Zhang Yu was extremely fortunate that he did not waste time practicing other things, nor did he spend money on various immortal services, but focused on completing this university holy body first. After completing the university holy body, what should I practice next? Zhang Yu's mind flashed with the information about the university that he had collected in the past few days, and he quickly came up with a plan. First, focus on improving your mana. Mana is the foundation of the immortal way, and it is also the economic foundation. If the mana is high enough, not only will the power of the skills be more powerful, but the excess mana can also be used to sell spirit coins. In the process of improving my mana, I can also improve the quality of my mana. So in the future I can also help Li Mulan develop Tao seeds and copy her deep cold veins. Then how can I improve my mana the fastest? Zhang Yu looked at his feather book. The advantage of the university holy body is that it can practice skills faster, and the effects of the skills are stronger. If I want to take advantage of this, I need to practice a stronger breathing technique. And Zhang Yu's eyes swept across the chain diagram in the first chapter and stopped at the Bawokigan. This is the only breathing technique he has mastered in the foundation building period. When his eyes stopped at this technique, he could immediately see the set of this technique on the chain diagram. Key pulse flow the set looks like. It should be very helpful for increasing mana, right? Then Zhang Yu opened the great library in his eyes and listed the expert level breathing techniques of the foundation building period one by one. Looking at his discount, Zhang Yu smiled in his heart. It just so happens that I can exchange expert level techniques in the Great Library and get a 40% discount. It's a great advantage for me. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over the introductions of the breathing techniques and listed the techniques that key pulse flow belong to one by one. In addition to the set effect, there are also the breathing techniques themselves. I also need more types to match me. It must be able to operate automatically 24 hours a day, just like this Haoshin key gathering method. It must also be able to better improve the quality of mana. It must focus on the speed of mana recovery, so that I can sell mana in the future. According to the various requirements in his mind, Zhang Yu collected the breathing techniques one by one. The first book on the expert breathing method that Zhang Yu decided to buy was called humiliated. It is a method of using breathing to replace breathing. After mastering it, one can continuously breathe in and out spiritual energy between inhalation and exhalation, and constantly refine mana. First, master this method and keep refining mana 24 hours a day. Then he looked at the price of humiliated. The original price is 1 spirit coin, and after a 40% discount, it is 0.6 spirit coins. Zhang Yu looked at his current balance of spirit coins again. In addition to eating every day and buying basic exercises, he saved money every day and did not dare to spend too much. Now he still has more than 12.3 spirit coins. Fortunately, I didn't spend money indiscriminately. After buying humiliated, lines of text and images appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes instantly. Zhang Yu was seen sitting cross-legged and had already started to practice this breathing method according to the exercise route shown in his eyes. Chapter 287 Sisters Dao Seed. Humiliated is a very difficult technique to learn because it requires changing the breathing pattern and transforming the original breathing into fetal breathing. Practitioners often have to maintain the circulation of mana while constantly fighting against their own breathing habits and building a new fetal breathing system. Therefore, there are many practitioners who have not been able to get started for 10 days or half a month. But for Zhang Yu, these are not a problem. Humiliated involves the pores all over the body and the increasingly complex meridians after the foundation is established. After spending more than 30 minutes, Zhang Yu circulated his mana for a week and completed the route of humiliated. In an instant, he felt a series of scenes flashing through his mind. It was the scene of himself practicing humiliated again and again, and finally mastering this technique. At the same time, Zhang Yu's breathing became weaker and weaker, and finally almost disappeared. And his fur all over his body felt a chill, which was the spiritual energy in the room constantly pouring into the pores and converging into the mana circulation of the meridians in the body. Zhang Yu could feel that when he entered the fetal breathing state, the pores of his body were constantly collecting the spiritual energy around him, as if it had become his new breathing instinct. After adapting a little, Zhang Yu continued to practice the humiliated sutra and began his second practice. At the moment when Zhang Yu transformed his breathing into fetal breathing, Zhang Pianpian, who was originally practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes seemed to have a divine light flashing, and looked at Zhang Yu beside him. Fetal breathing, Zhang Pianpian thought to himself, it seems that my brother has been thinking about fetal breathing techniques during this period of time since school started. That's good. Mastering the fetal breathing method, collecting spiritual energy day and night, and refining magic power will be very beneficial to the growth of magic power. With a slight glance, Zhang Pianpian closed his eyes, and the scene of the depths of the spiritual world emerged in his eyes. And Zhang Yu continued to practice the humiliated sutra in the following days, passively practicing it during class and actively practicing it after class, without stopping for a moment. In just 3 or 4 days, he upgraded the humiliated sutra to level 10 and obtained the effect of level 10, which allowed the humiliated sutra to be 100% effective when it was passively operated. Then more than 10 days passed, and Zhang Yu upgraded the humiliated sutra to level 20 in one breath. The effect of this level 20 technique made the mana of the Taixi Sutra run smoothly, and it was like a god's help with every breath. Originally, it took Zhang Yu more than 30 minutes to run the humiliated sutra once a day, but now it can be compressed within 20 minutes, greatly speeding up his breathing efficiency. His mana also increased to 286.2 during the practice, and the quality of mana reached 113%. But just when Zhang Yu was about to choose the next technique, Zhang Pianpian took the opportunity when Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan were not there to find his younger brother. At the end of June, Zhang Pianpian recognized that Zhang Yu had mastered the Taixi method, and he didn't think there was anything wrong. But in the next half-month, she searched the dormitory's spiritual energy consumption data and found that the dormitory's spiritual energy consumption continued to increase, and it was higher day by day. After noticing this, she paid more attention to why the spiritual energy consumption increased so fast. Then she soon discovered that every time the data of the spiritual energy consumption accelerated, it was when Zhang Yu was in the dormitory. Is it because Zhang Yu's breathing efficiency has increased? After noticing that his brother's breathing efficiency has increased and the mana refining has become faster, Zhang Pianpian's first reaction was not happiness, but suspicion. It has increased so much in a short period of time. Did you spend a lot of spiritual coins? Or even borrowed? Zhang Pianpian's suspicion is not unreasonable. After all, Zhang Yu owed 700,000 3 months after entering high school. But Zhang Pianpian is not worried about Zhang Yu's debt. After all, Zhang Yu has proved his talent in the immortal way, and how can you practice the immortal way without borrowing money? She is worried that Zhang Yu will spend money recklessly. The growth of mana is accumulated over a long period of time, bit by bit. Spending a lot of money on this every day is only suitable for the truly rich, not for the poor. So Zhang Pianpian cast a spell and began to investigate Zhang Yu's consumption records, loan records, credit information. Then she was even more surprised to find that Zhang Yu had been frugal since he came to Wanfa University City for a month and a half, and except for buying a lot of exercises, he did not spend any large sums of money. Excluding various possibilities of burning money, the final result seems to be only one. My brother did not change any Dharma bones, nor did he take any medicine, buy Taoist services, or use any means of spending money. Zhang Pianpian looked at the humiliated sutra in the other party's shopping record and thought to herself, in this short half-month, it is his breathing exercises that have been rapidly improving, which has caused the increasing consumption of spiritual energy. At this moment, only Zhang Pianpian and Zhang Yu were left in the room. Zhang Pianpian looked at Zhang Yu and asked, "Brother, tell me the truth, how far have you reached in practicing the humiliated sutra?" Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that his sister would reveal the martial arts he practiced in just one sentence. Fuji quickly reminded, Zhang Pianpian is a righteous god, we must not tell him about our affairs, and report less progress on the humiliated sutra, so as not to attract her unnecessary attention. Zhang Yu thought to himself, 20 levels in half a month, it's indeed a bit amazing. So after thinking about it, Zhang Yu slowly said, 10th level, 10th level. Zhang Pianpian's heart skipped a beat, but he controlled his expression without changing it at all, and said lightly, impossible. The 10th level of the humiliated sutra has not really reached the foundation building level. I have seen your consumption of spiritual energy in the room in the past half month, as well as your consumption records. You should speak honestly and don't try to lie to me. What level is your humiliated sutra at? Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, 15th level. Zhang Pianpian was shocked when he heard this. 15th level? Reached level 15 in half a month. It is normal to spend a year and a half to practice the breathing method of the humiliated sutra to level 15 by yourself. It only took my brother half a month. How much spirit coins would it cost to do this? 50 spirit coins? Or 100 spirit coins? Zhang Pianpian sighed in her heart. It seems that my brother's talent is even more amazing than I originally expected. She remembered she saw when she used the Sky Eye talisman to check Zhang Yu when she was on the first floor last time. Well, if not, how can you keep up with me in the future? Thinking of this, Zhang Pianpian looked at Zhang Yu and said seriously, Zhang Yu, I once told you the importance of information and Kung Fu. Mastering more information and having enough information gap are often more useful than being strong. They can enable you to defeat the strong with the weak and the rich with the poor. We know this, and those righteous gods, golden elixirs, yuanings, and even higher level immortals certainly know this better. So with each level of Kung Fu, the supervision of information will be more stringent. It's like a layer of spider webs, covering everyone, as if to monitor every bit of data on everyone. For example, your consumption of spiritual energy in the dormitory has increased in the past half month, which can be easily found out by others, if you don't know how to hide. As your grades improve in the future, soon someone will care about your various data and information. It won't be long before many people will notice your amazing talent. Zhang Yu's heart moved slightly when he heard this. The speed at which his martial arts improved was indeed something he could not explain no matter what. If a higher being showed great interest in him, his future fate would be entirely in the hands of the other party. Therefore, he had been deliberately concealing this matter and would not show it in a too shocking way. However, he did not expect that through the consumption data of the spiritual energy in the room, combined with his own consumption records, he could actually infer that his breathing technique was improving rapidly. Zhang Pianpian continued, so in addition to mastering the information gap, it is also important to create an information gap. And the simplest and most effective way for us poor people to create an information gap is to learn to hide our own information. You practice mana to sell mana to make money, right? But with your talent, if you really increase a large amount of mana in a short period of time to sell it, it will immediately be a huge trouble of unknown source of mana. Zhang Pianpian sighed and said, so you have to learn to slow down the speed of improvement. For example, don't improve the humiliated sutra for at least half a month. You can focus on physical strength or the direction of Taoism. Zhang Yu thought to himself, but I'm already level 20. Fuji reminded, don't worry, Zhang Yu, I have my anti-detection ritual. If it's just hiding your strength, it won't be difficult. The detection ritual can detect the camera. The anti-detection ritual can hide part of the data when the body data is detected. These two rituals were completed by Zhang Yu when he was on the first floor. But Zhang Yu still sighed in his heart at this moment. Even if I can hide the speed of mana improvement, there are risks in selling too much mana. It seems that if I want to earn more spirit coins, I still have to rely on the construction site, then the original practice plan has to be changed. Zhang Pianpian went on to remind, also pay attention to the ranking. Don't mention it too quickly, it will be too eye-catching. Many exams in the university are application-based, and you will be assessed when you apply. You should try to postpone it to the last minute to take the exam. Then even if your grades improve a lot, it can be less noticeable. By the way, don't do your daily body training in front of the dormitory door. Find a place without surveillance to practice. Zhang Yu asked curiously, where's there no surveillance? Zhang Pianpian said lightly, below the 100th floor of the university town. The lower it is, the less surveillance. You can go there to practice. Zhang Yu asked again, but what about the consumption of spiritual energy in the dormitory? Zhang Pianpian stretched out his hand, and a book of talismans appeared at his fingertips. As runes flashed by, the log of the dormitory's spiritual energy consumption appeared in front of Zhang Pianpian, and was modified into another data with a movement of her fingertips. The spiritual energy consumption is relatively easy to conceal. I will use the soul-stealing talisman to help you hide it, but your own performance and strength, The key is to rely on you to restrain yourself. Zhang Yu asked curiously, what is the soul-stealing talisman? A talisman that will not be discovered even if you secretly use more spiritual energy. It's a little thing I drew myself, don't worry about it. Zhang Pianpian smiled slightly and said, after all, the dormitory on the 125th floor is relatively simple. I have cracked the talisman that records the spiritual energy data. Fuji looked at this scene and was shocked. Damn. This is possible? She thought it was stealing electricity? This Zhang Pianpian. Is she a human or a god now? Zhang Yu looked at his sister in front of him, and suddenly saw the information of the Tao seed flashing on her chest. Taking talisman, Zhang Yu thought to himself, is this my sister's Tao seed? Chapter 288, Civil Engineering Holy Body, Ranking Rising. Looking at the flash of Dao seed on Zhang Pianpian, Zhang Yu guessed in his heart, does it mean that we need to gradually understand each other and see each other use more methods before we can gradually see each other's Dao seed? Zhang Yu recalled his interactions with Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan, and said in his heart, indeed, Yu Xinghan and I know each other inside and out, and I have been in contact with Li Mulan for a long time and have had many in-depth exchanges. Then it seems that if you want to understand the Dao seed on your sister, you need to get to know your sister more. However, thinking that he and his sister now live in the same dormitory, there will be plenty of time to get in touch. So it is not difficult to slowly understand the Dao seed, just like seeing the flash of taking talisman today. After his sister left, Zhang Yu clicked on the platform introduced by Li Mingbo, the mana teacher, mana treasure. A single sale of mana requires more than 1,000 units. If you sell less than 1,000 units of mana, you need to sign a weekly or monthly supply contract to provide a stable supply of mana every day. Zhang Yu looked at the mana with a quality of 113%, which was sold at a price of 100 units per day. He looked at the dizzying zeros after the decimal point and couldn't help cursing. This mana is sold too cheaply. Fuji laughed. Of course, the spiritual energy here is so abundant, and the dormitory is so much cheaper than the spiritual veins on the first floor, which means that many people can sell their low-quality mana. With so many people selling, can it be expensive? The more students at Wanfa University practice, the more mana is supplied, and the rich can use cheaper mana. The students must continue to practice and constantly improve their mana and mana quality to sell at a high price. Fuji sighed. The students here are like mana engines, constantly eating spiritual energy and spitting out mana, and they pay voluntarily. Zhang Yu thought to himself, low quality, small quantity mana can't be sold at a high price at all, and after the mana is improved, if you can't sell a lot of mana, you might as well focus on the body and prepare to make money at the construction site. Zhang Yu understood that there were only 10 years in college, and every step of the plan was very important, which was related to the improvement of his grades and ranking, so he had to be cautious. Now that he had been reminded by Zhang Pianpian, after some thought, he decided to change his practice plan. Anyway, now that I have a college holy body, I can practice any technique very quickly. It doesn't matter whether I focus on the heart of Tao, the power of mana, or the body first, or other directions. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu decided to temporarily give up the set he originally wanted to collect, the long flow of qi. The long flow of qi can only be delayed temporarily. First practice the body, then make a lot of money at the construction site, and then further improve the efficiency of practice after having money. At the same time, try to hide your strength and don't show it too shocking. However, his previous practice was not in vain. After all, the Hunan Taxi Sutra allowed him to collect his spirit and refine his mana at all times. Even if he wanted to focus on the body, this was also a breathing method that he had to practice. At this moment, Zhang Yu opened the large library in his eye skeleton and swept his eyes through the expert-level body refining techniques. The only physical training method I have mastered at the foundation building stage is the Spring in Autumn Endless Zen. The 10th level Spring in Autumn Endless Zen is part of the martial arts Saint Embryo, and the 20th level Spring in Autumn Endless Zen is part of the martial arts Saint Body. Zhang Yu guessed that this martial arts Saint Body should be the foundation building version of the martial arts Saint Embryo. Referring to the effects of the martial arts Saint Embryo, it is mainly to resist attacks, self-heal, and improve the power of martial arts, but I am at the stage where I need to develop, and pursuing high attack, high defense, and thick blood, is not very meaningful. After all, in Zhang Yu's view, what's the use of being able to fight when you first enter the foundation building? Making money is more important. Zhang Yu's eyes looked at the introductions of the expert-level techniques in the big library. By reading the introductions of these techniques, he saw one chain method set after another. Volcano melting bones, Kunpeng young embryo, burning blood and burning body. Zhang Yu curled his lips. Although he could see the names of the sets through the expert-level techniques, if he didn't really practice them, even he didn't know the specific effects of these sets. I can only guess from the name. After a crazy reading and picking, Zhang Yu finally picked out a set, Civil Saint Body. Although the other sets looked good, for Zhang Yu, it was still the same. What's the use of being able to fight? We college students compete to see who has more money. After listing the prices of the bodybuilding exercises under the Civil Saint Body from low to high, Zhang Yu first chose the cheapest expert-level exercise in the foundation building period, called the Earth-Eating Divine Art. This Earth-Eating Divine Art is to condense a gluttonous magic power, and then decompose the materials eaten to temper the body and increase the strength of the body. As the skills are improved, the materials eaten go from the lowest level of soil, to cement, to concrete, and even steel bars and alloys. It can be said that the stronger the decomposed materials, the stronger the effect of tempering the body. Of course, this foundation building exercise strengthens the body by swallowing materials, which is still different from real eating. For example, although eating steel bars and cement alone can strengthen the body, it cannot survive, and it is time to eat. However, Zhang Yu just browsed the introduction of the technique and saw a scarlet warning below. This technique is a regular body training technique. It does not encourage any theft at construction sites. Practitioners are requested to purchase the ingredients for practice through regular channels. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and then looked down and saw a series of news reports about thefts at construction sites, such as stealing cables, stealing steel bars, stealing concrete, stealing monsters. Is this a warning to practitioners of this technique not to steal things from construction sites? After spending 0.3 spirit coins, Zhang Yu obtained the electronic copyright of this technique. After a rough reading, he remembered Zhang Pianpian's reminder and did not practice at the door of the dormitory this time, but rushed to the area below the 100th floor of Wanfa University City. Zhang Yu crossed the Yuan magnetic channel and came to the 99th floor. The first feeling was quiet. There was no one on the street, only the gray concrete ground. There were no advertisements, projections, or signs in the air. The entire 99th floor was unusually quiet, whether observed with the naked eye or with the naked eye, as if there was no one on the entire floor. Zhang Yu looked at the houses on both sides of the street and found that most of the windows were dim. He thought to himself, is it because there are so few people on this floor? Although it felt a little strange, Zhang Yu was not interested in investigating what was going on at the moment. He activated the power of the detection ritual in his body and felt that there were indeed fewer surveillance cameras on this floor. All the way down to the 95th floor, Zhang Yu found a corner without surveillance cameras. And all the way from the 99th floor to the 95th floor, it was all silent, and Zhang Yu didn't even meet a single person. Are all mortals concentrated on the lower floors? There are fewer people on these floors. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu suppressed his doubts and refocused his attention on cultivation. He took a piece of cement that had been prepared long ago, then condensed his gluttony magic power and began to practice the earth-eating magic. While practicing this technique, Zhang Yu felt that his stomach and intestines suddenly burst out with an incomparable and amazing power. In an instant, with the decomposition of the gluttonous mana, the cement was crushed into pieces. Zhang Yu was shocked when he felt this scene, and thought to himself, the university holy body has given me the ability to digest food at the peak of foundation building. In this case, the power that my stomach and intestines can burst out is probably much stronger than the power that my hands can burst out. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu suddenly found that the digestive power given by the university holy body is quite compatible with this earth-eating magic skill. The next moment, he has been practicing again with full concentration. Earth-eating magic skill level 1. Fuji looked at the surrounding environment and thought to herself, there is no one in this place, and there are blind spots without surveillance. It is quite suitable for arranging a ceremony. Since I was promoted to the second level evil god, I have entered this Wanfa University City. I haven't had the opportunity to establish a new ceremony. This may be an opportunity. After thinking about it, Fuji decided to observe for a while and confirm that it is safe enough before suggesting Zhang Yu to prepare the ceremony. In the following time, apart from attending classes, Zhang Yu would go to the 100th floor every day to practice the divine art of eating earth. The crippled ox sacrifice art and the Hunan Taxi Sutra were kept running 24 hours a day, and with the help of the university holy body, He continued to improve his Dao Hard and magic power. As for his performance in class and the detection of basic data, he used the anti-detection ritual to hide it slightly, making his progress seem less amazing. Outside the Dharma Body Rental Center, Li Xiao, Gong Shujin, Yingzhen and others walked out, talking and laughing. Then I'll go first. Well, continue tomorrow, no problem. Can I not have this little spiritual currency? After chatting and laughing with his classmates, Li Xiao walked towards the dormitory in a good mood. At the same time, his Dharma body popped up the current class ranking. Seeing that he still maintained the position of 10th place with 295 points, the smile on his mouth became more curved. Looking down, he was suddenly surprised. Zhang Yu went from 19th to 18th, 272 points. Is this an improvement? However, Li Xiao just shook his head. Half of the 3-month basic course had passed, and the other party would definitely not be able to catch up with him. A few days later, Li Xiao opened the class ranking again in the early morning. He looked at himself who was still in the 10th place with 296 points, and then looked at Zhang Yu who rose to the 16th place with 275 points, and frowned slightly. His points rose so fast, Li Xiao thought to himself, it seems that he is not practicing any basic exercises like before. If Zhang Yu surpassed Li Xiao in one breath and his ranking soared instantly, Li Xiao might have given up the competition. But at this moment, watching Zhang Yu climb up one by one in the past few days, Li Xiao just wanted to put in more effort and more spirit coins to suppress Zhang Yu severely. At this moment, Yingzhen's message popped up in the Dharma skeleton, let's go to the Sea of Soul Clouds together today? Li Xiao immediately replied, go. Let's practice for 10 hours today. In the following time, Li Xiao practiced harder and harder. The balance in his account was getting less and less, the bills from the loan platform were getting more and more, and his cultivation was constantly improving day by day. And the first thing he did every morning was to get up and observe his and Zhang Yu's rankings. 14th place, Zhang Yu, 279 points. Li Xiao thought to himself, how much money did this guy spend? 12th place, Zhang Yu, 284 points. I'm afraid he borrowed as much as I did. 11th place, Zhang Yu, 296 points. 10th place, Li Xiao, 301 points. School will officially start in a month. I can't lose here. Looking at Zhang Yu who was catching up with him step by step these days and whose comprehensive score was getting closer and closer to him, Li Xiao felt more and more anxious. As long as I enter the construction site. Only after I enter the construction site can I repay the loan. The battle for immortality is to seize the initiative. Otherwise, if you fall behind one step, you will fall behind step by step. If I can't enter the construction site first, the pressure of the loan alone will seriously slow down my practice efficiency. Zhang Yu. Want to compete in immortality potential? Then come on, teacher 2 will definitely take me to the construction site first. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across Li Xiao's face, and he had already turned on the mortgage function of the lending platform. After several days, Li Xiao opened the ranking list updated in the early morning again. His eyes were fixed on the ranking above 9th place, Li Xiao, 308 points. 8th place, Zhang Yu, 309 points. Chapter 289 Self-Use 99 New. Looking at himself who was ranked 9th on the list and Zhang Yu who was ranked 8th, Li Xiao felt his eyes go dark. How is it possible? Has his progress increased again? How much money did he borrow? How much did he mortgage? In Li Xiao's opinion, if a student's progress suddenly increased, there was only one possibility, that is, the other party spent more money. Li Xiao thought to himself, Zhang Yu must have noticed my accelerated practice and the investment of spirit coins during this period, so he invested more spirit coins than me in order to surpass me in one go? No, at this point, I have no way out. Thinking of this, Li Xiao slowly reached out and took out his Xiangong Fahei. He decided to temporarily sell one of his eye bones in exchange for spirit coins to further invest in the immortal way. Thinking that the Xiangong Fahei that he had played with for less than 2 months was about to be sold, Li Xiao's remaining eye showed a trace of reluctance. Fortunately, the performance of his Xiangong Fahei was very good, and even if he only used one, it was enough for daily life. When I make some money at the construction site, I'll buy another one. 125th floor, dormitory area. Using and picked up the package that had just arrived and opened it impatiently. Zhang Yu, who was eating nearby, asked curiously, did your senior sister send it to you? Using Han, I bought it online. He opened the package directly, and an eyeball soaked in maintenance fluid appeared in front of them. Zhang Yu asked, "A skeleton? Why only one?" Yu Xinghan chuckled and said, "In the past 2 months, in order to buy skeletons that can meet my daily needs at the cheapest price, I have studied more than a dozen brands and hundreds of different models of skeletons. I have also browsed countless videos and articles that review skeletons, and stocked more than a dozen skeleton communication groups, as well as the second-hand market. Now, I am familiar with the models, performance, parameters, and market prices of skeletons." Finally, Yu Xinghan put on gloves and carefully took out the skeleton from the maintenance fluid in front of his eyes. "I found this leak, a 99% new Xiangong Fa, because it is sold separately. The price is cheaper, but in fact, judging from the parameters of this model, the performance of even one is enough for daily classes and practice." Looking at Yu Xinghan's confident look, Zhang Yu nodded and said, "I didn't expect that you, who uses Zhou brand, knows so much about skeletons." Yu Xinghan said, "Humph, Zhang Yu, although you picked up a time remnant demon eye, you should also learn more about the Dharma body. It is beneficial to learn more of this knowledge." As he spoke, Yu Xinghan had already replaced his left eye with a newly acquired Xiangong Dharma body, and then sighed, "This good eye body is different to use. The world has become clear." After trying the eye body, Yu Xinghan did not rush to confirm the receipt and payment, but carefully took off the eye body. He took out a box of tools and began to wipe the eye body meticulously, and finally put it back into the maintenance fluid. Zhang Yu asked, "Why don't you use it?" "The quality is not good," Yu Xinghan said as a matter of course. "Such a good thing. What should I use when I am not in class? I usually use my Zhou brand. This eye body is naturally used during class, otherwise. What if I use it too much and it ages quickly?" Yu Xinghan decided to clean and maintain this eye body every day in the future to extend its service life as much as possible. After dinner, Zhang Yu left the dormitory and crossed the Yuan magnetic channel as usual, heading towards the area below the 100th floor. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yu would go to different areas to practice his body every time. This time, he came to a blind spot on the 94th floor, swallowed a piece of cement, and then practiced the earth-eating divine art. Zhang Yu heard a muffled sound in his stomach, and his stomach was like a crusher. With a sweep of the gluttonous mana, the cement had been completely broken into pieces, turning it into a basic material, and then with the operation of the gluttonous mana, it was sent to the skin all over the body. This is the effect of the earth-eating divine art after level 10. In addition to strengthening muscles with materials, it can also be used to strengthen the skin. But cement is still a little weak. It just makes my skin tougher, and I can't use too much, otherwise the flexibility and explosiveness of the body will decline. If this technique wants to really strengthen the body, it needs better training materials, but if Zhang Yu had to pay for the materials himself, he would definitely not be willing to do so. I can only wait until I go to the construction site to see if there are any good materials that no one wants. After Zhang Yu practiced for a while, he finally practiced the earth-eating divine art to the 20th level. In an instant, countless images flashed in his mind. Zhang Yu felt like he had experienced years of hard practice and finally improved this art to the limit that could be achieved in the foundation building period. After the earth-eating divine art reached the 20th level, Zhang Yu could use the practice materials to strengthen the bones of the whole body in addition to the skin and muscles. Strengthening bones is probably the best use of this art. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and felt the 20th level of the earth-eating divine art, and sighed in his heart. After all, many high-strength materials are often not suitable for strengthening flesh and blood, but bones. It took more than half a month to finally practice this 20th level of body refining art, and with this period of hard practice, Zhang Yu's various data have also greatly improved. Dao heart reached level 11, 73.8%, mana reached 300.6, and physical strength reached level 11.12. With the University Holy Body plus the level 20 Kung Fu, I'm making rapid progress. However, after listening to Zhang Pianpian's reminder, the growth of these data, Zhang Yu certainly didn't show it completely, so that his overall score would not be so conspicuous in the class. My mana has exceeded 300, and I can actually load the second Dharmakaya, but forget it, Zhang Yu thought to himself, the Dharmakaya is too expensive. I'd better follow the plan made by Master Xinghuo for me and continue to refine my body to prepare for the transfer to the refining equipment department in the future. In addition to studying and practicing during this period, Zhang Yu also found out the various rules for transferring departments. The latest time is in the 3rd academic year. If I fail to transfer in the 3rd academic year, I will never be able to transfer again. I will make enough money in 3 years and try my best to improve the strength of my physical training. The next day. Dao Heart class. Teacher Feng Jiu, who was in the image of a phoenix, was still teaching the class as if it was the first class, and she was reading a script. At the same time, her eyes swept over the many students present, and a line chart of their performance changes had already appeared in her eyes. Ji Yuanshu, the first in the class in Dao Xin, no abnormalities for the time being. Gong Shujin, the second in the class in Dao Xin, no abnormalities for the time being. Li Zio, the progress of Dao Xin has accelerated, and the node is a loan promotion target, added to the information database for sale. Zhang Yu, the progress of Dao Xin was stable at the beginning, and suddenly accelerated a month ago, and then remained stable again, added as a target for observation. After classifying and marking the students' data and records and sending them to the depths of the spirit world, Feng Jiu continued to teach the students without any fluctuations. In the Mana class, Li Mingbo's main attention was still on the upper-level students in the first few rows. However, when his eyes swept over Zhang Yu in the back row, he would always pay more attention to him for a moment. The primary reason, of course, was that this student did not use his coupons, and on the Manabao platform, he neither bought nor sold mana. The secondary reason is that the opponent's mana has improved quite fast during this period, and has reached the top 10 in the class, making him an excellent student in the class. I just don't know whether this kid borrowed money to practice or he really has a good talent. At least Li Mingbo couldn't tell from the opponent's performance, unlike Li Zio who was standing next to him, whose eyes twitched from time to time, and seemed to be often affected by the notifications displayed in his eye shell. Sometimes he was listening to the class seriously in the last second, and his face suddenly changed in the next second. Li Mingbo, who was also from the first floor, knew this situation too well. This kid borrowed a lot. In the physical training class, Lang Yaogong looked at Zhang Yu and nodded repeatedly. Your recent physical training strength has improved quite well, keep going, and don't fall behind in the matter of spiritual root fusion. Looking at this student who mastered the 20th level of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen and used the time residual demon eye, Lang Yaogong sighed that he was right, and the opponent's worth was definitely not ordinary, which was why he could make such rapid progress and his ranking rose steadily. After receiving some instructions from Lang Yaogong, Zhang Yu suddenly said, Teacher Lang, Yu Xinghan is having some difficulty improving his spiritual root fusion. Can you give me some advice? Yu Xinghan looked at Zhang Yu gratefully, then turned to look at Lang Yaogong expectantly. Lang Yaogong was slightly stunned, and after his wolf ears moved, he said cheerfully, Yu Xinghan, if you have any questions, why don't you just ask me? Would I not give my students some advice? Watching Lang Yaogong instructing Yu Xinghan, Zhang Yu's time remnant demon pupil suddenly activated, and had clearly recorded every one of his movements at 128 frames per second. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this way I can guide Yu Xinghan in the future, improve his spiritual root fusion, and then copy his Dao Seed 3 Eyes divine power. While Lang Yaogong was instructing Yu Xinghan, his eye skeleton penetrated his skin and muscles. Looking at Yu Xinghan's eyes, he wondered, this guy, his eye skeleton and Li Zio are a pair, right? Each of them uses one? They are so close. That night, after the earth-eating divine art, Zhang Yu began to practice the second technique of the earth-eating divine body, a technique called the Battle Demon Meteorite Longevity Technique. This technique is a foundation-building technique born for fighting. It can develop the potential of the body and reverse the magic power when necessary, stimulate the potential of the body in a short period of time, and forcibly burst out with power far beyond the limit of the body. In this process, as the power is exerted beyond the limit, it can burst out with a might of one force defeating 10 skills, but because the power exceeds one's own control and tolerance, not only will the tendons and bones be broken, the internal organs will be ruptured, but also because of the severe wear and tear of the body, it will consume life. As times change, this martial art that was once used to kill enemies is now used by civil engineers to work hard. Chapter 290 Li Mulan's Mission. When Zhang Yu first saw the introduction of the War Demon Meteorite Life skill, he strongly suspected that this was really the skill that we civil engineers should learn. Then he took a look at the user feedback. As long as people are young, lifespan is not valuable. If you work for 1 day and spend 2 days, you still feel that you have earned it. Now you have to spend more lives to earn more money, and then you will have money to prolong your life in the future. Times have changed. Today, immortal medicines are so advanced. The War Demon Meteor longevity technique is not so scary. As long as you take the medicine well, you can minimize the side effects and there is no need to worry about long-term use. I am a sophomore in the civil engineering department. I saw many seniors complaining about this technique. I thought that if you can make more money by consuming your lifespan, isn't it equivalent to speeding up the working hours, allowing people to work shorter hours and make more money? If you can't handle this, you certainly can't do anything else. Everyone should be grateful. Hundreds of years ago, our industry was called corvée. Not only did you not get paid after finishing the work, you might also be buried with your loved ones. It's not just as easy as shortening your life. Kung Fu has made progress. Looking at these user feedbacks, Zhang Yu confirmed that the War Demon Meteor longevity technique is indeed a commonly used technique in the civil engineering department, and he also confirmed another thing. Are all the people in this user feedback area shills? Maybe they are just being sarcastic. Damn, do all the civil engineering students have to work so hard? What made Zhang Yu even more speechless was that he found that the War Demon meteoric life power was only used for short periods of time in the past when it was used for fighting. But now, the War Demon meteoric life power is used for overtime work, but it requires taking medicine and using it for a long time. Fuji, who was standing by, listened to Zhang Yu's sigh and said, why don't you Bai Zhenzhen do the work and make money by themselves, instead of hiring you who are building the foundation and refining key? Isn't it because a lot of civil engineering work not only takes up their time for cultivation, but also wears out their bodies and skeletons, so they give it to the people below? How can we get the chance to make money easily by lying down in this world? In this Kung Fu, anyone who climbs up from the bottom, if they want to make a lot of money, will suffer and be tired, and have to risk their lives. But you don't have to worry too much about this War Demon Meteor longevity technique. After all, with your physique, your body's endurance, and your self-healing ability are extraordinary. For other cultivators, the War Demon Meteor longevity technique will shorten their lifespan, but it won't be so easy for you to shorten your life. Just control the wear and tear of this technique on the body within the range you can bear. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, thinking of the physical activation brought by the Kenyu mind and body art, and the self-healing power brought by the martial arts Saint Embryo. If you want to use this War Demon Meteorite longevity art in the future, you must pay attention to switching the chain magic diagram set to the martial arts Saint Embryo. But the martial arts Saint Embryo is a set for the key refining period after all. For me in the foundation building period, the effect is much weaker. In the future, in the foundation building period, I'm afraid I have to collect a martial arts Saint Embryo in the foundation building period as well. The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhang Yu continued to practice the War Demon Meteorite longevity art. With a mana flowing around his body, he developed his body's potential and prepared for that short-term burst. After observing for this period of time, Fuji confirmed that it was safe below the 100th floor, and reminded him at this moment, if you have a chance, find a place below the 100th floor and help me with this ceremony. I haven't used any of these level 2 evil god ceremonies yet. At the dormitory entrance, Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan were seen fighting with fists and feet. Zhang Yu continued to assist the other party's body training with the guidance of Langai Gong, improving the integration of both parties' spiritual roots. When they were on the first floor of Kung Fu before, under the guidance of Xinghuo Zhenren, the two of them had honed in on the way of mutual body training and mutual assistance in practice. At this moment, with the guidance of Langai Gong, the two of them were also making rapid progress in their learning. In this case, Zhang Yu's use of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen in conjunction with Yu Xinghan's body training was currently the fastest way for him to improve his physical strength. After all, the earth-eating divine art, the demon-fighting life-destroying art. Yu Xinghan doesn't know that I've practiced them, and these two techniques have their own merits, one to strengthen the body, the other to develop potential and burst out when needed, but for the pure improvement of physical strength in terms of numerical value, they are not as good as the endless Zen of Spring and Autumn. Zhang Yu looked at the increasingly obvious Tao seed on Yu Xinghan's body, and thought to himself, to copy the three-eyed divine art, at least the degree of integration of Yu Xinghan's spiritual roots must be increased to 90%, he is now about 70% of me. According to Teacher Lang's estimate, it will take 3 months at the fastest and more than half a year at the slowest. I don't know what the effect of this three-eyed divine art is. Li Milan stood aside, looking at Yu Xinghan with some envy, wishing to replace her and obtain efficient body refining efficiency. But unfortunately, she is only at the key refining realm now. How can she practice with Zhang Yu at the foundation establishment realm? After saying hello, Li Mulan left the dormitory and went to the teaching area of pharmacology. Li Mulan had just sat down in the classroom when a young man walked up to her and sat down in the seat in front of her. Li Mulan glanced at the man and knew that he was his classmate, Zhuan Jie, who was currently ranked 4th in the class. Zhuan Jie looked at Li Mulan and asked with admiration, "Student Li, you have a special physique. Your magic power is the ice magic power that is born with a sense of chillness, right?" Li Mulan nodded. "Student Zhuan, what can I do for you?" Zhuan Jie smiled and said, "You should know that I am from the 3rd floor, right? I should be able to pass the foundation building exam next year, and I have been accepted as a disciple by a pharmacology giant in Zhenren in advance." Li Mulan was slightly stunned, and then said, "Then, congratulations." Zhuan Jie continued, "You may be wondering, why would I, who is so outstanding and promising, come to find a student like you who is in the middle of the class?" He smiled and said, "Although your grades are average and you are from the 1st floor, the innate advantage of ice magic power is irreplaceable by other students. I want to be friends with you." What Zhuan Jie really wanted to say in his heart is actually, "I want to practice dual cultivation with you." Of course, the reason why Zhuan Jie did this was naturally not because he coveted beauty. Although Li Mulan in front of him had a beautiful figure and a pair of purple eyes that exuded a unique charm, Zhuan Jie was always more concerned about his studies. The reason why he wanted to do this was that the other party's icy magic power, combined with Zhuan Ji's own fiery magic power, would have a miraculous effect in dual cultivation. Dual cultivation. Zhuan Jie knew that in most high schools, students were not encouraged to practice dual cultivation, fearing that students would not be able to grasp it and eventually delay their studies. But things were different in college, especially after the top 10. The process of being admitted to the top 10 itself has already confirmed their will, and they can fully grasp the degree. And if both parties are born with special magic power, it is even more worthy of encouragement. Zhuan Jie heard that at Helhun University, students with innate special magic power would be directly gathered together to practice dual cultivation, triple cultivation, or even dozens of cultivation activities, which greatly promoted the students' cultivation. But Zhuan Jie understood that if he talked about dual cultivation right away, it would seem too eager, and the other party might make an offer to him. He thought to himself, "Let's be good friends first. In this way, we may not have to pay for dual cultivation, and even if we have to pay, we can get a discount." This is the experience passed on to him by a senior brother. Zhuan Jie deeply believes it. If you can save 1 point on the road to immortality, you will gain 1 point in the future. Just when Zhuan Jie was looking at Li Mulan, a message from Li Jingzhen popped up in Li Mulan's eyes. "Li Jingzhen, I gave you 0.5 spirit coins. Did you receive it?" Li Mulan, "Yes, I received it. Thank you, brother." Li Jingzhen, "After all, the Li family on the 2nd floor is separated from us by 1 floor. If they have resources, they will take care of themselves first. Only when our relatives on the 1st floor have achievements will they be truly accepted and invested." Li Jingzhen, "You said last time that you live with Zhang Yu? Li Jingzhen, can you help me get some feather juice?" In the classroom, Zhuan Jie looked at Li Mulan's dazed look and thought to himself, "I am a 3rd-level person, and I want to be friends with her. Is she surprised?" Zhuan Jie said, "Student Li." Li Mulan hummed absent-mindedly. "Li Jingzhen, the company here is interested in you juice. If you can get more, we will have more opportunities to stand out on the 2nd floor." Li Mulan, "We are living with 4 people now, which is not very convenient. Knowing that I want it, what if other people also want it? Didn't you say that no one should know about this?" Li Jingzhen, "So what if there are 2 people next to me? Won't you find a chance to do it secretly?" Li Mulan, "After the last incident, he became wary of me, so it's not easy to do it." In the classroom, Zhuan Jie said, "Student Li, where do you usually practice after class? Let's go together." Li Jingzhen, "Do you understand? Just do it according to the method I taught you. Take the initiative, take what you can, and take chestnuts from the fire." Li Mulan, "Doing this doesn't feel good." Li Jingzhen, "Lanlin, you are no longer a high school student, you are already a college student, and you have reached the 2nd floor. Li Jingzhen, you have to understand that many things that cannot be done in high school cannot only be done in college, but also done on a large scale. Don't bring your high school habits here." Zhuan Jie noticed that Li Mulan's breathing had increased, and she looked nervous, which made him puzzled. "This woman is a little weird," Zhuan Jie said. "Student Li." Li Mulan came back to her senses, looked at him and said, Student Zhuan, I want to be alone for a while, and we can talk about it next time. 93rd floor. Accompanied by a burst of shouting, and with another practice of the War Demon Meteor Longevity Technique, Zhang Yu has practiced this technique to the 10th level. Feeling the scenes of practice that kept flashing in his mind, Zhang Yu thought to himself, after the 10th level, the War Demon Meteor Longevity Technique can open the second burst, and the loss of lifespan is measured in years. The first burst, with a martial arts fetus and the activation of the body, and taking more medicine, within a certain period of time. I can still perform it without side effects, but this second burst, Zhang Yu thought about it, but still had no intention of trying it. There are less than 2 weeks left, and the 3-month basic course will be over. If I work hard before the exam, my War Demon Meteorite Longevity skill should be able to be upgraded to level 20. Just then, Fuji said, Zhang Yu, it's time to perform the ceremony. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 I want to join the Helhoin study group. Hearing what Fuji said, Zhang Yu nodded and said to her in his heart, this is a good place. I can't feel any cameras. Fuji, what do you think? Fuji sensed it and said, that's it. So Fuji turned into a ragdoll again, and was placed on the cement altar as a symbol of the evil god. Then Zhang Yu put his time remnant demon eye, as a medium for the connection between man and god, into Fuji's arms. As Fuji connected the air, a mysterious spell came out of her mouth, and the next moment, an invisible evil god power passed through the time remnant demon eye, and connected to the spiritual world network. Fuji said, Alice, the conditions are limited, the offerings are insufficient, and the scale is not large. The effect of the ritual I made for you today is average. Like the monitoring ritual, it can only control one camera within a range of 10 meters at most. The following anti-monitoring ritual can probably temporarily block all cameras within a range of 15 meters. As the ritual was completed, Zhang Yu felt the 2 new ritual powers in his body and asked, what about your own networking? Is it completed? Fuji smiled and said, the roaming ritual is completed. Now I can share the spiritual world network through your eye bones. At this moment, in the eyes of this evil god, the world is finally no longer as monotonous as before. She can now also see various spiritual world projections and even browse various networks. Zhang Yu quickly tried the power of the monitoring ritual. He first used the detection ritual to sense a camera, and then with the start of the monitoring ritual, the monitoring screen appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes. And with his mind control, the camera rotated for a while, reflecting everything around him. Feeling the effect of the monitoring ceremony, Zhang Yu thought to himself, the power of this monitoring ceremony may be useful at the construction site in the future. It can help me pick up some unwanted ingredients, but it feels strange to have both my own perspective and the monitoring perspective at the same time. My body movements have become slow, not as sensitive as usual. It seems that some practice is needed. After completing the ceremony, Zhang Yu came to another location and continued to practice the War Demon Meteorite Longevity Technique. So in the next few days, in addition to attending classes and practicing the technique, Zhang Yu would occasionally use the power of the monitoring ceremony to practice the feeling of using his own perspective and the monitoring perspective at the same time. On this day, Zhang Yu had just returned to the dormitory not long ago. While taking the medicine, he controlled the camera on the street outside and watched the people passing by the dormitory area. At this moment, Li Mulan's figure appeared on the monitoring screen. In addition to Li Mulan, Zhang Yu also saw a young man following him. Zhuan Jie walked beside Li Mulan, his eyes swept over the environment of the 125th floor, and thought to himself, sure enough, after Li Mulan came up from the first floor, her financial situation is quite average, so she can only live here temporarily. I heard that she is still sharing the rent with someone. It seems that as long as I show more sincerity, the price of double cultivation with her should be able to be lowered, or I can let her live in my dormitory to offset the cost of double cultivation. Zhuan Jie kept calculating the price in his mind. But he said, Student Li, the dormitory environment on the 125th floor is still a little worse, and the spiritual power is far less than that of the upper dormitory. Have you ever thought about changing to another room? Li Mulan said lightly. The conditions here may be average, but the friends who share the dormitory with me are all very good. Being with them, I feel that it will be of great help to my studies. Zhang Yu laughed in his heart when he heard this, thinking that what help can a student who shares a rent on the 125th floor with the other party have for his studies? I'm afraid they are all poor people on the first floor. At this time, Li Mulan said, I'm almost there, classmate Zhuan. If you have something to do, go ahead. Actually, you don't have to come here with me. Zhuan just smiled and said, I'm on my way, and I said I want to be friends with you, so can't I chat on the way? Since we're at the dormitory, why don't you invite me in to sit for a while? At this time, the dormitory door opened, and it was Yu Xinghan who had just finished eating cement medicine and walked out. He looked at Li Mulan and said, the medicine has arrived. Zhang Yu and I saw that you haven't arrived yet, so we took it first. Don't forget to take your share when you go in, because the 4 people returned to the dormitory at different times. They often discussed it online and ordered the medicine in advance. After Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan finished talking, they looked at Zhuan Jie again and asked, are you classmates in the same class? The moment Zhuan Jie saw Yu Xinghan, he was slightly stunned. He looked at the foundation building class ranking on the other person's head, and said in surprise, foundation building class. Looking at the ranking on the other person's head, Zhuan Jie felt as if a pressure was coming at him, gently shaking his body. Li Mulan is actually living with the foundation building students. Just when Zhuan Jie was surprised, Zhang Yu also came out, planning to go out for body training. Looking at the 8th ranking of the foundation building class on Zhang Yu's head, Zhuan Jie seemed to feel that the pressure in the air was getting heavier, forcing him to take a step back. At this moment, Zhuan Jie exclaimed in his heart, as expected of the 8th place in the foundation building class, just seeing the ranking on his head brings me such pressure. The originally relaxed smile on his face became restrained, and he said carefully, I am a classmate of Li Mulan. My name is Zhuan Jie. Hello, 2 seniors. At this moment, another graceful figure passed Zhuan Jie and walked into the dormitory. It was Zhang Pianpian who came back from get out of class to eat. Looking at the words number 49 in the foundation establishment realm of the talisman system on Zhang Pianpian's head, Zhuan Jie felt as if the air seemed to stagnate, and his breathing began to become rapid. He was shocked. Is it the top student in the department? Seeing 3 foundation establishment students in a row, Zhuan Ji's thoughts changed again and again, and finally there was only one question left. Why can Li Mulan live with 3 foundation establishment students? Did I see it wrong? This woman's connections and background are better than I thought. At this moment, Zhuan Jie had changed his original idea of wanting to use money to bribe Li Mulan to practice dual cultivation. If Li Mulan really has a background, then it shouldn't be me who spends money to let her practice dual cultivation with me. Instead, it should be her who spends money to practice dual cultivation with me in order to improve her grades. That's right, I almost lost money. Zhuan Jie said to himself that it was a close call, and then he thought, but she doesn't seem to want to do that. Could it be that she doesn't know the benefits of dual cultivation? She was focused on her studies in high school and didn't know about this information, so it's not impossible. Then I have to promote to her the necessity of dual cultivation during college. But, thinking of the 2 boys and 2 girls in this small dormitory, Zhuan Ji's heart was shocked. Could this be a Hohen study group? Have they already teamed up for dual cultivation? That's why Li Mulan is not interested in me. Yeah, practicing dual cultivation with me is not as interesting as practicing dual cultivation with a foundation building student. Thinking of the care that Li Mulan received from the 3 foundation building students in this small dormitory, and thinking of the fact that they might practice crazy dual cultivation all night long after school every day, at this moment, when Zhuan Jie looked at Li Mulan, he felt a serious envy in his eyes. You can actually match such a high-end game. Zhuan Jie has always felt that he should enter Hohen University, but unfortunately the elders do not allow it. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Yu and wanted to say loudly to him, can I join? At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at Zhuan Jie who was distracted and asked curiously, hey, why are you still here? Zhuan Jie took a deep breath, but in the end he did not dare to say what was in his heart, so he could only whisper, Senior, I'm leaving first, Student Li, see you tomorrow. But at this moment, Zhuan Jie made up his mind to find out whether this place is studying dual cultivation. If so, he will spend money to come in. If not, then he will have to explain the benefits of dual cultivation to Li Mulan. Zhang Yu looked at Li Mulan again, always feeling that the other party looked at him with a strange look recently. Is there anything wrong with you? Li Mulan lowered her head quickly and said, no, nothing. She thought to herself, Zhang Yu wouldn't have noticed it? Impossible. I haven't had a chance to do it yet. Is it because of the last incident that his vigilance has become heavier? Li Milan frowned slightly. Recently, he has been out early and back late every day, and he is only in the dormitory when he eats, and when he talks to Bai Zhenzhen, and as long as he eats, Yu Xinghan must be there. Looking at Li Milan's distracted look, Zhang Yu curled his lips, temporarily suppressed his doubts, and went to the space below the 100th floor again to continue his body training. In the next few days, with Zhang Yu's daily diligent practice, he finally raised the War Demon Meteor Life Power to level 20 the day before the exam. All basic attributes have also improved greatly, with the Dao Heart reaching level 11, 87.3%, the Mana reaching 314.2, and the physical strength reaching level 11.29. At the same time, at this moment, Zhang Yu's understanding of the War Demon Meteorite Life skill has deepened again, and the application of the explosive potential of this skill has reached a level that has never been seen before, as if he has experienced years of hard practice. The operation of the explosive potential of the War Demon Meteorite Life skill has become more and more integrated in his mind, and he has become more and more comfortable in operation. Zhang Yu shouted, and his muscles burst into blue veins, and hot steam came out. His skin was even red, as if it was dripping with blood. Zhang Yu could feel that with the activation of the War Demon Meteorite Life skill, the mana in his body was reversed, and his physical strength temporarily increased by 1.5 levels. At this moment, he could completely suppress his original self with just his physical strength. However, Zhang Yu could also feel that at this moment, countless muscles were torn all over his body, and his internal organs were overloaded. As long as he exerted force violently, he would inevitably be backfired by the force, and then his tendons would be broken and his bones would be broken. But in the next moment, he saw Zhang Yu, whose muscles were swollen, as if he had leaked air, and his whole body actually shrank a circle. Zhang Yu could also feel that the temporary increase in his physical strength had also decreased from level 1.5 to level 1.0. Then his muscles relaxed again, and his originally crimson skin gradually returned to normal. The temporary increase in physical strength also changed from level 1.0 to level 0.8, and then to level 0.5. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this is the level 20 effect of the War Demon Meteorite Longevity Art, which allows me to control the degree of potential explosion in my body as I wish. The lowest level 0.1 is no problem, and the highest can even break through level 1.5, directly achieving the effect of the double explosion. As for how strong the effect of the double explosion is, Zhang Yu has not tried it yet, and he does not plan to try it for the time being. With my current level, I can temporarily increase my physical strength by 0.8 levels, and the crippled ox sacrifice technique alone can fully bear the load, and if I add the self-healing power of the martial arts Saint Embryo, then it will be basically no problem to temporarily increase my physical strength by 1.2 levels, if I take medicine for injuries, or the blessing of Taoist magic. Even if my physical strength is temporarily increased by 1.5 levels, it won't consume much life. The next moment, Zhang Yu withdrew the War Demon Meteor Life skill, and the strange phenomena on his body disappeared. The next day, the 3-month basic course was completely over, and the foundation building class also ushered in the first exam. Chapter 292, Poor Performance in the Exam, Invitation to the Construction Site. In the Dao Heart class, the students of the foundation building class were all sitting upright, looking at Feng Jiayu on the stage. Feng Jiayu said calmly, will is the most intuitive expression of Dao Heart. The content of your next exam is very simple, which is to burn in flames. As the students put on the spirit world masks, their consciousness instantly entered the spirit world. Unlike the projection of the spirit world in reality like Yan Hai, at this moment they felt that their spirits had truly entered the spirit world. The next moment, accompanied by a series of flames burning their bodies, many students screamed. At the same time, Feng Jiayu, as an instrument spirit, had also descended to the examination room in the spirit world, looking at the students who turned into fire people one by one. The first person she focused on was Ji Yuanshu, the top student in the class. This was the only student in the class who had reached the 12th level of Dao Heart. Even though he was burned in flames, he looked calm, as if it was not a raging fire that burned him, but just a gust of hot wind. Ji Yuanshu looked calm, thinking to himself, I have to do this kind of spiritual training for more than 2 hours every day, so what can I do now? Feng Jiayu, who was observing Ji Yuanshu, silently recorded, Ji Yuanshu, your Dao Heart has great potential, and you will be a contestant in the Spirit World competition next year." Then Feng Jiayu looked at Gong Shujin, who ranked second in the class. This student, whose Dao heart was closest to level 12 in the class, frowned slightly at this moment, but he was able to grit his teeth and endure the burning of the fire. Gong Shujin thought to himself, "After this exam, I have to invest more spirit coins in the Spirit World training, go back and get a membership card to urge myself." Feng Jiayu on the other side recorded, Gong Shujin, the second in the class, is tentatively selected as a contestant in the Spirit World competition next year. After observing a few more people, Feng Jiayu saw Zhang Yu, and she recorded, "Zhang Yu, suspected to have built his foundation earlier, has a higher level of mental skills, and has a good talent for Taoism. He is still a step away from the Spirit World competition standard, and is temporarily listed as a backup." In the mana class, Li Mingbo watched everyone input mana into the detection device in front of them, and his eyes mainly stayed on Ji Yuanchu and Gong Shujin. From Ji Yuanchu's mana purchase records, he bought a lot of both high-quality and low-quality mana. It seems that he used high-quality mana to infuse his body to improve the quality of his mana. Low-quality mana was used to use the body of the law through the Spiritual World Network plugin. Except for cultivation, he used his own mana for almost nothing. It's really extravagant. Although Li Mingbo sighed, he was more delighted. After all, the other party bought a lot of mana on the Manabao platform, which made him earn a lot of commissions. And Gong Shujin is not bad either. I heard that he lives in the most luxurious upper dormitory. Every day after returning home, he first replaces the Dharma body dedicated to mana cultivation. No wonder his mana cultivation is so fast, but he lags behind Ji Yuanchu. Well, Li Zio's progress has increased again. It's a pity that students from the first level may not have enough stamina. Li Mingbo's eyes swept over Zhang Yu again, thinking, this Zhang Yu is also the same. If he can continue to maintain this performance, it should not be a problem to rush into the top 100 of the foundation building students in the civil engineering department in a few years, but the difficulty is to maintain it. The top 100 of the civil engineering department includes foundation building students of all grades in the civil engineering department. In Li Mingbo's opinion, if students from the first level want to reach this level, they can only do it by accumulating years in the senior grades. In the examination room of the physical training class, Lang Yaogong looked at the many students and said, the strength of the body cannot be compared simply by looking at the numbers. After all, the body's tolerance to drugs, your control over the body, as well as reaction, sensitivity, skills, these can only be truly demonstrated in specific practice. The 3-month basic course has ended. Today is the time to test your achievements in the past 3 months. Just as Lang Yaogong was speaking, Zhang Yu looked at the students around him and said to himself, if the data is hidden, it is relatively easy to rely on anti-detection rituals. How should I perform in the next actual test? I can't expect the actual performance to far exceed the data, right? That would be too eye-catching. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at Li Zio. This guy seems to be ranked one place lower than me. Then it's okay as long as I perform a little better than him, right? In the strength test, not long after Li Zio shouted and struggled to hold up the dynamometer, he saw Zhang Yu also shouting and holding up a weight slightly heavier than him. In the agility test, when Li Zio tried his best to dodge the faster and faster spheres and lasted for 1 minute, he saw Zhang Yu, who is not far away, lasting 3 seconds longer than him. Before the final speed test, Li Zio took the package delivered by the takeaway man and thought to himself, Zhang Yu, he really regards me as his biggest competitor. He could feel that Zhang Yu was paying attention to him from time to time in the last 2 tests, and every time he confirmed that he had surpassed him, the opponent would often reach his limit. It is obvious that my threat stimulated and inspired him, and made him perform better. Maybe, in order to defeat me, he also took some tiger and wolf medicine that damaged his body, but the same, Zhang Yu, the same. You also inspired me. After taking the newly bought fierce medicine, feeling his body gradually heating up and gradually boiling, Li Zio thought to himself, even if I have to stop practicing for a few days, I must beat you in the next game. In the speed test field, Li Zio shot out like lightning, accompanied by the sound of air bursting, and rushed forward like a flash of lightning, following Zhang Yu closely. His heart was beating faster and faster like a drum, and his limbs were swinging rapidly, pushing him forward. But as Li Zio continued to accelerate, Zhang Yu also accelerated, so that no matter how hard Li Zio tried, he could not surpass the other. Looking at Zhang Yu's back, Li Zio felt like he was looking at the gate of a construction site. He could step in with one step, but he was always a little short of it. Damn it. Why is it so difficult for me to enter the construction site? Zhang Yu controlled his speed all the way and reached the finish line ahead of Li Xiao. He thought to himself, this should be fine, right? Feeling Li Xiao's sad and angry eyes, Zhang Yu thought to himself, I'm only one place ahead of you, there's no need to be so angry, right? But the next moment, as the test scores emerged, Zhang Yu thought to himself, I'm fifth in the physical test. Zhang Yu frowned and looked at Li Xiao, thinking to himself, this kid, does he usually hide his strength? I should have chosen him earlier, but fortunately, my physical performance was not bad before, so it's reasonable for me to perform a little bit above normal this time, right? Lang Yaogong looked at Zhang Yu in front of him, smiled and said, keep up your work, keep practicing at this rate, and you should be able to participate in the civil engineering competition next year. On the other side, several upper-class people had been watching the competition between Li Xiao and Zhang Yu. Someone sighed, are they competing secretly? They can stimulate and encourage each other. Someone else was surprised, they are so high in the physical test. Yingxin smiled and said, if you want to maintain this result, Li Xiao may not have enough money. Let's see who of these two first-level people will spend all the money first. After all, first-level people are not used to college life, so they spend money lavishly. They make rapid progress in the early stage, but plummet in the later stage. There are many such examples. It turned out that Yingxin had long seen that Li Xiao had been borrowing money to practice with him. In her heart, she always had a sense of watching a joke, waiting to see when the first-level people would not be able to pay back their debts. At this moment, seeing Li Xiao walking over in a somewhat lost state, Yingxin smiled and greeted him, Old Li, let's go to the practice room to practice together after the exam is over. Li Xiao nodded with difficulty, forced a smile and said, okay. Professional course exams. Courses such as engineering formation drawing, martial arts power learning, construction technology, etc. have both written tests and martial arts tests. Zhang Yu had already learned the skills such as digging palm, crane claw, sports car leg, and elevator jump, and had practiced them all to level 10. However, Zhang Yu had no time to practice some professional skills of the civil engineering department, such as condensation key, lifting power, and back mountain running, and he just barely got started by practicing in class. After all, most of his time and energy were spent on the related skills of the civil engineering holy body. But in 3 months, the teachers did not expect the students to practice these professional skills to any extent, so Zhang Yu's performance was not very eye-catching. Guang Shujin looked at Zhang Yu's performance and thought to himself, my friend's martial arts aptitude is really not good, but in terms of basic data, although the growth rate is not as good as mine, it can be regarded as excellent. I'm afraid he spent a lot of resources. That night, the test results were all calculated. 6th place, Zhang Yu, comprehensive score 688. 7th place, Li Xiao, comprehensive score 682. Looking at the final ranking after the end of these 3 months, Li Xiao's heart flashed a trace of confusion. Just when he thought that the opportunity at the construction site was taken away by Zhang Yu, a call from Tulishan brought him back to life. Li Xiao. Not every student can enter the construction site at the beginning of the semester. This is the only opportunity for one person, and I specially fought for it for an outstanding student. Alice, I know you have been working hard recently, and I really admire you. Your grades are a little worse than Zhang Yu's, but I am optimistic about you. The first time I saw you, I knew you were from the construction site. How about this? You will deposit 20% of the money you earn from the construction site every month into my account, and I will help you smooth things out and make sure you can get in. In the dormitory, Zhang Yu showed his 6th ranking and asked Zhang Pianpian, sister, I didn't perform well. Is 6th a bit too high profile this time? Zhang Pianpian said helplessly, a little bit, but it's okay. Why did you perform poorly in this exam? Zhang Yu said helplessly, Alice, I was unlucky. I chose the wrong reference object. The Li Xiao I chose probably hides his strength in normal times. He may have chosen me as a reference target and wanted to follow behind me, but I chose him as a reference target and wanted to run ahead of him. As a result, one of us chased and the other ran, and we unknowingly raised our ranking again. Zhang Yu sighed. The top 10 is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I'm not the only one with outstanding talents. Zhang Pianpian nodded slightly when he heard it. Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Fortunately, the 6th place is not too eye-catching. You should keep this ranking for the time being. Don't easily improve your ranking again. At this moment, with the opening of the dormitory door, Yu Zhenghen, ranked 11th in the class, walked in proudly. Yu Zhenghen asked, Zhang Yu, did teacher 2 tell you about the construction site? Zhang Yu nodded, let me report in a few days. Yu Zhenghen, then did he tell you about the money transfer? Chapter 293 Underground Mana Trading. Money transfer? Zhang Yu asked curiously, is this true? Yu Zhenghen sneered, this old guy, everyone's price is different. Thinking of this, he has contacted Li Zulian through the eye skeleton. Yu Zhenghen, senior sister, I have something to tell you. Li Zulian, I see, what do you want to do? Yu Zhenghen, after all, he is my teacher, and it's okay to give him some spirit coins, but his price is too high. I can give him a referral fee of 0.1 spirit coins at most. Yu Zhenghen, master, there is a student who works as a security guard at the construction site, right? Can I ask about his channels? Li Zulian, since my father got into trouble, his students have been avoiding him one by one. I'm afraid they can't help you. Yu Zhenghen, just asking, my local teacher is sure that a freshman like me has no channels to understand the market. As long as there are multiple price channels, it shouldn't be difficult to lower his price. After talking to Yu Zhenghen about this matter, Li Zulian asked again, the 3-month basic course is over, what are your and Zhang Yu's rankings now? After hearing the results of the two, Li Zulian showed a satisfied smile and replied, the results are not bad. I found a friend who can help you improve the quality of mana. Yu Zhenghen's heart moved and said, don't go through the platform? Li Zulian, underground transaction. After hearing the news brought by Li Zulian, Yu Zhenghen told Zhang Yu who was standing aside about the matter. Zhang Yu knew that transactions conducted through the mana platform were legal and formal transactions. Every bit of mana would be inspected and guaranteed by the platform, but a high handling fee would also be paid. If you contact others directly and conduct private transactions, you can save a handling fee, but there is a lack of guarantee, and you may even encounter mana fraud, such as using low-quality mana to impersonate high-quality mana, or the quality of mana is indeed higher, but not as high as said. In addition, underground mana transactions are an act that violates school regulations. Once a student is caught, in addition to a fine, the comprehensive score will be deducted, causing the ranking to drop. Zhang Yu also wanted to find someone to trade with, but because he lacked connections on the second floor and had no trustworthy trading partners, he thought about it and finally gave up. Hearing that it was Li Zulian who introduced it, he immediately nodded and said, it's worth a try. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's not just Li Mulan's Dao seed that needs me to help her with a higher quality of mana. The improvement of the quality of mana itself can also increase the effect of many of my skills and improve the efficiency of practice. So the two followed Li Zulian's instructions and came to the empty streets on the 85th floor of Wanfa University City. Yu Zhenghen said, is this the mortal area? Why is there no mortal? Zhang Yu looked at the empty streets in front of him and shook his head. Although he often came to the 100th floor to practice skills, until now, he has not seen a mortal on the street here. The mortals here seem to stay in their houses forever and never need to go in and out. The entire street below the 100th floor is always so cold and deserted, and there is no trace of people. Zhang Yu thought, but there's no one on the street, and there's a lack of surveillance. So the area below the 100th floor is really suitable for some underground transactions, but in fact, with the ability of Wanfa University, it shouldn't be difficult to completely monitor the area below the 100th floor. Why? A moment later, Li Zulian appeared in front of them and said, it's me. Today is the first transaction, I'll take you there. Li Zulian brought the two to the agreed location, and saw a black shadow appeared in front of them. The other party was shrouded in a layer of black mist, completely hiding his appearance. Of course, Zhang Yu and Yu Zhenghen were the same. Under the guidance of Xinghuo Zhanren, they had practiced the skills of controlling muscles to change their appearance. At this moment, one of them turned into Gong Shujin's appearance, and the other turned into Ji Yuanshu's appearance. Li Zulian even turned into the image of a strange man, and there was no trace of the original shadow at all. Looking at Li Zulian, who was exchanging secret codes with the other party, Zhang Yu used the power of the detection ritual to sense it and confirmed that there was no camera. After exchanging secret codes, the other party nodded slightly. The rule here is that money comes first, then magic. Yu Zhenghen asked, how many spirit coins are there for 100 mana? The other party sneered and said, at least 10,000. Yu Zhenghen frowned and said, we can't take so much at once, and you have 10,000 mana. The other party seemed to be accustomed to this and said lightly, of course it will be traded in batches. I can give you 100 or 200 at a time. After the final negotiation, the other party's offer was 1 spirit coin to buy 10,000 mana. Zhang Yu thought to himself that it was indeed much cheaper than the platform price. Li Zulian said again, I want to check the goods. The other party was also accustomed to this, and sent a stream of mana into Li Zulian's palm. Li Zulian's eyes lit up. What pure mana? 175% mana quality. The other party smiled and said, I always sell good stuff. You will understand after using it. Li Zulian nodded to Zhang Yu and using Hun, indicating that there was no problem, and then sent a message, you can transfer the money to me, I will trade with him to reduce your risk of exposure. Although they were a little worried about whether they would be cheated if they gave out spiritual coins in one go, after getting Li Zulian's repeated assurances, Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghun still paid the money out of trust in Li Zulian. The two of them each paid 0.5 spiritual coins, and a total of 1 spiritual coin was paid to Li Zulian. Under the guidance of the other party, Li Zulian used 1 spiritual coin to buy a few books in the second-hand market. Then, under the supervision of Li Zulian, the other party stretched out his hands and placed them on Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghun respectively. The next moment, Zhang Yu felt an extremely strong, but non-aggressive high-quality mana pouring into his body, and under the other party's deliberate control, he quietly remained motionless. Zhang Yu hurriedly used his mana to impact this high-quality mana. In the impacts, he could feel that his mana became tougher. At the same time, some high-quality mana was constantly mixed into his mana. Although it was quickly diluted and dissipated, the remaining part still made Zhang Yu feel that his mana became more solid. In a blink of an eye, the ball of mana infused by the other party had completely dissipated. Zhang Yu felt the changes in his own mana and thought to himself, if there is such a master who constantly infuses this high-quality mana for me every day, the quality of my mana will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Zhang Yu wished that he could enjoy this service all the time, but he knew that how often he could enjoy it did not depend on his needs, but on his account. Looking at his account balance, in the 3 months since entering college, except for the 2.5 scholarship and the 5 spirit coins that Bai Zhenzhen gave him, he had no income at all. Although he had been living frugally every day, after counting the monthly rent, internet fees, communication fees, transportation fees, food expenses, the cost of purchasing exercises, and the 0.5 spirit coins for purchasing high-quality mana this time, Zhang Yu still had more than 11.4 spirit coins left. I will buy the earth and wood holy body and the key meridian long flow exercises next, so I must ensure that I have at least 7 or 8 spirit coins. Add to that the daily expenses. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, and finally discussed with Yu Xinghun and decided that they would each pay 0.5 spirit coins, and buy 10,000 mana from each other at the price of 1 spirit coin per month, and the other party would infuse them once a day. Zhang Yu thought that his current results were not bad anyway, and it was completely acceptable for the quality of mana to improve slowly. The other party said, 2 people add up to only infuse more than 333 units of mana every day. This will only improve the quality of mana by 2 or 3% in a month, and the higher the quality of your mana, the worse the effect will be, and you will need a lot of infusion. With your quality, you can definitely infuse more times a day. I think 5 spirit coins a month can greatly accelerate the improvement of your mana quality. Rejecting the other party's sales pitch, Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghun accepted the other party's remaining mana infusion for today, and then returned to the dormitory, intending to slowly digest it through Kigen. But before entering the dormitory, he heard Yu Xinghun say, "You go back first, I have something to do." Zhang Yu looked at the other party strangely and said, "If you don't go back to digest it quickly, where are you going?" Yu Xinghun said impatiently, "It has nothing to do with you." He shut out all the way, and his mind kept emerging with the appearance of Li Zulian before and after the transformation today. He only felt that his extremely strong body was gradually heating up as his blood and ki accelerated, and his mind was even more distracted. Yu Xinghun thought to himself, "Sister, I haven't seen you for a while. Why do I feel more and more? No, I have to release some energy, otherwise I can't even sit still." Thinking of this, Yu Xinghun couldn't help but feel ashamed. This is free overtime. Sometimes he wanted to kneel down and beg himself not to work for nothing, but he found that he could continue even if he knelt down. And not long after Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghun left, the man in the black fog looked at Li Zulian and said, "Boss, don't you give your friends a discount?" Li Zulian said indifferently, "You can give them a discount once, but can you give them a discount for the rest of their lives? Let's go. It's time to go to work." The two of them flashed and shot towards the university town on the lower level. Time came to the second day. This day was the first day of school in September. Zhang Yu looked at the class schedule and found that the 3 basic courses of Tao Heart, Mana, and Body Refining were basically the same, but the number of courses was reduced. In contrast, the number of professional courses has greatly increased, with many more courses on construction and testing to train them to make good use of the various civil engineering skills they have learned in the past 3 months. In today's construction course, Zhang Yu was seen using a basic level skill, concrete key, to use the method of using key to control mud, pouring large pieces of concrete into the target location several meters away. Chapter 294 Help Mulan, go to the construction site. Because after class every day, Zhang Yu spent most of his time practicing the skills required for the civil engineering holy body, so he rarely practiced the professional skills in class. After all, there is a 1-day cool-down time for the feather book to switch skills. In order to ensure the rapid progress of the skills of the civil engineering holy body, Zhang Yu never switched the feather book to the basic skills of the civil engineering class such as the condensed Genki. Without time and the blessing of the feather book, it was only through the scattered practice in the classroom over the past 3 months that he practiced the several skills taught in class, including the condensed Genki, and reached the level of level 1. At this time, a roar came from the distance, and concrete was seen like gray dragons, pouring into the target point under the control of Gong Shujin, causing a burst of exclamations from the surrounding students. Multi-line control, the distance is more than 30 meters, this is to practice the condensed key to level 10, right, is the 4th level master practicing the skills so fast? Nonsense, he is so rich, how can he practice slowly? Listening to the flattery around him, Gong Shujin didn't take it to heart at all. For him, with the one-on-one guidance of a private teacher, the auxiliary imitation mode of the spine law skeleton, and the momentary correction of the skills with a projection of the spirit world, learning these things is too easy. Turning his head to look at Zhang Yu's appearance when he just got started, he smiled helplessly and thought to himself, he should not be short of money, right? This martial arts talent is really. My friend will probably be very tired in the next few years. After the engineering formation drawing class was finished that day, Lushan contacted Zhang Yu and said, come to the construction site after school tomorrow, I'll send you the address, 666th floor. Seeing the address sent by the other party, Zhang Yu thought to himself, can I finally go to the construction site to make money? In the dormitory. After receiving the high-quality mana, Zhang Yu felt the high-quality mana in his body completely dissipated. He opened his eyes and showed a trace of unsatisfied. Suddenly, he saw Li Mulan breathing on the side, and thought to himself, I don't know if I can help Li Mulan improve the quality of my mana now, if possible. I can get her Tao seeds earlier, the so-called deep cold veins. This Tao seed should help improve the quality of mana, right? It can save me a lot of money. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu came to Li Mulan's site and said, Li Mulan, let me try to see if I can help you improve the quality of your mana. Li Mulan was slightly stunned and said, how to do it? Zhang Yu said, I will inject mana into your body, and you try to collide and communicate with my mana. Listening to what Zhang Yu said, Li Mulan's mind kept emerging with a dual cultivation recommended by Zhuan Jie in the past few days. Li Mulan thought to himself, dual cultivation seems to start with a communication of magic power between two people. According to Zhuan Jie, my innate special magic power has a miraculous effect on dual cultivation. Could it be? Zhang Yu wants to dual cultivate with me. Thinking of this, Li Mulan's heart was shocked. If it is true, then as long as the products of each cultivation belong to me, it is not impossible to consider it. I just don't know how much money I should pay Zhang Yu. Li Mulan remembered that Zhuan Jie said that when a lower realm and a higher realm are cultivated once, generally the lower one has to pay the higher one. If Zhang Yu's price for a repair is higher than the price of the feather juice, then I will lose money every time I repair it. Zhang Yu looked at Li Mulan, whose face was uncertain and complicated, in doubt, and asked, is there any problem? If you think it's inconvenient, forget it. Li Mulan took a deep breath and said, how much should I give you? Zhang Yu smiled slightly and said, no money, we are all fellow villagers, and now we are roommates living in the same dormitory, so we should help each other. Li Mulan's eyes moved when she heard this, and she said hesitantly, then, thinking of what she was going to say next, Li Mulan felt extremely ashamed. Because she had never taken advantage of others like this since she was a child, her face turned slightly red at this moment. Finally, Li Mulan mustered up the courage to say, the one that is left in my body at last, can it be mine? Zhang Yu laughed and said, Isn't that nonsense? What is in your body belongs to you. Li Mulan was slightly startled when she heard this. She thought Zhang Yu would bargain for it, but she didn't expect that he would be so generous and give it to her as soon as he said so. Thinking of her performance in recent times, Li Mulan thought to herself, it seems that I have revealed a flaw and he found out about it, but Zhang Yu didn't hold a grudge and gave it to me as soon as he said so. He really treats me as a good friend. Thinking of this, Li Mulan secretly decided that she had to give the money to Zhang Yu. Otherwise, if he repaired and took it, what kind of friend are we if he doesn't pay? Zhang Yu grabbed Li Mulan's wrist, and a magical power slowly passed over like a flowing stream. After a long time, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. The effect is a bit poor, Alice. After all, you haven't built your foundation, and the quality of your mana is not easy to improve. Seeing Zhang Yu not moving for a long time, Li Mulan couldn't help asking, is it over? Zhang Yu shrugged, what else? We can only talk about it after you build your foundation. Hearing this, Li Mulan, who was originally excited, felt like he was poured with a basin of cold water. As the mana in his body flowed, his whole body seemed to become icy cold. Li Mulan said disappointedly, do you have to build your foundation? Zhang Yu nodded. Speaking of which, when is the foundation building exam? Zhang Yu knew that there would be a foundation building exam every year after entering university. In order to give high school students more time to grow, the foundation building exam in high school is extended to several months. The college students who take the foundation building exam have already reached the peak of key refining in various data, so the foundation building exam is completed in just a few days. For a university like Wanfa University, which is one of the top 10, there are more places for foundation building qualification certificates. Li Mulan sighed. November this year, about 2.5 months away, she touched the position of Danchan and said, I have already bought the spiritual roots. As long as I get the foundation building qualification certificate in college, I can build the foundation immediately. Although Li Mulan is a top student in Xi'an, she is always among the top 5 in Songyang City. Even after excluding Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, and Yu Xinghan, she can maintain the top 3 level. All the values have already reached the peak of key refining. But after all, she has to compete with countless top students in the top 10. Looking at the Dao seeds on the other party, Zhang Yu said, do your best. If you need any help, just say it directly. Li Mulan looked at Zhang Yu and plucked up the courage to say, I want. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and said, what do you want? Hearing the words the other party said again, Zhang Yu thought to himself, you are here again? Li Mulan said, I can give money. I don't want to wait until after she builds her foundation. Fuji said, people have already given money, why are you still being so hypocritical? Aren't you short of money now? If you don't make money, are you worthy of being a college student? Although I don't know why you want to help Li Mulan improve the quality of her mana, but if you make more money and improve the quality of her mana, you can give back to her after she builds her foundation. Zhang Yu frowned and felt that there was something wrong with this matter. That night, when Zhang Yu told Bai Zhenzhen about his doubts, Bai Zhenzhen laughed and said, what are you hesitating about? Sell it quickly. You don't make money, are you stupid? Zhang Yu sighed and thought to himself, maybe I am too hypocritical. When people in Kungsu encounter such things, shouldn't they sell them in bulk? After hanging up the call, Bai Zhenzhen pursed her lips, as if she was lost in some kind of thinking. A female voice sounded in her ears, good disciple, you are upset. Bai Zhenzhen murmured, why? I feel a little uncomfortable, thinking that Zhang Yu's relationship with others seemed to be getting better and better when she was away. Bai Zhenzhen felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. The god of 7 emotions said calmly, are you unhappy? Bai Zhenzhen asked doubtfully, really? Am I the jealous type of friend? Don't want Zhang Yu to have other friends who have a better relationship with me than him? I'm not that stingy, am I? The god of 7 emotions said, people's thoughts are made up of emotions. Emotions are so complicated that many times even a person himself can hardly confirm his true feelings. In the extreme sword art, this is even more of a taboo. If you are not sure, you should think about it carefully and confirm your thoughts. For example, you can think about the way they buy and sell. If it is a dual cultivation, how do you feel? With a crackling sound, lightning flashed on Bai Zhenzhen's body. She said calmly, that depends on how much money Zhang Yu took. The god of 7 emotions smiled and said, in the extreme sword art, only by being extreme in emotion can one be extreme in sword. But if you want to be extreme in emotion, you must first figure out what exactly you feel in your heart. Zhang came to the dormitory on the 125th floor early in the morning, ready to go to the classroom with Li Mulong for class. Because he wanted to join the other party's big family of 4, Zhang had been seizing opportunities and trying to be friends with Li Mulong. Seeing Li Mulong open the door and walk out, Zhang was about to say hello, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. He saw the measuring cup in the other party's hand flashed and was hidden in his arms. At this moment, Zhang's hands suddenly trembled, and he felt a little pain in his heart. Fuck. Why not me? Everyone is refining key. Why is it Li Mulong, not me? After school that day. In the Yuanxi channel. Zhang Yu glanced at the extra 0.05 spirit coins in his account. This was the extra money he earned from Li Mulong yesterday when Yu Xinghan and his sister were not around. I just don't know when the next time will be. I'm afraid that the company on the second floor won't be able to research anything, and then it will be garbage again, Yu Xinghan said. Hurry up, this is your first time to the construction site, don't be late. The two of them shot across the floors of the university town, and saw the market with people coming and going, the gray civil engineering teaching area, the golden and brilliant finance teaching building, and the temple of the talisman department full of divine power. When they came to the 666th floor, they unexpectedly found that this was actually a large construction site, and above their heads was the night sky that they hadn't seen for a long time. Looking at the moon and stars in the sky, Yu Xinghan and Zhang Yu were both absent-minded. In the past 3 months, they have been squeezed in the university town that was like a hornet's nest, living in a dormitory of 5 square meters, and the two have accumulated some suffocating feelings in their hearts. At this moment, seeing the extremely vast sky for the first time in a long time, the spirit seemed to be constantly expanding, and a burst of joy surged in their minds. At this moment, a voice came. Why are you here too? Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan turned their heads and found that Li Xiao was staring at Yu Xinghan and said, Did you pay too? Yu Xinghan nodded. He did give a referral fee of 0.01 spirit coins. Li Xiao thought to himself, it seems that I am not the only one who handed over 20% of my monthly salary. Chapter 295 Construction Site. After being interrupted by Li Xiao's shout, Zhang Yu did not continue to look at the starry sky, but looked at the construction site in front of him. With a glance, he found that the entire 666th floor was actually a construction site, with roads and buildings being built everywhere, and various vibrations and bombardments coming continuously. Zhang Yu was a little surprised and said, the entire 666th floor is building something. Yu Xinghan had already inquired about it and had some understanding of this. When he heard it, he explained, Wanfa University City did not have 666 floors at the beginning, but with the expansion of population and the repeated urban reconstruction plans, Wanfa University City has been continuously building new floors upwards every year. For example, the floors below 50 used to belong to the mortal area, but now they have risen to below 100 floors, and the teaching floors of the finance department and the civil engineering department, as well as the student dormitory floors, will also continue to move upwards. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, thinking, isn't it true that the entire Wanfa University City always has a large demand for construction? It is indeed easy to find a job in civil engineering. At this time, Tulishan led 3 students to Zhang Yu and the others. Tulishan greeted them with a smile, and then began to arrange the next tasks on the construction site. Among them, Zhang Yu and 3 others worked with a construction team, while Yingxin and 3 others participated in the quality inspection internship. Li Xiao looked at Yingxin and others behind Tulishan in surprise, thinking, Yingxin also came to the construction site? Why didn't they mention this to me? Tulishan on the other side continued, U6 will be an internship group in the future, and the group leader will be Yingxin. After explaining a few more words, Tulishan led everyone to complete a series of procedures such as registration and employment. On the way, Tulishan's eyes flashed, and he saw the message sent by Li Xiao. Li Xiao, teacher, didn't you say that the number of places is limited? Why are there so many students? Tulishan, Xiao Li, Zhang Yu's grades are better than yours, so it's reasonable for him to come in, right? Tulishan, not to mention Yingxin, her family has 6 generations of civil engineering people, she grew up on the construction site, and she is a proud child of heaven, and there is also an elder in her family who is a Jindan Zhenren. Tulishan, and he himself is also excellent. After building his foundation in high school, he began to practice various civil engineering skills. Now, as you know, he ranks 3rd in the class. In Tulishan's explanation, these students either have better grades than Li Xiao, or their families have elders working in the civil engineering industry, which gives them advantages that Li Xiao cannot match. The more Li Xiao listened, the more he felt a gap between himself and other students, and his mood became more and more depressed. But suddenly, he thought of someone. Li Xiao, what about Yu Xinghan? He's from the first level, right? His grades are not as good as mine. To Lushan, he also knows people and has spent a lot of money. To Lushan, compared with Yu Xinghan, the spirit coins you gave are much less. To Lushan, I am optimistic about you, so I gave you this opportunity. But you should keep the number in your mind, and don't tell others the number. Otherwise it will be difficult for me. To Lushan, work hard. As long as we are willing to work hard in the civil engineering department, we can earn endless spirit coins. Li Xiao looked at the message sent by Teacher 2 and thought to himself, I must seize this opportunity, work hard, earn more spirit coins, repay the loan well, and work hard to improve my grades. After completing the onboarding process, a projection of the spirit world appeared above the heads of the 6 people, with an extra layer of light. There was a layer of red light on the heads of Yingzhen and the other 2, representing their identities as quality inspectors. There was a layer of blue light on the heads of Zhang Yu, Yu Xinghan, and Li Xiao, representing their identities as technical workers. Tu Lishan looked at the students and taught them, when you enter the construction site, the color of the light represents your identity, the gold and silver ones are leaders. You must not be disrespectful when you see them. You must also pay attention to your body size. It is best not to become bigger than the leaders. Also, remember to put away the foundation building field, you already know the red and blue ones. The yellow ones are the most common key refining handymen. If you kill or injure them, you will have to pay compensation. Remember to be careful when you work on your own. As he was talking, a key refining handyman happened to pass by. Tu Lishan pointed to the number on the man's head and said, did you see it? According to the latest construction site safety regulations, each key refining handyman has a compensation price on his head. After using this trick, the number of casualties on the construction site has been greatly reduced. Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart, what the hell? So the main casualties on the construction site come from the foundation building workers? It's not asking us to pay attention to safety and not get hurt, it's asking us to pay attention to safety and not hurt people, right? At this moment, a voice came, Manager 2, you're here. Zhang Yu looked over when he heard the voice and found that the voice came from a puppet of a yellow turban warrior. Tu Lishan nodded at the other party without responding. The puppet of the yellow turban warrior had already walked away quickly carrying a large pile of steel. Yu Xinghan asked curiously, does the yellow turban warrior have intelligence? Is there a weapon spirit inside it? Tu Lishan laughed when he heard this and said, how is that possible? Don't you know how expensive high-level weapon spirits are? This yellow turban warrior has the soul of a person inside it. Tu Lishan went on to explain, this man is called Wang Yun, and he is a college student who just graduated this year. He rented a yellow turban warrior, put his soul into it, and used it to work on a construction site. Yu Xinghan asked, what about his physical body? Tu Lishan said, he rented it to the pharmacology department to test drugs. Zhang Yu was also surprised when he heard this. The physical body is used to test drugs? The soul works on a construction site. Tu Lishan sensed the surprise in Zhang Yu's tone, and said with emotion, yeah, it's amazing that you can find 2 jobs right after graduation. Although your realm is higher than Wang Yun, you should also learn more about this kind of fighting spirit. There are Dharma bones for rent on the construction site, which can improve your work efficiency. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough money. We have discounts for job loans here. Seeing Tu Lishan's meaningful gaze, Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan immediately turned their heads away and pretended not to see it. Zhang Yu thought to himself, damn it, I haven't made any money yet and you're recommending loans to me again. Yu Xinghan thought to himself, senior sister said that the first job loan for college students is very important and can't be decided lightly. Behind the 2 of them, Li Xiao thought to himself, is teacher 2 hinting at me? When I'm free, let's go and see what kind of legal relics there are on the construction site. Tu Lishan continued, by the way, there are surveillance cameras everywhere on the construction site. Don't take the materials on the ground randomly. If you are caught stealing materials, the fine will be huge. Zhang Yu nodded secretly when he heard this, thinking that there are indeed surveillance cameras everywhere on the construction site. It seems that it is not easy to pick up some materials here. After Tu Lishan introduced the general situation of the construction site, he pointed to his eyes and said, You should be able to see your work through the Spiritual World Network now. After joining the company, all the tasks on the construction site will be directly released through the Spiritual World Network. You just need to follow it. The salary will also be settled on it. Okay, everyone, work hard. As long as we are willing to work hard in the civil engineering department, there will be plenty of money waiting for you to pick up. After Tulishan left, Zhang Yu looked at his eye skeleton perspective and found a line of words written on it. Today's task, pouring concrete. Salary obtained. 0 spirit coins. Please arrive at the workplace immediately. Countdown 23 seconds. Zhang Yu also saw a series of dotted lines projected by the spiritual world, guiding him to the specific workplace. Looking at the countdown, it kept jumping. Zhang Yu flashed and immediately shot out, following the dotted lines seen in the eye skeleton all the way to a concrete mixing tower. Standing at this oil receiving point, with Zhang Yu running the coagulation energy, more than 10 tons of concrete have been gently received by him. The next line of words appeared in the eye shell. Please arrive at the pouring site immediately. Countdown 15 seconds. The concrete wrapped in the ore was like a black and gray dragon, following Zhang Yu all the way, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the pouring site. According to what he learned in class, Zhang Yu shook the ore, pounded the concrete, precipitated the bubbles, and then injected it into the template in front of him. At the same time, the surrounding array drawings also appeared in Zhang Yu's eye shell. Zhang Yu recalled the content of the engineering array drawing class, and thought to himself, pay attention to the position of the spiritual path marked on the array diagram, which is reserved for the array node. Only when the spiritual path is formed in the building and becomes part of the Wanfa city array, can it be convenient to support the functions of load-bearing, reinforcement, magnetism, anti-gravity, air circulation, temperature regulation, etc. As the concrete driven by Zhang Yu's ore continued to pour down, like a waterfall falling continuously, the numbers on the eye shell gradually changed. Today's task, pouring concrete. Salary received 0.000001 spirit coins. Salary received 0.000002 spirit coins. Salary received 0.000003 spirit coins. After watching the concrete pour, the spirit coins continued to grow as the concrete continued to pour. Although it was only a small increase of so many zeros after the decimal point, Zhang Yu still felt excited. Finally, I made money. This was the first time that Zhang Yu earned a salary by his own ability in college, and it also made him feel that he was no longer a rootless duckweed, and he really felt a little relieved. While Zhang Yu continued to vibrate the concrete with his key, he thought to himself, this process seems to be suitable for practicing a martial art. His eyes flashed, and the big library emerged, and then under his operation, he quickly jumped to a martial art that he had collected for a long time. Foundation Establishment Expert Level Kung Fu, Bai Zhenzhen. This is a martial art that tempers the body by vibrating the body and ki, and can also burst out amazing killing through high-frequency vibrations in actual combat. However, it is now widely used in the civil engineering industry for various vibration work. For example, Zhang Yu can use this Bai Zhenzhen to vibrate the concrete. It just so happens that I want to practice the third civil engineering holy body, so I will practice this Bai Zhenzhen. The Bai Zhenzhen, which originally cost 0.8 spirit coins and was 0.48 spirit coins after a 60% discount, was bought by Zhang Yu in one go. After briefly flipping through the electronic version of the secret book, Zhang Yu circulated his ki and controlled his body and ki to gradually vibrate. After a moment. Bai Zhenzhen Level 1. Chapter 296. Earn spirit coins and spend spirit coins. As Bai Zhenzhen was activated, Zhang Yu felt a buzzing sound coming from his body. His flesh and blood were tempered in the vibrations, and the concrete wrapped in the ki was also expelling bubbles in the vibrations, and the efficiency was several points faster than before. Very good, Zhang Yu thought to himself, in this way, I can improve my work efficiency and cultivate the civil engineering saint body. I should follow this idea on the construction site next time. Many of the exercises in the civil engineering saint body should be able to cooperate with the work on the construction site. However, as the work progressed and Bai Zhenzhen was running, Zhang Yu could feel that his body began to become sore. He remembered the side effects introduced in Bai Zhenzhen. If it is used for a long time, it will damage the nerve endings, limb joints, and muscles, and cause muscle vibration syndrome. In severe cases, it may even cause gangrene of the fingertips, limb deformities, and serious damage to the body's motor function. But Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and while running Bai Zhenzhen, he had been trying to control the activation of his body to continuously repair the damaged parts of his body. While Zhang Yu was working hard, Yu Zhenghen, who was not far away, was lying on a wooden board, quietly looking at the stars in the night sky. "Alice, this job is too tiring. I need to take a rest, otherwise my body will be damaged." In the practice of immortality, the balance between income and health is very important. You can't make money for half a day and finally invest it all in medical expenses. Li Xiao, who was on the other side, looked at Yu Zhenghen lying down, and laughed in his heart that Yu Zhenghen couldn't bear hardships. "If you can't bear this little bit of hardship, how can you do civil engineering?" Li Xiao looked at the number of spiritual coins in his salary gradually increasing, and he felt more and more motivated, and the sore muscles seemed to be nothing. Especially looking at the huge construction site of the entire 666 floors, Li Xiao felt that there were mountains of gold and silver everywhere, waiting for him to pick up money. Yu Zhenghen looked at Li Xiao, who was working hard, and thought to himself, can he still hold on like this? This guy is really hiding his strength on weekdays, just like Zhang Yu said. Then Yu Zhenghen looked at Zhang Yu again, and saw that Zhang Yu's body was faintly swollen at this moment, and the power he burst out became more amazing. Zhang Yu was seen circulating his ki and pouring large areas of steel mesh with concrete, like a giant dragon rolling back and forth in the river formed by steel bars. This was because Zhang Yu had slightly activated the War Demon Meteorite life skill to speed up efficiency, increasing his physical strength by 0.2. And relying on the physical activation brought by the Kenyushi mind and body skill, he was also able to fully withstand the physical damage caused by the War Demon Meteorite life skill and the Bai Zhenzhen. Zhang Yu looked at the spirit coins on his salary, which had unknowingly risen to 0.01135 spirit coins, and couldn't help but run the skills more fiercely. Seeing Zhang Yu's movements a little faster, Yu Zhenghen said in his heart, "What a perverted physique." He remembered that when he was on the first floor, Zhang Yu fell down again and again under the training of Xinghuo Zhenren, and stood up again and again after recovering quickly, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal envy. At the same time, behind the surveillance camera on the construction site, Tulishan was also observing the work of the new students. Yu Zhenghen is a good slacker, Li Xiao is hard-working and diligent, a good candidate for civil engineering, Tulishan observed and thought to himself, and Zhang Yu is really a civil engineering saint. He is as efficient as 20 key refining handymen, but his salary is only 10 times that of key refining handymen. He has poor martial arts aptitude, but he is hard-working and diligent, and can endure hardships. His physical fitness is not bad, and he comes from a rural area like this, and he is short of money, poor aptitude, good health, willing to endure hardships, poor family, and coming from the countryside. In Tulishan's opinion, this is not a civil engineering saint. What is a civil engineering saint? He is simply a natural civil engineering seed. At the same time, Yingzhen and the other two followed the senior quality inspector and also inspected Zhang Yu and his team. Seeing this, Yu Zhenghen immediately stood up and continued to work. Yingzhen looked at the three people working hard and thought to herself, these jobs on the construction site are the most physically demanding. Even if a foundation building cultivator consumes so much energy every day, he will eventually get sick. For example, Zhang Yu's work of pouring concrete, which requires the circulation of the ki and high-frequency vibrations year after year, is prone to meridian expansion. And if the body is vibrated for a long time, it will cause muscle vibration. The workers on the construction site have a lot of problems. She has seen and heard too many similar things since she was a child. So she told herself that when she entered the civil engineering department, she would never do these hard and tiring jobs. She hoped that starting from her generation, future generations of her family would no longer have to suffer this kind of hardship. Let these people at the first level earn this kind of hard-earned money. I still want to be a management talent. Yingzhen's biggest goal for this internship on the construction site is to attract the attention of a leader with excellent performance in the next assessment and be selected to go to the construction site in the wild. The real powerful people in the Department of Civil Engineering are not on the university town, but are running projects outside, Yingzhen thought to herself. Otherwise, how can we support so many Jinden and Yuanying in the School of Architecture with just these few projects in the university town? Especially now that university wars are frequent, it is the time for the Department of Civil Engineering to make great plans, and it is the golden period for countless civil engineering talents to rise and develop. How can I stay in the university town to earn this hard-earned money? As long as I can be selected by the Deputy Director of the Department of Civil Engineering this time and participate in that project. Yingxin's mind was filled with information about the 7 wonders of civil engineering. She knew that she was not Gong Shujin, let alone Ji Yuanchu's opponent, and it was impossible for her to compete with these 2 people in ranking. But who said that only by being the first in the class for 7 consecutive years can you have the opportunity to get all the 7 wonders of civil engineering, and finally combine the 7 key into one, and master the power of moving mountains in Yuan Kunlun. As a 6th-generation civil engineer, Yingxin understood that a lot of information in her hands would be the key to her future soaring. Unknowingly, Zhang Yu had been working all night. But under the effect of physical activation, he was still vigorous and looked full of motivation. Bai Zhenzhen level 4 salary obtained. 0.038 spirit coins. Zhang Yu thought to himself, that's 1.14 spirit coins a month, and 13.68 spirit coins a year. True man Xinghuo didn't lie to me, civil engineering is really profitable. Li Xiao, who is not far away, looked at Zhang Yu, and said secretly in his heart, it feels like Zhang Yu's workload today is much heavier than mine. He is worthy of being my rival. He can endure so much more hardships than me. Yingxin on the other side shook his head secretly. Zhang Yu will have problems in at most half a year if he keeps working like this. Just then, a yellow turban warrior named Wang Yun saw the 3 students leaving get off work, and he reminded the 3 of them, don't blame me for saying too much, 3 of you, although we make a lot of money in this line of work, our bodies also wear out a lot. We have to take good care of ourselves after work every day. There is a massage parlor at the entrance of the construction site. The technicians there have good techniques and excellent service. They can eliminate a lot of wear and tear on the body. After that, Wang Yun had already left. After all, as a yellow turban warrior, he could no longer maintain his health through massage. Zhang Yu didn't care when he heard what Wang Yun said. After all, he had the crippled ox sacrifice technique. If his body was not activated enough, he could switch to the martial arts Saint Embryo for self-healing. At least for tonight's work, he hadn't used his full strength yet in order not to attract attention. In particular, he had already thought of the use of the money earned from the construction site. Go buy high-quality mana. Not only can it be used to improve the quality of Li Mulan's mana in the future, I can also make money by selling my own high-quality mana. Zhang Yu really envied those who made money by selling mana. It was much easier than the work on the construction site. On the other side, Li Xiao also disdained Wang Yun's proposal. He would rather spend more money on learning and practicing with the money for massage. The matter of body wear and tear still needs to be treated seriously, Yu Xinghan said solemnly. I'll go to the massage shop to help you try it first. If there is no problem, let's go together after get off work. Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, I'm not interested, go by yourself. Inside the massage shop, Yu Xinghan waited a few minutes nervously. When he saw the masser, who was full of muscles and had a stronger physique than him, he said in a dry voice, You? The other party grinned, patted his chest, and said, Don't worry, little brother. We have been serving the construction site for a long time and know how to help you maintain your muscles. Yu Xinghan wanted to stand up and leave, but thinking about the spirit coins he had already paid, he finally endured it. He asked, Are there any female technicians? The other party smiled and said, I am a woman. Yu Xinghan took a deep breath and said, Come on. In the next week, Zhang Yu was busy every day. After taking the morning medicine every day, he started to attend classes, learning the immortal knowledge of formations, engineering, strength, etc., and practicing the basic exercises of the civil engineering department. After a full day of classes, he had to receive the infusion of high-quality mana. After digesting the high-quality mana, he had to work all night at the construction site, pouring concrete while practicing Bai Zhenzhen. In the morning, he received another infusion of high-quality mana, and then went to the classroom without stopping. For this, he also invested an extra 0.5 spirit coins per month in high-quality mana. The spirit coins he earned at the construction site this month have not yet arrived, but he has already spent a small half of them. Unknowingly, a week passed, his Dao heart reached level 11, 93.6%, his mana increased to 320.5, his physical strength reached level 11.367, and the quality of his mana reached 115%. Bai Zhenzhen was also pushed forward by him, and now it has reached level 13. And when he broke through level 10, he obtained the level 10 effect, which made the physical body and Genki vibrate at the same frequency. and burst out with a higher vibration frequency. At the same time, this will also increase the burden of Bai Zhenzhen on the body, increase the degree of wear and tear on the body, and increase the probability of disease. Zhang Yu would read the introduction of various exercises under the civil and wood holy body when he was free these days, and he became more and more certain of one thing. The skills of the civil engineering saint body either have huge side effects, or the working environment of the construction site is not suitable for them. They can cause pneumoconiosis, vibration syndrome, cancer, each one is more serious than the other. Chapter 297 The warm current of friendship is flowing. When Zhang Yu just returned to the dormitory that day, he saw Li Mulan waiting there. In addition to the 0.05 spirit coins earned that day, Li Mulan has purchased materials from different places such as blood, sweat, saliva, etc. from Zhang Yu in the past few days, which made Zhang Yu earn another 0.08 spirit coins. However, so far, perhaps because the time is too short, the company has not yet found any results from the samples provided by Zhang Yu. The only thing that surprised Li Mulan was that Zhang Yu's sweat is now more pure and pollution-free, not to mention drug poisons and impurities. There is not even a trace of odor, just like cooling water used purely for heat dissipation. In Li Mulan's mind, the urine that Zhang Yu urinates now may be cleaner than the cerebrospinal fluid of ordinary people. She thought to herself, after Zhang Yu entered the foundation building stage, his ability to metabolize and absorb drugs, as well as his control over the drug toxins in his body, became even more powerful. Coupled with the cultivation of chunky Bai Zhenzhen, every time he took the medicine, he almost perfectly filtered out the drug toxins, and then gathered and stored them all. If someone with this ability works as a drug tester in a pharmaceutical company, or becomes a filter to wash out drug toxins, the salary will definitely not be low. Of course, Li Mulan knew that Zhang Yu would never do this kind of work. After all, this kind of work is too damaging to the body. Even for a foundation building expert, under the influence of various experimental drugs, it only takes a few weeks to leave irreparable damage and cut off the path to immortality. But if you just use it a little bit yourself. At this moment, Li Mulan looked at Zhang Yu and asked seriously, "Are you sure, you can really let me eat it for free?" Zhang Yu looked at Li Mulan in front of him and stared at the Tao seed in his chest, the deep cold veins. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if you want to obtain Li Mulan's Tao seed, you have to improve the quality of her mana. If you want to improve the quality of her mana, you have to wait for her to build her foundation. But in Zhang Yu's opinion, Li Mulan's success rate for the foundation building exam in November is still a little low. He doesn't want to wait for the other party's next foundation building exam. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu took out the measuring cup and handed it to Li Mulan. "Drink it and try it." Li Mulan took it a little embarrassedly and whispered, "If you sell this, you can sell it for a lot of money." Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, "We are all friends. No money? Not only you, if you Xinghan and sister Zhang Zuji need it, I will also provide it to them for free." Li Mulan looked at Zhang Yu, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. She remembered the first time she wanted to buy the other party's loss in the martial arts competition in high school. At that time, the other party didn't want money, which made her feel incomprehensible and angry. But at this moment, seeing that the other party also didn't want money, Li Mulan was not angry at all. "Is this a good friend?" Li Mulan raised the measuring cup and drank it all, feeling the warmth of friendship flowing through her throat. A smell of blood also filled her throat at this moment. Zhang Yu watched the other party swallow his blood and asked, "How does it feel?" Li Mulan licked her lips, feeling the burning power of the medicine spreading and rushing to her limbs, and said slowly, "The medicinal properties are a little weak, but the drug poison is almost gone. I feel like I can drink a lot." Zhang Yu nodded slightly. What he gave Li Mulan to drink was his own blood. It was also the only thing in his body that could improve the efficiency of cultivation after giving it to the other party. Otherwise, would anyone think it was something else? Through this method, he seemed to have become Li Mulan's medicine filter, allowing the other party to take more medicine to help practice. In addition, Li Mulan herself had undergone Zion's supermetabolic transformation surgery, and the level of medication in the future would definitely rise sharply, and the efficiency of practice would also soar all the way. Zhang Yu said, "Okay, if you want to take any medicine in the future, buy more for me. I will take it and then give it to you. This way, you can take several times more and use it to improve the efficiency of your practice." Li Mulan nodded, looked at Zhang Yu excitedly, and said, "Zhang Yu, thank you." She remembered what Zhuan Jie said, took a deep breath and said, "If you want to practice dual cultivation in the future, I can give you more money." For Li Mulan, giving the other party more money during the transaction is the only way she can think of to thank her good friend. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and said, "What are you thinking about? Who said we want to practice dual cultivation? Stop talking nonsense and go to class." Li Mulan said, "Other transactions are fine. Now I have to prepare for the foundation building exam, so my finances are tight. After I build my foundation, the family here," Zhang Yu said casually. Okay, let's talk about it after you build your foundation." He looked at the other party's Tao seed and just wanted to copy this deep cold vein. So Zhang Yu took out the measuring cup and said, "I'll give you some more. Remember to drink more every day, practice well, and you must pass the foundation building qualification certificate." Afterwards, Li Mulan reminded him again, "If you want to sell blood, you'd better be careful." Facing Li Mulan's reminder, Zhang Yu just waved his hand. He didn't have this idea yet. Using the peak metabolism capacity of the foundation building brought by the university's holy body, he could only feed some blood to the 3 people in the dormitory at most. As for outsiders, he had no channels, no immunity certificates, health certificates, business licenses and other certificates, and selling blood involved too much. Moreover, if he sold less, he wouldn't make much money. If he sold more, his body couldn't bear it, and it would affect his practice. What's more, he now has a regular income from the construction site, and it's time to work hard. After class at noon that day, Zhuangzhe was walking in the corridor of the teaching building of the Department of Pharmacology, looking for Li Mulan's figure. "Where did you go?" When he came to a corner, Zhuangzhe saw the other person's figure. He was about to say hello, but he saw that the other person drank something. Looking at the empty measuring cup in the other party's hand, Zhuangzhe was slightly stunned, recalling the measuring cup that flashed in the other party's hand a few days ago. Has it come to this? Zhuangzhe's body shook again and again, and an idea came to his mind. Is this still Wanfa University? Are you going to Hehong University? I'm only a freshman, and I haven't even formed a team yet. You guys have already practiced to this point? Looking at Li Mulan's face, Zhuangzhe mustered up the courage and said what he had been holding back for a long time. "Student Li, I also want to join, and I also want to make further progress in the immortal way. Can I move into your dormitory?" In the following days, Zhang Yu became more and more handy on the construction site. The War Demon Meteorite Life Skill and the Infinite Zhenzhen were running at the same time. After being worn out again and again, his body was repaired with the activation of blood and flesh. Especially after becoming proficient, Zhang Yu could always maintain the degree of wear and tear on his body to a recoverable level. This made Zhang Yu feel that his body was not damaged by long-term work on the construction site, but became more and more tenacious and stronger. The efficiency of improving physical strength was even faster than his individual practice. "I can practice and make money at the same time. This civil engineering system is really suitable for me." In a blink of an eye, he had been working on the construction site for half a month. As Zhang Yu's efficiency increased, his income also increased. In the past half month, he earned a total of 0.59 spirit coins. However, looking at the account balance of 10.7 spirit coins after purchasing high-quality mana, Zhang Yu thought to himself, "I still have to work hard." This morning, watching the sunlight gradually rising on the horizon, Zhang Yu welcomed the time to get off work with reluctance. Wuji Zhenzhen 20th level Wuji Zhenzhen 20th level allows Zhang Yu to perform overclocking oscillations beyond the limit, bursting out unparalleled lethality in a few seconds. It's useless. It can only be used to kill enemies, not for work. Walking on the way out of the construction site, Zhang Yu was not very satisfied with the 20th level of this skill. Besides Zhang Yu, Li Xiao and Yu Xinghan were also off work. However, compared to Zhang Yu, who was full of energy and still vigorous after working all night, Li Xiao and Yu Xinghan looked more tired. Especially Li Xiao, some muscles on his body would twitch from time to time, causing his walking movements to be deformed. Yu Xinghan looked thinner, and his cheeks were slightly sunken. When he walked to the entrance of the construction site, Yu Xinghan sighed. "Finally, I'm off work and can go for a massage." He rubbed his arms and said, "I'm so tired every day. I can't help but massage." Li Xiao looked at Yu Xinghan with disdain, and sighed that if he massaged like this every day, how could he save money for cultivation? Zhang Yu waved to Yu Xinghan and left first. He knew that the other party did not have the same recovery ability as himself, and it was the right way to massage every day to repair the wear and tear of the body. Yu Xinghan walked into the massage room familiarly, and heard someone shouting, "Mr. Yu is here? Is it number 38 again?" Yu Xinghan smiled and said, "Don't forget to turn on the projection service." As the projection of the spirit world was turned on, a technician who looked like Li Zulian walked in. Yu Xinghan put it up and said, "Please massage my feet first." Zhang Yu was walking on the way back to the dormitory, and a message would occasionally jump in his eyes. There were tasks assigned by teachers in the class group. There were advertisements pushed by surrounding stores. There were also messages from the Songyan group from time to time. Speaking of the Songyan classmates group, when everyone just entered the second floor 3 months ago, the group was still very lively. Every day Zhang Yu would take a look and see 999 plus messages. However, as time passed, everyone focused on their studies, and the messages in the group became less and less. But Zhang Yu still took a look from time to time. After all, he could learn some news from other universities from here. And just today, a message in the group caught Zhang Yu's attention. Chu Kim from King Kong University, many graduate majors have reduced or even stopped recruiting. Have you noticed? Zhao Xiangxing from Fengdu University, you have been paying attention to the postgraduate entrance examinations so early? Zhang Yu thought to himself, old Zhao, he is just a junior college student, why does he study with Mo Xianyi? What is Fengdu University? Or is he too vain? Lian Xianji from Helhun University, do you have to start preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination from the freshman year? Lian Xianji from Helhun University, many of the majors that have been reduced in enrollment this time are popular majors. The yin-yang emergency medicine that I originally wanted to apply for has cut its enrollment quota in half. Lian Xianji from Helhun University, oh, I don't know what the situation will be when I take the exam. Jin Shen from Xianhe University, the evaluation system of universities is profound and extensive. Although I haven't studied it thoroughly, this change in enrollment quotas is definitely reasonable. Zhang Yu saw the news of the reduction in graduate enrollment and couldn't help but check it online. He found that Wanfa University had indeed seen changes in graduate enrollment quotas. However, seeing that the number of graduate students in the Department of Civil Engineering has not only not been reduced, but has been expanded, Zhang Yu laughed. You're hiring so many people, are you going to keep the wages at the construction site going? Fortunately, my graduate school isn't in the Department of Civil Engineering anymore. Zhang Yu was going to follow the plan made by Starfire, transfer to the Department of Refining in his junior year, and then pass the entrance exam to become a graduate student in the Department of Refining. But the next moment, seeing the news that the number of graduate students in the Department of Refining was reduced by 40%, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Get in the car. The door is almost welded shut. Why the hell did the refining department reduce its enrollment? Zhang Yu never thought that after entering university, he would encounter a similar situation as Lei Jun, his martial arts teacher in high school. The only difference was that Lei Jun encountered a reduction in the enrollment of foundation building qualifications, while he encountered a reduction in the enrollment of graduate students. After spending some time, Zhang Yu found that he could not find the reason for the reduction on the spiritual network. However, after school that day, when he was taking medicine in the dormitory, Zhang Pianpian listened to his questions and gave some answers. Zhang Pianpian said, "It is said that several refining masters in the realm of transformation took the lead in protesting, believing that the educational resources of the refining departments of various universities are insufficient and cannot match the number of students." As Zhang Pianpian's fingertips gently moved in the talisman book, countless information emerged in her eyes. She then said, "Secondly, they believe that the current quality of refining students is insufficient, and the standards should be further improved." Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, "Damn it, they welded the car door shut as soon as they got in the car, right?" Zhang Pianpian shook her head and said, "These are just superficial excuses. The real reason." Zhang Pianpian drew a rune on the book with her fingertips that Zhang Yu could not understand, and the next moment a large amount of information from the depths of the spiritual world flashed in her eyes. Zhang Pianpian just smiled faintly and said, The real reason is probably that the top 10 universities have joined forces to limit the number of weapon refining students in all universities and consolidate their leading position. Zhang Yu, if you want to take the weapon refining graduate exam now, it will probably be more difficult. Zhang Pianpian sighed. I checked the admission standards in recent years, and they have been rising almost every year. If you want to transfer to another department, the requirements will also become higher. Basically, you need to be ranked in the top 50 in the department. If it's the civil engineering department, you need to be ranked in the top 20 in the department. Zhang Yu was surprised and said, the requirements are so high? Isn't it outrageous? Top 20 in the department? I am in the top 20 in the civil engineering department regardless of grade, and I can transfer to weapon refining? Who set this standard? Zhang Pianpian said faintly. This is just the registration standard for the transfer exam. According to the new standard, if you want to compete with other students, you have to compete for additional points. For example, if you have mastered the immortal techniques of weapon refining, alchemy, medicine refining, formation, in advance, you can get additional points and be admitted first. Zhang Yu frowned even more when he heard that. Those skills that add extra points cost more and more money. How can this be used to select talents? It is obviously to select students with money. Zhang Pianpian continued, Zhang Yu, if you still plan to go the route of refining equipment, you have to work harder. After all, when your class comes, I'm afraid the admission requirements will be even higher. Zhang Pianpian shook his head and sighed, but there is nothing we can do about it. The current trend is to reduce the number of popular majors. Not only the refining department, but the 3 ace departments of Wanfa University are also reducing their enrollment. For example, the enrollment requirements of the finance department have long been raised to the sky. After all, the dining table is so small. If one more person goes up, the others will have to eat less. As time goes by, it will only become more and more difficult to climb up in Kungsu. For example, the entry of the 10 major sects may not recruit people in a few years. Hearing the changes in the enrollment quotas for graduate students and the refining department, Zhang Yu frowned repeatedly, but still remained calm, thinking that he would just work harder next time. But after hearing Zhang Pianpian's last words, his eyes suddenly widened and he said, Sister. Senior. What did you say? The top 10 sects may not recruit people in a few years. At this moment, with a daily non-stop study and practice, the ritual power that has not emerged for a long time. Zhang Yu seemed to recall the familiar chill. Zhang Yu, who originally thought that he could temporarily relax after entering the top 10 universities according to the wish path, became nervous again at this moment. He still clearly remembered the path to realize his wish at that time. Passed the college entrance examination, joined the sect, and finally relied on the sect salary to realize his wish to buy antiques. Damn it, if the 10 major sects don't accept people, won't I be unable to realize the ritual wish? Then as soon as I graduate, will I be killed by the backlash of the ritual? Fuji. Did you hear that? Is there no way for you to stop this crappy ritual? Fuji smiled awkwardly. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so popular now. Just when Zhang Yu's heart was filled with shocking waves, Zhang Pianpian looked at his expression strangely and replied indifferently, I only found out after coming up that many situations are different from what we thought before. Since the establishment of the college entrance examination system and the university system, there have been peerless geniuses who have climbed up almost every year and were recruited from the top 10 universities into the top 10 sects. Under this system, the number of people in the top 10 sects is increasing every year, and peerless geniuses emerge endlessly. Each of these geniuses is a gifted and talented person. So many people have joined the sects and climbed towards the peak of the immortal way. Don't you think it will become more and more crowded up there? For the 10 major sects, the number of immortal talents may have overflowed, and the bus is getting more and more crowded, so naturally the standard for getting on the bus will have to be raised. Zhang Pianpian sighed. Based on the data I have learned so far, judging from the trend in recent years, there may be no mortals in the 10 major sects, and the birth rate may have dropped to zero for quite some time. None of the people who go up to work can leave their household registration, and they still have to come down after working for a certain period of time. I think, in a few years, we will reach that critical point. By then, the 10 major sects may no longer recruit disciples, and the sect caves above the 10th floor may no longer be open to the lower level. Above the sect and below the sect will completely become two different worlds. Listening to what Zhang Pianpian said, Zhang Yu cursed in his heart. Why am I stuck at this time? If I was born 20 or 40 years earlier, The difficulty of taking the college entrance examination and joining the sect would be several levels lower. It's difficult now, but maybe it will be stopped for me. Zhang Pianpian looked at Zhang Yu's changeable expression and asked doubtfully, Zhang Yu, do you really want to join the top 10 sects? Zhang Yu nodded and said, do you think I still have hope? Zhang Pianpian checked the data and said, last year, the sect recruited 5 students into the weapon refining department. Zhang Yu's face changed when he heard that, recruited by the Wanfa sect. Zhang Pianpian shook his head. The top 10 sects recruited a total of 5 people from all the doctoral students in the weapon refining departments of all universities, 4 in the nascent soul stage and 1 in the golden core stage. If you want to join the top 10 sects, I'm afraid you have to at least be promoted to a doctorate. Zhang Yu felt his heart sink when he heard that. Then he thought of the expanded enrollment of graduate students in the Department of Civil Engineering, and asked with a hint of anticipation, what about the Department of Civil Engineering? Does the Department of Civil Engineering recruit a lot? 0, Zhang Pianpian said lightly. Last year, the top 10 sects recruited no disciples from the Department of Civil Engineering. It has been tacitly accepted that the top 10 sects may have stopped recruiting students from the Department of Civil Engineering. I took a look. If you really want to join the top 10 sects, the probability of joining the Department of Equipment Refining is already relatively high. The other departments are either lower than the Department of Equipment Refining, or about the same. Zhang Yu asked, then, how many years do you think it will take for the top 10 sects to completely stop recruiting? 5 years? 10 years? 20 years? Zhang Pianpian shook his head and sighed. It's hard to say. You know, for immortals, these 10 or 30 years may be the same. Zhang Yu asked again, have you ever thought about joining the top 10 sects? Zhang Pianpian smiled lightly and said, the 8 divisions of the gods are my destination. As she said that, she sighed slightly. After entering university, I feel more and more that we were born a little late after all. Zhang Yu couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard this, thinking to himself, no, this won't work, it's too dangerous. Looking at Zhang Yu's frown, Zhang Pianpian said, if you really want to seize the last chance, you have to complete the credits in advance and then apply for graduation, but that means, you have to complete your practice in a shorter time. And then compete with those elites who have practiced for 10 years for a postgraduate place, and then finish your postgraduate studies in a shorter time, and then compete for a doctorate place. Thinking of this, Zhang Pianpian couldn't help shaking his head. You should grasp the present first, Zhang Yu thought to himself. Graduate early, Zhang Pianpian reminded again. Remember, don't rush, the so-called haste makes waste. Don't lose your mind and expose yourself. Zhang Yu nodded slightly when he heard this, trying to calm his emotions. Since entering university, Zhang Yu has been like a fish in water with his past deep accumulation. Whether it is cultivation, strength, or grades and rankings, they are all growing steadily. After joining the construction site not long ago, even the spirit coins have a clear growth trend. Originally, he thought that he could improve himself step by step, go to school, take exams, and finally join the top 10 sects. But he didn't expect that the situation in Kungsu was much worse than he imagined. However, Zhang Yu was powerless to influence the policies of the top 10 sects. The only thing he could do now was to work harder and harder to practice, in order to increase the success rate a little bit. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu thought quickly in his mind, to do this without exposing my special talent, I have to make more money. Zhang Yu understood that the more money he made, the faster he would improve. At the same time, it was also a good cover for his rapid improvement, which could cover up his amazing talent. It just so happens that I have a job on the construction site now, so I don't have to worry about not making enough money after spending money. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu had a plan in his mind. Then next, I will spend money to improve my strength as the basis for improving the efficiency of the construction site, and then earn more spirit coins, spend more spirit coins to improve my strength. So after a moment, various products and services flash back and forth in Zhang Yu's eyes, and he had already started to choose what to buy next. Chapter 299 The spiritual coins spent stay with you in another way. While looking at the various products on the platform, Zhang Yu couldn't help but say in his heart, Fuji. Didn't you tell me before that the immortals of the 10 major sects wanted to recruit more people to go up and roll, but now, not only are they going to reduce recruitment, but they are also going to stop recruiting. Fuji sighed. The immortals must want the competition to become more and more fierce for those who are climbing up from below. In order to compete, they will squeeze themselves, their families, and give up everything. Only then can the profits of the 10 major sects become higher and higher, and they can sit comfortably on the clouds. Otherwise, you won't have the opportunity to take the exam for the foundation building qualification certificate. But now the 10 major sects are reducing their recruitment, which can only mean that there may really be too many people in the sect's cave heaven. Fuji pondered and said, after the 10 major sects established a current college entrance examination, university, and company system, they recruit immortal talents with extraordinary talents every year. Among them, the golden elixir can live for 400 years, the primordial infant can live for nearly 1,000 years, and if they break through, the gods and the refining void will live longer than each other. If you think about it this way, the population of the sect is indeed consumed far less than the growth, but I don't think what Zhang Pianpian said about the 10 major sects stopping recruitment and dividing the upper and lower worlds is completely accurate. This should be temporary. Once a batch of people above die, the 10 major sects will definitely start to expand recruitment again, but this may take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Fuji suddenly sighed. I understand. This should be cyclical. Expand recruitment for a period of time, reduce recruitment for a period of time. All of this is related to the population changes of the 10 major sects, but for the immortals, this may only be a short-term fluctuation, a small ups and downs, but for you under the sect, it is a matter of several generations, a dozen generations, or even dozens of generations. Also because the sect's reduction in recruitment has been transmitted to the level of companies and universities, it may eventually affect the entire Kungsu. Listening to Fuji's inference, Zhang Yu cursed in his heart. I was born at the wrong time. He asked again, then can the wish of this ceremony not be withdrawn? If I die by then, I will definitely take you with me. Fuji smiled helplessly and said, it's okay for ordinary wishes, but there's really nothing I can do about this. It's because you are so smart that you made a plan to fulfill your wish yourself. After the ceremony was approved, it is now fully operational. It has come to this point and it is no longer something I can cancel. This is related to the essence of the ceremony, which is the ritual rule set by the evil gods. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, but he would not regret it. If he hadn't had an idea to temporarily block Fuji's wish, he might not be here now. At this point, neither the immortals nor the evil gods could be influenced by him. I can only try my best to be myself first. Looking at the dazzling array of products on the internet, Zhang Yu thought to himself, my practice speed of the skills is already amazingly fast. What I need most now is to further improve my basic values. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu had already opened the products and services one by one. Half an hour later, the first thing Zhang Yu bought arrived. As the box was opened, a large box of fluorescent jade coins appeared in front of Zhang Yu. These jade coins are shaped like round coins, with a green color and a flocculent texture on the surface. They contain a trace of spiritual energy. They are the low-grade spiritual stones that Zhang Yu bought. Zhang Yu thought to himself, low-grade spiritual stones, medium-grade spiritual stones, and high-grade spiritual stones, used to be the currency used in Kungsu, but if you use this thing to pay the bill now, you will probably be scolded and refuse to accept it. Long before the online payment of spiritual coins, the currency system of Kungsu had evolved several times, and spiritual stones had long been eliminated as currency. Later, because of the spiritual energy contained in them, medium-grade and low-grade spiritual stones were regarded as immortal resources, while high-grade spiritual stones had collection value in addition to immortal value. However, as the spiritual world network became more and more developed, and the formations, spiritual energy channels and various facilities in the buildings continued to develop, the spiritual energy was connected to each dormitory and every household, and even fewer people used medium and low-grade spiritual stones. However, as the price of spirit stones drops, there are naturally some people who are greedy for bargains. They would rather go through some trouble to buy spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Zhang Yu thought to himself, but because there are always poor people who buy them, the price of spirit stones has gradually remained in a stable range. Thinking of this, he has already picked up a low-grade spirit stone and swallowed it into his stomach. With the operation of the Humiliated Sutra, the traces of spiritual energy in the spirit stone were directly absorbed and integrated into Zhang Yu's mana cycle, and he refined it bit by bit into his own mana. The reason why Zhang Yu wanted to buy low-grade spirit stones was naturally to improve the efficiency of collecting spiritual energy, so that he could refine more mana every day. After all, he has to go to class during the day and work on the construction site at night, and there is very little time to collect spiritual energy in the dormitory. He has seen products similar to spiritual energy array stones. As long as you hold an array stone, it is equivalent to carrying a formation node. No matter where you go in the university town, you can enjoy the infusion of spiritual energy. But doing so is very expensive on the one hand, and on the other hand, people will count his monthly spiritual energy collection. So after searching for a long time, Zhang Yu chose to swallow the lower-grade spirit stones. At this moment, he swallowed 10 lower-grade spirit stones in one breath, and felt that these 10 spirit stones were like a small furnace, continuously releasing spiritual energy in his stomach to supply him with mana. As the Qi spiritual root stretched and contracted, it frantically swallowed the spiritual energy in it with the Hunung-Taixi Sutra, making Zhang Yu feel refreshed. Then he continued to swallow spirit stones, from 10 to 15, and finally swallowed until the 23rd one. Only then did he feel that the release and breathing of spiritual energy had reached a limit, and it was as if a small spiritual vein had grown in his stomach. In the same period of time, I can absorb the spiritual energy from 23 spiritual stones. This is my maximum breathing efficiency at present, and if I practice by swallowing spiritual stones like this every day, I can improve my breathing efficiency when I am in class or at work. But practicing like this, although it is cheaper than holding the spiritual energy array stone and enjoying the spiritual energy infusion at any time, it still costs a lot a month. Zhang Yu calculated that if he practiced by swallowing spiritual stones like this every day, it would cost about 0.48 spiritual coins per month. However, thinking of the number of people who entered the top 10 sects, Zhang Yu understood that this money was just the beginning. In the service area of the Taoist department, Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the futon, and lightning flashed all around him, constantly hitting his body, stimulating the spiritual roots in the sea of Qi in the Danshan, improving the degree of integration of his spiritual roots, and playing a role in strengthening the 5 senses. The Taoist students who performed the thunder method said, "Student Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Yu said in a deep voice, "Increase the intensity a little more." The other party smiled and said, "Okay, Student Zhang, have you applied for a card? For Taoist enhancements like Xingxia Olibo, it is best to do it 3 times a week, each time for more than half an hour. Now you can get a 30% discount on the card." Zhang Yu asked, "How much does it cost to get a card?" The other party smiled and said, "Just 1 spirit coin. Even if you can't use up Xingxia Olibo, you can try other Taoist services." Zhang Yu's account balance: 9.45 spirit coins. Teaching level of the refining department. Yunjing brought a jade box to Zhang Yu. The last time Zhang Yu helped Yunjing drive away his classmates, the two had contact. This time Zhang Yu found the other party, and wanted to get a discount through the other party to save some money. Yunjing said, "This is the cultivation magic weapon. You want the 9 hells Zhenyu belt. After you wear it on your body, you can use the earth vein energy to nourish your body. The earth vein energy, as a harmless energy, can act as a lubricant between the body and magic power, and improve the efficiency of your magic power to bless the body. In addition, through the earth vein's vitality, the 9 hells mountain suppressing belt can also bless you with up to 50 times the gravity, which is used to help you temper your body and squeeze out the potential of your body. For many wealthy people, such cultivation-type magic weapons, or cultivation-type dharma bones, are essential for body refining." Zhang Yu understood that the body refining in the foundation building stage cannot be separated from the blessing of mana. Especially with the improvement of the degree of integration of spiritual roots, the spiritual roots and meridians are spread all over the body and mana are gradually integrated, and the cultivator's body is gradually no longer a simple flesh and blood body, but becomes an extraordinary body. The 9 hells mountain suppressing belt in front of him can improve the efficiency of mana blessing the body, and then enhance the effect of body refining. It can also further hone the body through additional gravity and force out the potential of the cultivator. Zhang Yu opened the jade box, looked at the belt inside, and asked, "What's the price?" Yunjing said, "This is a product developed by the department in cooperation with the company. I can help you get a discount of up to 10%, which is 1.35 spirit coins per month." As Zhang Yu put on the belt, a crisp female voice came from the GYU's Henyu belt. "Welcome to the GYU's Henyu belt. A strange user Yansei has been detected. Please agree to connect." Zhang Yu clicked on a notification in his Yansei perspective, and as he chose to agree, a small belt label appeared in his Yansei perspective. As he clicked on the belt, the user interface of the GYU's Henyu belt appeared in front of him. It is detected that the user has not yet registered. Please complete the new user registration before using this product. After Zhang Yu completed the user registration, another notification appeared. I found that you have a coupon that has not been used yet. Zhang Yu took a look and found that it was the 10% discount coupon that Yunjing said. A moment later, as Zhang Yu's mind moved, a stream of earth vein energy poured into his body from the belt. Under the nourishment of this earth vein energy, the flesh and blood seemed to have an inexplicable difference, and the blessing of mana was smoother, more silky, and more effective. In Zhang Yu's vision, there are also 1 to 50 times gravity options, as well as running mode, weight-bearing mode, climbing mode, and custom mode. The body refining effect can be further improved through the circulation and local adjustment of the body's gravity, and targeted intensive training can be carried out. Zhang Yu first felt the 5 times gravity mode, and instantly felt his whole body sinking, and his internal organs began to have a sagging feeling. After trying several different modes and trying the body refining effect by the way, Zhang Yu nodded. This is it, Zhang Yu's account balance. 8.1 Spirit Coins. Chapter 300 Primary Civil Engineering Sacred Body. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhang Yu kept trying various combinations of gravity. In the end, he used the custom mode. Since he consumed less physical energy during the daytime study and class, he used 20 times the gravity of his whole body, which could temper his body to the limit without damaging his body. This was called the daytime study mode by Zhang Yu. When working on the construction site, he used the 10 times gravity mode, as well as 12 times, 15 times, and 18 times gravity on some strong parts, which was called the night work mode by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu understood that as his physical strength continued to increase, the multiples of gravity for exercise would also be increased little by little, and he had to try to maintain a state closest to the limit. In the blazing flames, Zhang Yu only felt that his muscles were gradually deteriorating in the high temperature, and his strong body gradually turned into ashes. Under heavy pressure, Zhang Yu felt his muscles and bones shattered, and the whole person was gradually crushed into a pool of mud. In severe pain, Zhang Yu felt his 7 orifices bleeding, his organs gradually decayed, and he felt himself step by step towards death. In the classroom, Zhang Yu suddenly woke up, took off the spirit world mask, and in his eyes, there were 10 seconds left before the class started. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and tried to recover from the spiritual world training just now. By purchasing the monthly spiritual world service of Chukxinju, coupled with the consciousness acceleration function, Zhang Yu could experience more than 10 deaths during each class break. Under the extreme pressure of death, Zhang Yu could feel that his level 20 Kenyash mind and body skills were running wildly every time, tempering his Tao heart again and again. Fuck. It's really a waste of money. Zhang Yu's account balance. 7.3 Spirit Coins. Tao heart, magic power, physical strength, spiritual root fusion, magic power quality. With the blessing of spirit coins, Zhang Yu could feel that his strength ushered in a rapid growth again. He couldn't help but sigh that it was good to have money. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months passed. When it came to the end of October, Zhang Yu's Dao heart had reached level 12, 51.5%, mana 379.3, and physical strength 12.01. In addition, the degree of spiritual root fusion has reached 80%, providing Zhang Yu with a stronger ability to mobilize mana and physical strength, and also improving the efficiency of body refining and mana refining. After digesting high-quality mana again and again, the quality of mana reached 127%, allowing him to feel that his mana is more durable when he performs martial arts, and the power of Genki has also increased a few points. The rapid improvement of basic data has also allowed Zhang Yu's ranking to rise again in this month and a half, from the original 7th place to the 4th place. Now only Yingxin, Gong Shujin and Ji Yuanshu are left in front of Zhang Yu. With a comprehensive enhancement of all aspects, coupled with Zhang Yu's gradual exposure to higher-level body refining techniques, his work efficiency at the construction site has naturally improved. When he came back from the construction site that day, he had earned 0.049 spirit coins that night. 0.049 a day, 1.47 a month. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's still slow, it needs to be faster. Although his strength has grown rapidly and he has earned more spirit coins, Zhang Yu knows that he has spent more spirit coins in the past month and a half. Now there are only 2.69 spirit coins left in his account. The income and expenditure are not balanced yet, but it will be fine until next month. By then, I can borrow some money, and it should be able to last another month or two. Right, it should be about the same by then. In addition to the improvement of basic data and the increase in daily salary, Zhang Yu's biggest gain is the civil engineering body. After 1.5 months of practice, in addition to pouring concrete on the construction site, he also did work such as arranging steel bars, filling formwork, and moving materials. During this period, by changing jobs and finding suitable body refining exercises, he pushed the 3 civil engineering body exercises required to level 20. Combined with the previous divine art of eating earth, the art of fighting demons and the infinite Zen, he finally collected 6 sets of civil engineering sacred body art. Primary, civil engineering sacred body, 6/6, the ability to resist earthquakes, dust, poison, noise, pressure, cancer, radiation, pollution, high temperature, low temperature, impact, slashing, puncture, and hunger has increased significantly. You are born to be a sacred body for civil engineering, and suicide is a very time-consuming thing for you. Zhang Yu looked at the effect of the primary civil engineering sacred body and knew that this thing could offset many side effects of the civil engineering skills, and fight against various vibration diseases, pneumoconiosis, radiation sickness, noise deafness, cancer and other things. But, is it just to offset the side effects of the skills? Although this sacred body can offset various side effects, for Zhang Yu, who has a strong self-healing ability, most of the resistances are currently useless. Instead, it is better for him to continue to use the university sacred body to improve the efficiency of the training of the skills. Speaking of which, this primary holy body has so much resistance. Is there really a construction site that is so dangerous? Zhang Yu shook his head and swallowed a small piece of steel bar sticking out of his sleeve. With the operation of the earth-eating magic and the super digestive power provided by the university holy body, it turned it into nutrients to strengthen bones in a blink of an eye. After eating this bite, Zhang Yu sighed. There are only cement bags to eat in this construction site, and other materials are really not easy to pick up. In the next few days, Zhang Yu continued to study hard during the day and work hard at night, but one night, accompanied by a strong shock, Zhang Yu only felt that the floor under his feet rose and fell slightly. Although the shock came and went quickly, it still made Zhang Yu feel surprised. Is this an earthquake? A moment later, Zhang Yu saw a comfort notice in his eyes, saying that there was an accident of dangerous goods explosion in the basement of the university town, but with the implementation of rescue measures, everything will soon return to normal. Just when Zhang Yu thought that all this was just an ordinary accident. Half an hour later, all the construction workers on the 666th floor were gathered. Tu Lishan's figure appeared in everyone's vision. He said, "Everyone, there is an urgent task that needs to be recruited. There was an accidental explosion in the basement, and now a group of workers are needed to go there to carry out repair work. This work is urgent and dangerous, but we are willing to give 5 times the salary, and it will last for about half a month." Hearing about the 5 times salary, some people on the scene were already excited, such as Li Xiao, who clenched his fist and showed an impatient look on his face. But some people frowned and quietly retreated, just like Ying Xin shook his head and thought, "University is not a charity, 5 times the salary." "What happened down there?" Yu Xinghan said hesitantly. "Zhang Yu, are we going 5 times the salary? 1 day's work is equivalent to 5 days' work, but giving so much? I always feel that this matter is not that simple." Zhang Yu thought about it and contacted Zhang Pianpian directly to inquire about the situation. Zhang Pianpian replied, "There was an explosion in the underground pharmaceutical factory. The fire has been put out by several teachers, but the damage caused at the scene is not small, and a large amount of raw materials have been leaked. Now I should ask you to go over and do the repair work." After asking his sister about the situation, Zhang Yu looked at the registration notice that popped up, thinking about the resistance brought by his civil engineering body, and finally chose to sign up. He said to Yu Xinghan on the side, "Don't rush to sign up, wait for me to go down and see the situation first, and retreat if the situation is not right." 20 minutes later, Zhang Yu followed the direction of the eye skeleton all the way and came to the underground second floor of Wanfa University City. I saw that the gate not far away was broken, twisted, and fell crookedly on the ground. Behind it was a large area of ruins whose original appearance could no longer be seen. Tu Lishan's figure appeared in the eyes of many workers, and he said, "Everyone, because of the explosion, the spiritual path inside the pharmaceutical factory is disconnected, and the formation is temporarily cut off. You can't connect to the spiritual world network after entering, so now I will send you the factory drawings and your respective tasks. Everyone, follow the markings on the drawings and go to your respective target locations to work. Although the fire inside the factory has been extinguished, there is still a certain danger. Everyone must be careful, and everything in the pharmaceutical factory is confidential to the university and the company. You need to sign a confidentiality agreement. On the other side, before entering the factory ruins, Zhang Yu had switched the chain method map to the civil body. Looking at the resistances on the civil body, he felt a sense of security. Then he looked at the map and stepped into the pharmaceutical factory, looking at the collapsed factory buildings, smelling the burning smell in the air, and wondering what on earth exploded, and it was so powerful. At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly stared at a wall in a daze, just because there was a huge palm print on it. Then, as he went deeper, Zhang Yu found that the ruins were full of palm prints, fist prints, sword marks and the like. Zhang Yu was surprised and said, "Is this an accidental explosion? Is there someone fighting here?" Fuji said, "Hey, it doesn't seem to be an accidental explosion. Someone attacked this pharmaceutical factory." Zhang Yu was surprised and said, "Attack? Who attacked here? Can someone attack the pharmaceutical factory in Wanfa University City?" Fuji, "Who knows?" At this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, a heat wave exploded not far away, sweeping several workers in. Zhang Yu watched the key refining workers being quickly evaporated in the high temperature, their skin burned, and finally falling to the ground with serious injuries. At the same time, thick purple smoke rose from the explosion site. Someone shouted, "Toxic substances are leaking from the pharmaceutical factory." Just as a worker was about to flee, a foundation building cultivator whose height had expanded to 5 meters snorted coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't move. Repair the site according to the plan. As long as the spiritual circuit is repaired and the factory area is restored to the formation, the site will be under control soon." Under his command, the scene quickly stabilized, and Zhang Yu also joined in and began to clean up the ruins. Then Zhang Yu soon discovered that the factory area was full of dangers. From time to time, there were explosions and heat waves, and various toxic substances were like a pot of chemical soup, leaking everywhere in the factory area. Outside the factory area, Yingxin thought to herself, "Sure enough, nothing good is going on." She came down to see the situation out of curiosity, thinking, "I don't know if this 5-fold salary is enough for medical expenses." As the high temperature and toxic environment at the site intensified, a large number of key refining workers first chose to withdraw, and then a small number of foundation building workers also chose to give up. Yingxin looked at Zhang Yu and Li Xiao, who were still rushing in and out, constantly transporting materials, and continuing to participate in the repair work under such circumstances, and thought to herself, "A layer of people are really hard-working, but this is basically gambling." Yingxin didn't care about Zhang Yu and Li Xiao's desperate efforts. In her opinion, this kind of desperate effort was too self-degrading. It was the helplessness of being poor to a certain extent. Anyway, she would definitely not participate in such dangerous work that might lose money. However, thinking of the improvement of Zhang Yu and Li Xiao's ranking in recent times, Yingxin's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. In 5 months, Zhang Yu rushed from the original dozen to the 7th place, and now to the 4th in the class. Only 1 place behind me. It seems that he has indeed spent a lot of money like Li Xiao, but Li Xiao has been unable to make ends meet some time ago, and he is about to collapse. Thinking of the clumsy way that Li Xiao refused when she asked him to practice together several times recently, Yingxin shook her head. Now it seems Zhang Yu is about to collapse, so he is working so hard to make money. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.